Allied workers must act together, act quickly, serving no notice on bosses, and retain their freedoms so to do at all times. And finally, they must learn that even then, when they have a complete organization, they can win nothing permanent unless they strike for everything, not for a wage, not for a minor improvement, but for the whole natural wealth of the earth, and proceed to the direct expropriation of it all. They must learn that their power does not lie in their voting strength, that their power lies in their ability to stop production. It is a great mistake to suppose that the wage earners constitute a majority of the voters. Wage earners are here today and there tomorrow, and that hinders a large number from voting. A great percentage of them in this country are foreigners without a voting right. The most patent proof that socialist leaders know this is so is that they are compromising their propaganda at every point to win the support of the business class, the small investor. Their campaign papers proclaimed that their interviewers had been assured by Wall Street bond purchasers that they would be just as ready to buy Los Angeles bonds from a socialist as a capitalist administration, that the present Milwaukee administration has been a boon to the small investor. Their reading notices assure their readers in this city that we need not go to the great department stores to buy rather of so-and-so on Milwaukee Avenue, who will satisfy us quite as well as a big business institution. In short, they are making every desperate effort to win the support and to prolong the life of that middle class which socialistic economy says must be ground to pieces, because they know they cannot get a majority without them. The most that a working-class party could do, even if its politicians remained honest, would be to form a strong faction in the legislatures, which might, by combining its vote with one side or the other, win certain political or economic palliatives. But what the working class can do, when once they grow into a solidified organization, is to show the possessing classes, through a sudden cessation of all work, that the whole social structure rests on them, that the possessions of the others are absolutely worthless to them without the workers' activity, that such protests, such strikes, are inherent in the system of property and will continually recur until the whole thing is abolished, and having shown that, effectively, proceed to expropriate. But the military power, says the political actionist, we must get political power, or the military will be used against us. Against a real general strike, the military can do nothing. Oh, true, if you have a socialist brand in power, he may declare the workers public officials and try to make them serve against themselves. But against the solid wall of an immobile working mass, even a brand would be broken. Meanwhile, until this international awakening, the war will go on as it has been going, in spite of all the hysteria which well-meaning people, who do not understand life and its necessities, may manifest. In spite of all the shivering that timid leaders have done, in spite of all the reactionary revenges that may be taken, in spite of all the capital politicians make out of the situation, it will go on because life cries to live, and property denies its freedom to live, and life will not submit, and should not submit. It will go on until that day when a self-freed humanity is able to chant Swinburne's hymn of man, glory to man in the highest, for man is the master of things. The Paris Commune, like other spectacular events in human history, has become the clinging point for many legends, alike among its enemies and among its friends. Indeed, one must often question which was the real commune, the legend or the fact, what was actually lived, or the conception of it which has shaped itself in the world mind during those 40-odd years that have gone since the 18th of March, 1871. It is thus with doctrines, it is thus with personalities, it is thus with events. Which is the real Christianity, the simple doctrine attributed to Christ, or the practical preaching and realizing of organized Christianity? Which is the real Abraham Lincoln, the clever politician who emancipated the chattel slaves as an act of policy, or the legendary apostle of human liberty, who rises like a gigantic figure of iconoclastic right smiting old wrongs and receiving the martyr's crown therefore? Which is the real commune, the thing that was, or the thing our orators have painted it? Which will be the influencing power in the days that are to come? Our Commune commemorators are wont to say, and surely they believe, that the declaration of the Commune was the spontaneous assertion of independence by the Parisian masses, consciously alive to the fact that the national government of France had treated them most outrageously in the matter of defense against the Prussian army. They believed that the farce of the situation in which the city found itself had opened the eyes of the general populace to the fact that the national government, so far from serving the supposed prime purpose of government, viz., as a means of defense against a foreign invader, was in reality a thing so apart from them and their interests that it preferred to leave them to the mercy of the Prussians, to endangering its own supremacy by assisting in their defense, or permitting them to defend themselves. It is a pity that this legendary figure of awakened Paris is not a true one. The Commune, in fact, was not the work of the whole people of Paris, nor of a majority of the people of Paris. The Commune was really established by a comparatively small number of able, nay brilliant, and supremely devoted men and women from every walk in life, but with a relatively high percentage of military men, engineers, and political journalists, some of whom had time and again been in prison before for seditious writing or acts of rebellion. They flocked in from their exile in the neighboring countries, thinking that now they saw the opportunity for retrieving former errors and arousing the people to renew and to extend the struggle of 1848. It is true that there were also teachers, artists, designers, architects, and builders, skilled craftsmen of every sort. And perhaps no chapter in the whole story is more inspiring than the description of the gatherings of the workers, which took place night after night in every quarter of the beleaguered city, previous to the 18th of March and thereafter. To such meetings went those who burned with fervor of faith in what the people might and would accomplish, and, with the radiant vision of a new social day shining in their eyes, endeavored to make it clear to those who listened. One almost catches the redolence of outbursting faith, that rising of the sap of hope and courage and daring, like an incense of spring, almost feels himself there, partaking in the work, the danger, the glorious, mistaken assurance which was theirs. And yet the truth must have been that these apostles of the Commune were blinded by their own enthusiasm, deafened by the enthusiasm they evoked in others, to the fact that the great unvoiced majority who did not attend public meetings, who sat within their houses or kept silent in the shops, were not converted or affected by their teachings. We are told by those who should know, the survivors among the communards themselves, that the actual number of persons who were aggressive, moving spirits in the great uprising was not greatly above 2,000. The mass of the people were, as they would probably be in this city today under like circumstances, indifferent as to what went on over their heads, so that the peace and quiet of their individual lives was restored, so that the siege of the Prussians was raised, and themselves permitted to go about their business. If the Commune could assure that, good luck to it. They were tired of the siege, and they longed for their old familiar miseries to which they were in some respect accustomed. They hardly dreamed of anything better. But, as is usually the case when strategic moments arise, these same plain, stolid, indifferent people, who neither know nor care about fine theories of political right, municipal sovereignty, and so forth, see more directly into the logic of a situation than those who have confused their minds with much theorizing. Likewise, the people of Paris in general, when the Commune had become an established fact, saw that the only consequent proceeding would be to make war economically as well as politically, to cut off any source of supply to the national army which lay within the city. Instead of doing that, the government of the Commune, anxious to prove itself more law-abiding than the old regime, stupidly defended the property right of its enemies, and continued to let the Bank of France furnish supplies to those who were financing the army of Versailles, the very army which was to cut their throats. Naturally, the plain people grew disgusted with so senseless a program, and in the main took no part in the final struggle with the Versailles troops, nor even opposed the idea of their entrance into the city. Probably a goodly number even drew a sigh of relief at the prospect of a return to the smaller evil of the two. Little enough did they dream that the way back lay through their own blood, and that they, who had never lifted hand or voice for the Commune, would become its martyrs. Little did they conceive the wild revenge of law and order upon rebellion, the Saturnalia of restored power. Did they sleep, I wonder, on the night before the 20th of May, when that dark thunder of vengeance was gathering to break? Many slept well the next night, and still sleep, for then began a murder grim and great, a murder whose painted image, even after these 40 years have risen and sunk upon it, sends the blood shuddering backward, and sets the teeth in uttermost horror and hate. MacMahon placarded the streets with peace and sent his troops to make it, in the name of that peace, Galifet, an incarnation of hell, set his men the example and rode up and down the streets of Paris, dashing out children's brains. Did a hand appear at a shutter, the window was riddled with bullets. Did a cry of protest escape from any throat, the house was invaded, its inhabitants driven out, lined against the walls, and shot where they stood. The doctors and the nurses at the bedsides of the wounded, the very sick in the hospitals, themselves were slaughtered where they lay. Such was MacMahon's peace. After the street massacres, the organized massacres at the bastions, the stakes of Satary, the huddled masses of prisoners, the grim visitor with the lantern, the ghastly call to rise and follow, the trenches dug by the condemned in the slippery, blood-soaked ground for their own corpses to fall in. 30,000 people butchered by the sateless vengeance of authority and the insane bloodlust of the professional soldier. Butchered without a pretense of reason, a shadow of inquiry, merely as the gust of insensate rage blew. After the orgy of fury, the orgy of the Inquisition. The gathering of the prisoners in cellar holes, where they must squat or lie upon damp earth, and see the light daily only for some short half-hour when an unexpellable sun ray shot through some unstopped crevice. The shifting of them day and night across the country, sometimes in stockyard wagons, stifled, starved, and jammed together, as even our butchering civilization is ashamed to jam pigs for the slaughter, sometimes by dreadful marches, mostly by night, often with the rain beating on them, the butts of the soldiers' muskets striking them as they lagged through weakness or through lameness. Then the detention prisons, with their long-drawn agonies of hunger, cold, vermin, and disease, and the ever-looming darkness of waiting death. Follow the tortures of friends and relatives of communards or suspected communards, to make them betray the whereabouts of their friends. Could they who had seen these things forgive and forget? They who had seen 10-year-old children lashed to make them tell where their fathers were. Women driven mad before the terrible choice of giving up their sons who had fought, or their daughters who had not, to the brutality of the soldiery. After the tortures of the hunt, the tortures of the trials, solemn farces, cat-like cruelties. Then the long hopeless line of exiles marching from the prison to the port, crowded on the transport ships, watched like caged animals, forbidden to speak, the cannon always threatening above them, and so drifted away to exile lands, to barren islands and fever shores there to waste away in loneliness, in uselessness, in futile dreams of freedom that ended in chains upon the ankles or death on the coral reefs. All this was the mercy and the wisdom shown by the national government to the rebel city whose works are the glory of France and whose beauty is the beauty of the world. Whatever other lesson we have to learn, this one is certain, the glutless revenge of restored authority. If ever one rebels, let him rebel to the end. There is no hope so futile as hope in either the justice or the mercy of a power against which a rebellion has been raised. No faith so simple or so foolish as faith in the discrimination, the judgment, or the wisdom of a reconquering government. Whether at that time the essential principle of the independent commune could have been realized or not, through a general response of the other cities of France by like action, in case Paris had continued to maintain the struggle some months longer. I am not historian enough, nor historic prophet enough to say. I incline to think not. But certainly the struggle would have been far more fruitful in its results, both then and later, even if finally overthrown, had it really been a movement of all those people who were so indiscriminately murdered for it, so vilely tortured, so mercilessly exiled. For had it really been the deliberate expression of 1 million people's will to be free, they would have seized whatever supplies were being furnished the enemy from within their own gates. They would have repudiated property rights created by the very power they were seeking to overthrow. They would have seen what was necessary and done it. Had the real communards themselves seen the logic of their own effort and understood that to overset the political system of dependence which enslaves the communes, they must overset the economic institutions which beget the centralized state. Had they proclaimed a general communalization of the city's resources, they might have won the people to full faith in the struggle and aroused a tenfold effort to win out. If that again had been followed by a like contagion in the other cities of France, which was a possibility, the flame might have caught throughout Latin Europe. And those countries might now be giving a practical example of the extension of a modified socialism and local autonomy. This is what is likely to happen at the next similar outbreak, if politicians are so impolitic as to provoke the like. There are those among the best social students who feel sure that such will be the course of progress. I frankly say that I cannot see the path of future progress. My vision is not large enough, nor my viewpoint high enough. Where others perhaps behold the morning sunlight, I can discern only mists blowing dust and moving glooms which obscure the future. I do not know where the path leads nor how it goes. Only when looking backward, I can catch glimpses of that long, terrible, toilsome way by which humanity has gone forward, even that I do not see clearly, just stretches of it here and there. But I see enough of it to know that never has it been a straight, undeviating line. Always the path wins and returns, and even in the moment of gaining something, there is something lost. Against the onslaught of nature, man collects his social strength and loses thereby the freedom of his more isolated condition. Against the inconveniences of primitive society, he hurls his inventive genius, compasses land, sea, and air, and by the very act of conquering his limitations binds fresh fetters on himself, creating a wealth which he enslaves himself to produce. And this is the path of progress, which there was no foreseeing. What waits them? And what hope is there? And what help is there? What waits? The unknown waits, as it has always waited, dark, vague, immense, impenetrable, the mystery which allures the young and strong, saying, "Come and cope with me," the mystery from which the old and wise shrink back, saying, "Better to endure the evils that we have than fly to others that we know not of," the old and wise, but alas, the cold-blooded. The mystery of the still unbound strengths of earth, sun, and depths, the loosing of any one of which may so alter the face of all that has been done that what now we think a guarantee of liberty may become the very chain of slavery. As has been the case before with freedoms laboriously won by act, and then set down in words for unborn men to abide by. And yet it waits. Are you strong and courageous? The unknown invites you to the struggle, dares you to its conquering. Nay, it is perhaps your future beloved, waiting to reward your daring passion with the fervors of fresh creation. Are you feeble and timid of spirit? Bow your head to the ground. Still you must meet the future. Still you must go in the track of the others. You may hinder them, you may make them lag, you cannot stop them, nor yourself. Struggle waits abortive struggle, crushed struggle, mistaken struggle, long and often. And worse than all this, waiting waits, the long dead level of inaction, when no one does anything, when even the daring can only move in self-returning circles, when no one knows what to do, except to endure the ever-tightening pressure of intolerable conditions, how to better which he knows not, when living appears a monotonous journey through a featureless wilderness, wherein the same pitiless word, useless, stares at one from every aimless path one seeks to follow in the despairing search for a way out. And happier is he who perishes in the mistaken struggle than he who, with a hot and chafing soul, but with clear discernment, sees that he is doomed to go on indefinitely in submission to the wrongs that are. What hope is there? That the increasing pressure of conditions may quicken intelligences, that even out of mistaken struggle, frustrate struggle, unforeseen good consequences may flow, just as out of undeniable improvements in material life, unforeseeable ill results are consequent. The Commune hoped to free Paris, and by so setting an example free many other cities. It went down in utter defeat, and no city was freed thereby. But out of this defeat the knowledge and skill of craftsmanship of its people went abroad over other lands, both into civilized centers and to wild waste places, and wherever its art went, its idea went also, so that the commune, the idealized commune, has become a watchword through the workshops of the world, wherever there are even a few workers seeking to awaken their fellows. There are those who have definite hopes, those who think they know precisely how overwork and underwork and poverty and all their consequences of spiritual enslavement are to be abolished. Such are they who think they can see the way of progress broad and clear through the slit in a ballot box. I fear their works will have some uncalculated consequences also, if ever they execute them. I fear their narrowly enclosed view deceives them much. Climbing a hill is a different affair from voting oneself at the top. No matter, man always hopes, life always hopes. When a definite object cannot be outlined, the indomitable spirit of hope still impels the living mass to move toward something that shall somehow be better. What help is there? No help from outside power, no help from overhead, no help from the sky, pray to it ever so much, no help from the strong hand of wise men, nor of good men, however wise or good. Such help always ends in despotism. Nor yet is there help in the abnegation of generous fanatics whose efforts end in deplorable fiasco, as did the Commune. Help lies only in the general will of those who do the work to say how, when, and where they shall do it. The force of the lesson of the Commune is that people cannot be made free who have not conceived freedom, yet through such examples they may learn to conceive it. It cannot be bestowed as a gift, it must be taken by those who want it. Let us hope that those who would have given it, bought that much by their sacrifice, that they touched the unseeing eyes of the somnambulist proletariat with a light which has made them dream, at least, of waking. The Mexican Revolution, that a nation of people considering themselves enlightened, informed, alert to the interests of the hour, should be so generally and so profoundly ignorant of a revolution taking place in their backyard, so to speak, as the people of the United States are ignorant of the present revolution in Mexico, can be due only to profoundly and generally acting causes. That people of revolutionary principles and sympathies should be so, is inexcusable. It is as one of such principles and sympathies that I address you, as one interested in every move the people make to throw off their chains, no matter where, no matter how. Though naturally my interest is greatest where the move is such as appears to me to be most in consonance with the general course of progress, where the tyranny attacked is what appears to me the most fundamental, where the method followed is to my thinking most direct and unmistakable. And I add that those of you who have such principles and sympathies are in the logic of your own being bound, first, to inform yourselves concerning so great a matter as the revolt of millions of people, what they are struggling for, what they are struggling against, and how the struggle stands from day to day, if possible, if not, from week to week, or month to month, as best you can, and second, to spread this knowledge among others and endeavor to do what little you can to awaken the consciousness and sympathy of others. One of the great reasons why the mass of the American people know nothing of the revolution in Mexico is that they have altogether a wrong conception of what revolution means. Thus 99 out of 100 persons to whom you broach the subject will say, "Why, I thought that ended long ago. That ended last May, and this week the press, even the _Daily Socialist, reports, new revolution in Mexico." It isn't a new revolution at all. It is the same revolution which did not begin with the armed rebellion of last May, which has been going on steadily ever since then and before then, and is bound to go on for a long time to come. If the other nations keep their hands off and the Mexican people are allowed to work out their own destiny. What is _a revolution? And what is this revolution? A revolution means some great and subversive change in the social institutions of a people, whether sexual, religious, political, or economic. The movement of the Reformation was a great religious revolution, a profound alteration in human thought, a refashioning of the human mind. The general movement towards political change in Europe and America about the close of the 18th century was a revolution. The American and the French revolutions were only prominent individual incidents in it, culminations of the teachings of the rights of man. The present unrest of the world in its economic relations, as manifested from day to day in the opposing combinations of men and money, in strikes and bread riots, in literature and movements of all kinds demanding a readjustment of the whole or of parts of our wealth-owning and wealth-distributing system. This unrest is the revolution of our time, the economic_revolution. Which is seeking social change, and will go on until it is accomplished. We are in it. At any moment of our lives it may invade our own homes with its stern demand for self-sacrifice and suffering. Its more violent manifestations are in Liverpool and London today, in Barcelona and Vienna tomorrow, in New York and Chicago the day after. Humanity is a seething, heaving mass of unease, tumbling like surge over a slipping, sliding, shifting bottom, and there will never be any ease until a rock bottom of economic justice is reached. The Mexican Revolution is one of the prominent manifestations of this worldwide economic revolt. It possibly holds as important a place in the present disruption and reconstruction of economic institutions as the Great Revolution of France held in the 18th century movement. It did not begin with the odious government of Diaz nor end with his downfall, any more than the revolution in France began with the coronation of Louis XVI, or ended with his beheading. It began in the bitter and outraged hearts of the peasants, who for generations have suffered under a ready-made system of exploitation, imported and foisted upon them, by which they have been dispossessed of their homes, compelled to become slave tenants of those who robbed them, and, under Diaz, in case of rebellion to be deported to a distant province, a killing climate and hellish labor. It will end only when that bitterness is assuaged by very great alteration in the landholding system, or until the people have been absolutely crushed into subjection by a strong military power, whether that power be a native or a foreign one. Now the political overthrow of last May, which was followed by the substitution of one political manager for another, did not at all touch the economic situation. It promised, of course, politicians always promise. It promised to consider measures for altering conditions. In the meantime, proprietors are assured that the new government intends to respect the rights of landlords and capitalists and exhorts the workers to be patient and _frugal. _frugal. Yes, that was the exhortation in Madero's paper to men who, when they are able to get work, make 25 cents a day. A man owning 5 million acres of land exhorts the disinherited workers of Mexico to be frugal. The idea that such a condition can be dealt with by the immemorial remedy offered by tyrants to slaves is like the idea of sweeping out the sea with a broom. And unless that frugality, or in other words, starvation, is forced upon the people by more bayonets and more strategy than appear to be at the government's command, the Mexican Revolution will go on to the solution of Mexico's land question with a rapidity and directness of purpose not witnessed in any previous upheaval. For it must be understood that the main revolt is a revolt against the system of land tenure. The industrial revolution of the cities, while it is far from being silent, is not to compare with the agrarian revolt. Let us understand why. Mexico consists of 27 states, 2 territories, and a federal district about the capital city. Its population totals about 15 million. Of these, 4 million are of unmixed Indian descent, people somewhat similar in character to the pueblos of our own southwestern states, primitively agricultural for an immemorial period, communistic in many of their social customs, and like all Indians, invincible haters of authority. These Indians are scattered throughout the rural districts of Mexico, one particularly well-known and much talked-of tribe, the Yaquis, having had its fatherland in the rich northern state of Sonora, a very valuable agricultural country. The Indian population, especially the Yaquis and the Maquis, have always disputed the usurpations of the invaders' government, from the days of the early conquest until now, and will undoubtedly continue to dispute them as long as there is an Indian left, or until their right to use the soil out of which they sprang without paying tribute in any shape is freely recognized. The communistic customs of these people are very interesting and very instructive too. They have gone on practicing them all these hundreds of years, in spite of the foreign civilization that was being grafted upon Mexico. grafted in all senses of the word, and it was not until 40 years ago, indeed the worst of it not till 25 years ago, that the increasing power of the government made it possible to destroy this ancient life of the people. By them, the woods, the waters, and the lands were held in common. Anyone might cut wood from the forest to build his cabin, make use of the rivers to irrigate his field or garden patch, and this is a right whose acknowledgment none but those who know the aridity of the Southwest can fully appreciate the imperative necessity for. Tillable lands were allotted by mutual agreement before sowing, and reverted to the tribe after harvesting for reallotment. Pasturage, the right to collect fuel, were for all. The habits of mutual aid, which always arise among sparsely settled communities, were instinctive with them. Neighbor assisted neighbor to build his cabin, to plow his ground, to gather and store this crop. No legal machinery existed, no tax gatherer, no justice, no jailer. All that they had to do with the hated foreign civilization was to pay the periodical rent collector and to get out of the way of the recruiting officer when he came around. Those two personages they regarded with spite and dread, but as the major portion of their lives was not in immediate contact with them, they could still keep on in their old way of life in the main. With the development of the Diaz regime, which came into power in 1876, and when I say the Diaz regime, I do not especially mean the man Diaz, for I think he has been both over-cursed and over-praised, but the whole force which has steadily developed centralized power from then on, and the whole policy of civilizing Mexico, which was the Diaz boast. With its development, I say, this Indian life has been broken up, violated with as ruthless a hand as ever tore up a people by the roots and cast them out as weeds to wither in the sun. Historians relate with horror the iron deeds of William the Conqueror, who in the 11th century created the New Forest by laying waste the farms of England, destroying the homes of the people to make room for the deer. But his edicts were mercy compared with the action of the Mexican government toward the Indians. In order to introduce progressive civilization, the Diaz regime granted away immense concessions of land to native and foreign capitalists, chiefly foreign indeed, though there were enough of native sharks as well. Mostly these concessions were granted to capitalistic combinations, which were to build railroads, and in some cases did so in a most uncalled for and uneconomic way, develop mineral resources, or establish modern industries. The government took no note of the ancient tribal rights or customs, and those who received the concessions proceeded to enforce their property rights. They introduced the unheard of crime of trespass. They forbade the cutting of a tree, the breaking of a branch, the gathering of the fallen wood in the forests. They claimed the watercourses, forbidding their free use to the people, and it was as if one had forbidden to us the rains of heaven. The unoccupied land was theirs. No hand might drive a plow into the soil without first obtaining permission from a distant master, a permission granted on the condition that the product be the landlord's, a small, pitifully small, wage, the workers'. Nor was this enough. In 1894 was passed the law of unappropriated lands. By that law, not only were the great stretches of vacant in the old-time common land appropriated, but the occupied lands themselves to which the occupants could not show a legal title were to be denounced, that is, the educated and the powerful, who were able to keep up with the doings of the government, went to the courts and said that there was no legal title to such and such land, and put in a claim for it. And the usual hocus-pocus of legality being complied with, the actual occupant of the land being all the time blissfully unconscious of the law, in the innocence of his barbarism, supposing that the working of the ground by his generations of forebears was title all-sufficient. 1. Fine day the sheriff comes upon this hapless dweller on the heath and drives him from his ancient habitat to wander an outcast. Such are the blessings of education. Mankind invents a written sign to aid its intercommunication, and forthwith all manner of miracles are wrought with the sign. Even such a miracle as that a part of the solid earth passes under the mastery of an impotent sheet of paper, and a distant bit of animated flesh, which never even saw the ground, acquires the power to expel hundreds, thousands, of like bits of flesh. though they grew upon that ground as the trees grow, labored it with their hands, and fertilized it with their bones for 1,000 years. This law of unappropriated lands, says William Archer, has covered the country with Naboth's vineyards. I think it would require a biblical prophet to describe the abomination of desolation it has made. It was to become lords of this desolation that the men who play the game landlords, who are at the same time governors and magistrates, enterprising capitalists seeking investments, connived at the iniquities of the Diaz regime. I will go further and say devised them. The Madero family alone owns some 8,000 square miles of territory, more than the entire state of New Jersey. The Terrazas family, in the state of Chihuahua, owns 25,000 square miles, rather more than the entire state of West Virginia, nearly one-half the size of Illinois. What was the plantation owning of our southern states in chattel slavery days, compared with this? And the peon's share for his toil upon these great estates is hardly more than was the chattel slave's wretched housing, wretched food, and wretched clothing. It is to slaves like these that Madero appeals to be frugal. It is of men who have thus been disinherited that our complacent fellow citizens of Anglo-Saxon origin, say, Mexicans. What do you know about Mexicans? Their whole idea of life is to lean up against a fence and smoke cigarettes. And pray, what idea of life should a people have whose means of life in their own way have been taken from them? Should they be so mighty anxious to convert their strength into wealth for some other man to loll in? It reminds me very much of the answer given by a Negro employee on the works at Fortress Monroe to a companion of mine who questioned him good-humoredly on his easy idleness when the foreman's back was turned. Ain't goin' to do no white man's work, F.O. Don get no white man's pay. But for the Yaquis, there was worse than this. Not only were their lands seized, but they were ordered, a few years since, to be deported to Yucatan. Now Sonora, as I said, is a northern state, and Yucatan one of the southernmost. Yucatan hemp is famous, and so is Yucatan fever and Yucatan slavery on the hemp plantations. It was to that fever and that slavery that the Yaquis were deported, in droves of hundreds at a time, men, women, and children, droves like cattle, droves, driven and beaten like cattle. They died there, like flies, as it was meant they should. Sonora was desolated of her rebellious people, and the land became pacific in the hands of the new landowners. Too pacific in spots. They had not left people enough to reap the harvests. Then the government suspended the Deportation Act, but with the provision that for every crime committed by a Yaqui, 500 of his people be deported. This statement is made in Madero's own book. Now, what in all conscience would anyone with decent human feeling expect a Yaqui to do? Fight. As long as there was powder and bullet to be begged, borrowed, or stolen, as long as there is a garden to plunder, or a hole in the hills to hide in. When the revolution burst out, the Yaquis and other Indian peoples said to the revolutionists, "Promise us our lands back, and we will fight with you." And they are keeping their word magnificently. All during the summer they have kept up the warfare. Early in September, the Chihuahua papers reported a band of 1,000 Yaquis in Sonora about to attack El Anil. A week later, 500 Yaquis had seized the former quarters of the federal troops at Pitahaya. This week it is reported that federal troops are dispatched to Penoitlan, a town in Jalisco, to quell the Indians who have risen in revolt again because their delusion that the Maderist government was to restore their land has been dispelled. Like reports from Sinaloa. In the terrible state of Yucatan, the Mayas are in active rebellion. The reports say that the authorities and leading citizens of various towns have been seized by the malcontents and put in prison. What is more interesting is that the peons have seized not only the leading citizens, but still more to the purpose have seized the plantations, parceled them, and are already gathering the crops for themselves. Of course, it is not the pure Indians alone who form the peon class of Mexico. Rather, more than double the number of Indians are mixed breeds. That is, about 8 million, leaving less than 3 million of pure white stock. The mestiza, or mixed breed population, have followed the communistic instincts and customs of their Indian forebears, while from the Latin side of their makeup, they have certain tendencies which work well together with their Indian hatred of authority. The mestiza, as well as the Indians, are mostly ignorant in book knowledge, only about 16% of the whole population of Mexico being able to read and write. It was not within the program of the civilizing regime to spend money in putting the weapon of learning in the people's hands. But to conclude that people are necessarily unintelligent because they are illiterate is in itself a rather unintelligent proceeding. Moreover, a people habituated to the communal customs of an ancient agricultural life do not need books or papers to tell them that the soil is the source of wealth, and they must get back to the land, even if their intelligence is limited. Accordingly, they have got back to the land. In the state of Morelos, which is a small, south-central state, but a very important one being next to the federal district, and by consequence to the city of Mexico, there has been a remarkable land revolution. General Zapata, whose name has figured elusively in newspaper reports now as having made peace with Madero, then as breaking faith, next wounded and killed, and again resurrected and in hiding, then anew on the warpath and proclaimed by the provisional government the arch-rebel who must surrender unconditionally and be tried by court-martial, who has seized the strategic points on both the railroads running through Morelos, and who just a few days ago broke into the federal district, sacked a town, fought successfully at 2 or 3 points with the Federals, blew out 2 railroad bridges, and so frightened the deputies in Mexico City that they are clamoring for all kinds of action. This Zapata, the fires of whose military camps are springing up now in Guerrero, Oaxaca, and Puebla as well, is an Indian with a long score to pay and all an Indian's satisfaction in paying it. He appears to be a fighter of the style of our revolutionary Marion and Sumter. The country in which he is operating is mountainous, and guerrilla bands are exceedingly difficult of capture, even when they are defeated. They have usually succeeded in inflicting more damage than they have received, and they always get away. Zapata has divided up the great estates of Morelos from end to end, telling the peasants to take possession. They have done so. They are in possession and have already harvested their crops. Morelos has a population of some 212,000. In Pueblo, reports in September told us that 80 leading citizens had waited on the governor to protest against the taking possession of the land by the peasantry. The troops were deserting, taking horses and arms with them. It is they, no doubt, who are now fighting with Zapata. In Chihuahua, one of the largest states, prisons have been thrown open and the prisoners recruited as rebels. A great hacienda was attacked and the horses run off, whereupon the peons rose and joined the attacking party. In Sinaloa, a rich northern state famous in the southwestern United States some years ago as the field of a great cooperative experiment in which Mr. C. B. Hoffman, one of the former editors of the Chicago Daily Socialist, was a leading spirit. This week's paper reports that the former revolutionary general, Juan Banderas, is heading an insurrection second in importance only to that led by Zapata. In the southern border state of Chiapas, the taxes in many places could not be collected. Last week news items said that the present government had sent General Paz there, with federal troops, to remedy that state of affairs. In Tabasco, the peons refused to harvest the crops for their masters. Let us hope they have imitated their brothers in Morelos and gathered them for themselves. The Maderists have announced that a stiff repressive campaign will be inaugurated at once. If we are to believe the papers, we are to believe Madero guilty of the imbecility of saying, 5 days after my inauguration the rebellion will be crushed. Just why the crushing has to wait till 5 days after the inauguration does not appear. I conceive there must have been some snickering among the reactionary deputies if such an announcement was really made, and some astonished query among his followers. What are we to conclude from all these reports? That the Mexican people are satisfied? That it's all good and settled? What should we think if we read that the people, not of Lower but of Upper California, had turned out the ranch owners, had started to gather in the field products for themselves, and that the Secretary of War had sent United States troops to attack some thousands of armed men? Zapata has had 3,000 under arms the whole summer, and that force is now greatly increased. Who were defending that expropriation? If we read that in the state of Illinois the farmers had driven off the tax collector, that the coast states were talking of secession and forming an independent combination, that in Pennsylvania a division of the Federal Army was to be dispatched to overpower a rebel force of 1,500 armed men doing guerrilla work from the mountains? That the prison doors of Maryland, within hailing distance of Washington City, were being thrown open by armed revoltees? Should we call it a condition of peace? Regard it a proof that the people were appeased? We would not. We would say that revolution was in full swing. And the reason you have thought it was all over in Mexico, from last May till now, is that the Chicago press, like the Eastern, Northern, and Central press in general, has said nothing about this steady march of revolt. Even the socialist has been silent. Now that the flame has shot up more spectacularly for the moment, they call it a new revolution. That the papers pursue this course is partly due to the generally acting causes that produce our northern indifference, which I shall presently try to explain, and partly to the settled policy of capitalized interest in controlling its mouthpieces in such a manner as to give their present henchmen, the Maderists, a chance to pull their chestnuts out of the fire. They invested some $10 million in this bunch, in the hope that they may be able to accomplish the double feat of keeping capitalist possessions intact and at the same time pacifying the people with specious promises. They want to lend them all the countenance they can, till the experiment is well tried, so they deliberately suppress revolutionary news. Among the later items of interest reported by the _Los Angeles Times_ are those which announce an influx of ex-officials and many-millioned landlords of Mexico, who are hereafter to be residents of Los Angeles. What is the meaning of it? Simply that life in Mexico is not such a safe and comfortable proposition as it was, and that for the present they prefer to get such income as their agents can collect without themselves running the risk of actual residence. Of course, it is understood that some of this notable efflux, the supporters of Reyes, for example, who have their own little rebellions in Tabasco and San Luis Potosí this week, are political reactionists, scheming to get back the political loaves and fishes into their own hands. But most are simply those who know that their property right is safe enough to be respected by the Maderist government, but that the said government is not strong enough to put down the innumerable manifestations of popular hatred which are likely to terminate fatally to themselves if they remain there. Nor is all of this fighting revolutionary, not by any means. Some is reactionary, some probably the satisfaction of personal grudge, much, no doubt, the expression of general turbulency of a very unconscious nature. But granting all that may be thrown in the balance, the main thing, the mighty thing, the regenerative revolution is the reappropriation of the land by the peasants, thousands upon thousands of them are doing it. Ignorant peasants, peasants who know nothing about the jargon of land reformers or of socialists. Yes, that's just the glory of it. Just the fact that it is done by ignorant people, that is, people ignorant of book theories, but not ignorant, not so ignorant by half, of life on the land, as the theory spinners of the cities. Their minds are simple and direct, they act accordingly. For them, there is one way to get back to the land, to ignore the machinery of paper landholding. In many instances they have burned the records of the title deeds, and proceed to plow the ground, to sow and plant and gather, and keep the product themselves. Economists, of course, will say that these ignorant people, with their primitive institutions and methods, will not develop the agricultural resources of Mexico, and that they must give way before those who will so develop its resources. That such is the law of human development. In the first place, the abominable political combination, which gave away, as recklessly as a handful of soap bubbles, the agricultural resources of Mexico, gave them away to the millionaire speculators who were to develop the country were the educated men of Mexico. And this is what they saw fit to do with their higher intelligence and education. So the ignorant may well distrust the good intentions of educated men who talk about improvements in land development. In the second place, capitalistic land ownership, so far from developing the land in such a manner as to support a denser population, has depopulated whole districts, immense districts. In the third place, what the economists do not say is that the only justification for intense cultivation of the land is that the product of such cultivation may build up the bodies of men, by consequence their souls, to richer and fuller manhood. It is not merely to pile up figures of so many million bushels of wheat and corn produced in a season, but that this wheat and corn shall first go into the stomachs of those who planted it and in abundance, to build up the brawn and sinew of the arms that work the ground, not meanly maintaining them in a half-starved condition. And, second, to build up the strength of the rest of the nation who are willing to give needed labor in exchange, but never to increase the fortunes of idlers who dissipate it. This is the purpose, and the only purpose, of tilling soil, and the working of it for any other purpose is waste both of land and of men. In the fourth place, no change ever was, or ever can be, worked out in any society, except by the mass of the people. Theories may be propounded by educated people, and set down in books, and discussed in libraries, sitting rooms, and lecture halls, but they will remain barren, unless the people in mass work them out. If the change proposed is such that it is not adaptable to the minds of the people for whose ills it is supposed to be a remedy, then it will remain what it was, a barren theory. Now the conditions in Mexico have been and are so desperate that some change is imperative. The action of the peasants proves it. Even if a strong military dictator shall arise, he will have to allow some provision going towards peasant proprietorship. These unlettered, but determined, people must be dealt with now. There is no such thing as waiting till they are educated up to it. Therefore the wisdom of the economists is wisdom out of place rather, relative unwisdom. The people never can be educated, if their conditions are to remain what they were under the Diaz regime. Bodies and minds are both too impoverished to be able to profit by a spread of theoretical education, even if it did not require unavailable money and indefinite time to prepare such a spread. Whatever economic change is wrought, then, must be such as the people in their present state of comprehension can understand and make use of. And we see by the reports what they understand. They understand they have a right upon the soil, a right to use it for themselves, a right to drive off the invader who has robbed them, to destroy landmarks and title deeds, to ignore the tax-gatherer and his demands. And however primitive their agricultural methods may be, one thing is sure, that they are more economical than any system which heaps up fortunes by destroying men. Moreover, who is to say how they may develop their methods once they have a free opportunity to do so? It is a common belief of the Anglo-Saxon that the Indian is essentially lazy. The reasons for his thinking so are two: under the various tyrannies and robberies which white men in general, and Anglo-Saxons in particular, they have even gone beyond the Spaniard, have inflicted upon Indians. There is no possible reason why an Indian should want to work, save the idiotic one that work in itself is a virtuous and exalted thing, even if by it the worker increases the power of his tyrant. As William Archer says, if there are men, and this is not denied, who work for no wage and with no prospect or hope of any reward, it would be curious to know by what motive other than the lash or the fear of the lash, they are induced to go forth to their labor in the morning. The second reason is that an Indian really has a different idea of what he is alive for than an Anglo-Saxon has. And so have the Latin peoples. This different idea is what I meant when I said that the mestiza have certain tendencies inherited from the Latin side of their makeup which work well together with their Indian hatred of authority. The Indian likes to live, to be his own master, to work when he pleases and stop when he pleases. He does not crave many things, but he craves the enjoyment of the things that he has. He feels himself more a part of nature than a white man does. All his legends are of wanderings with nature, of forests, fields, streams, plants, animals. He wants to live with the same liberty as the other children of earth. His philosophy of work is, work so as to live carefree. This is not laziness. This is sense to the person who has that sort of makeup. Your Latin, on the other hand, also wants to live, and having artistic impulses in him, his idea of living is very much in gratifying them. He likes music and song and dance, picture-making, carving, and decorating. He doesn't like to be forced to create his fancies in a hurry, He likes to fashion them and admire them and improve and refashion them and admire again, and all for the fun of it. If he is ordered to create a certain design or a number of objects at a fixed price in a given time, he loses his inspiration. The play becomes work and hateful work. So he, too, does not want to work, except what is requisite to maintain himself in a position to do those things that he likes better. Your Anglo-Saxon's idea of life, however, is to create the useful and the profitable whether he has any use or profit out of it or not, and to keep busy, to bestir himself like the devil in a holy water font. Like all other people, he makes a special virtue of his own natural tendencies and wants all the world to get busy. It doesn't so much matter to what end this business is to be conducted, provided the individual _scrabbles _. Whenever a true Anglo-Saxon seeks to enjoy himself, he makes work out of that too, after the manner of a certain venerable English shopkeeper who in company with his son visited the Louvre. Being tired out with walking from room to room, consulting his catalogue and reading artists' names, he dropped down to rest, but after a few moments rose resolutely and faced the next room, saying, "Well, Alfred, we'd better be getting through our work." There is much question as to the origin of the various instincts. Most people have the impression that the chief source of variation lies in the difference in the amount of sunlight received in the native countries inhabited of the various races. Whatever the origin is, these are the broadly marked tendencies of the people. And business seems bent not only upon fulfilling its own foreordained destiny, but upon making all the others fulfill it too, which is both unjust and stupid. There is room enough in the world for the races to try out their several tendencies and make their independent contributions to the achievements of humanity without imposing them on those who revolt at them. Granting that the population of Mexico, if freed from this foreign busy idea which the government imported from the north and imposed on them with such severity in the last 40 years, would not immediately adopt improved methods of cultivation, even when they should have free opportunity to do so, still we have no reason to conclude that they would not adopt so much of it as would fit their idea of what a man is alive for, and if that actually proved good, it would introduce still further development, so that there would be a natural, and therefore solid, economic growth which would stick, while a forced development of it through the devastation of the people is no true growth. The only way to make it go is to kill out the Indians altogether and transport the busy crowd there, and then keep on transporting for several generations to fill up the ravages the climate will make on such an imported population. The Indian population of our states was in fact dealt with in this murderous manner. I do not know how grateful the reflection may be to those who materially profited by its extermination, but no one who looks forward to the final unification and liberation of man, to the incorporation of the several goodnesses of the various races in the one universal race, can ever read those pages of our history without burning shame and fathomless regret. I have spoken of the meaning of revolution in general, of the meaning of the Mexican Revolution chiefly an agrarian one, of its present condition. I think it should be apparent to you that in spite of the electoral victory of the now ruling power, it has not put an end even to the armed rebellion, and cannot, until it proposes some plan of land restoration, and that it not only has no inward disposition to do, but probably would not dare to do, in view of the fact that immense capital financed it into power. As to what amount of popular sentiment was actually voiced in the election, it is impossible to say. The dailies informed us that in the federal district where there are 1 million voters, the actual vote was less than 450,000. They offered no explanation. It is impossible to explain it on the ground that we explain a light vote in our own communities, that the people are indifferent to public questions, for the people of Mexico are not now indifferent whatever else they may be. Two explanations are possible. The first, and most probable, that of governmental intimidation. The second, that the people are convinced of the uselessness of voting as a means of settling their troubles. In the less thickly populated agricultural states, this is very largely the case. They are relying upon direct revolutionary action. But although there was guerrilla warfare in the federal district, Even before the election, I find it unlikely that more than half the voting population there abstained from voting out of conviction, though I should be glad to be able to believe they did. However, Madero and his aides are in, as was expected. The question is, how will they stay in? As Diaz did, and in no other way if they succeed in developing Diaz's sometime ability, which so far they are wide from having done, though they are resorting to the most vindictive and spiteful tactics in their persecution of the genuine revolutionists, wherever such come near their clutch. To this whole turbulent situation, 3 outcomes are possible. 1. A military dictator must arise, with sense enough to make some substantial concessions and ability enough to pursue the crushing policy ably. Or 2. The United States must intervene in the interests of American capitalists and landholders, in case the peasant revolt is not put down by the Maderist power. And that will be the worst thing that can possibly happen, and against which every worker in the United States should protest with all his might. Or 3. The Mexican peasantry will be successful, and freedom in land become an actual fact. And that means the death knell of great landholding in this country also, for what people is going to see its neighbor enjoy so great a triumph, and sit on tamely itself under landlordism? Whatever the outcome be, one thing is certain, it is a _great movement, which all the people of the world should be eagerly watching. Yet as I said at the beginning, the majority of our population know no more about it than of a revolt on the planet Jupiter. First, because they are so busy they scarcely have time to look over the baseball score and the wrestling match. How could they read up on a revolution? Second, they are supremely egotistic and concerned in their own big country, with its big deeds such as divorce scandals, vice grafting, and auto races. Third, they do not read Spanish, and they have an ancient hostility to all that smells Spanish. Fourth, from our cradles we were told that whatever happened in Mexico was a joke. Revolutions, or rather rebellions, came and went, about like April showers, and they never meant anything serious. And in this indeed there was only too much truth. It was usually an excuse for one place hunter to get another one's scalp. And lastly, as I have said, the majority of our people do not know that a revolution means a fundamental change in social life, and not a spectacular display of armies. It is not much a few can do to remove this mountain of indifference, but to me it seems that every reformer of whatever school should wish to watch this movement with the most intense interest, as a practical manifestation of awakening of the land workers themselves to the recognition of what all schools of revolutionary economics admit to be the primal necessity, the social repossession of the land. And whether they be victorious or defeated, I, for one, bow my head to those heroic strugglers, no matter how ignorant they are, who have raised the cry land and liberty, and planted the blood-red banner on the burning soil of Mexico. Thomas Paine. To speak of Thomas Paine is to mention in one breath daring tempered by judgment, courage both mental and physical, foresight and prudence coupled with unstinted generosity, patience and endurance for the long race, constancy to the unwon ideal. That superior power over men, conferred by no extrinsic dictum, typified best perhaps by the lodestone, which always bursts forth in times of revolution from the unexpected place, the unbought and the unsought glory of the man who is a hero because a hero is required and does not measure his services nor reckon on their reward. Not that he underrates himself. It is as impossible as it is undesirable that a powerful personality should not know itself as such, but simply that in the moment of decisions the value of self is abandoned. So far as any or all of these qualities are concerned, Thomas Paine is a name for them all, in their highest expression. And one feels in approaching him that there is something like treason in paying him any but a perfect tribute. Yet, such is the position into which I am forced, to say less than I should, less than I would had not words, and the art of using them almost failed me. I do not like lecturers who come before the public with apologies, nor do I propose to make any. I simply say this to let you know that I shall feel, perhaps more keenly than any of you, my failure to do Paine justice. For the half-century that his history has been being unmined from the cellar of calumny and filth that the orthodox had cast upon it, unmined chiefly by small groups of free thinkers scattered here and there, and spreading his words among men. Like the little foxes with the firebrands going in among the corn, the principal endeavor has been to establish Paine's reputation as a great reformer in religion. And such he undoubtedly was. Whoever reads his Age of Reason in anything but a spirit of predisposition against it must feel this, however much he may disagree with Paine's criticism, or consider that he has come short in his constructive philosophy. And it is meet, too, that the book that cost him most, both before and after death, should be the one selected for defense. Nevertheless, the effect has been rather to lose sight of what appear to me greater thoughts and acts. For just as the orthodox have forgotten, so have many freethinkers forgotten, his immense labors in the field of active struggle against the domination of man by man. It is true that his mind did not transcend the mental vesture of the time, and it was all the better in one of his marvelous capacities for swinging masses of men that it did not. The lonely heralds of the opening dawn go upon their paths solitary. No matter how much they desire to draw others with them, they cannot. And had Paine been one of these that break through the forms of thought such as was Copernicus, or Kant, or Darwin, he would have been at constant war with himself. Half his nature would have chosen the lonely path, the other half, the zealot, the propagandist, would have cried out, they must go with me. I must do something to make them go with me. Now the secret of Paine's success was that he was so thoroughly at one with himself, he believed so utterly what he preached, he had faith, he hoped, and so strongly that others were drawn to believe and to hope. For spite of all intellectual pride, this is the man whom we love and admire. This is the man who overcomes us, who gets his way, this man consistent in himself, who has a remedy for the world's wrongs and hopes everything from it. From the point of vantage of 100 years' experience, it is seen that Paine's political creed, like his religious one, will no longer fit. But that does not matter. Neither will ours fit in 100 years, and none of us, no, not one, is great enough to foresee where the misfit will arise. It is not our business to bear the evils of the thrice unborn upon our necks, nor was it Paine's to bear ours. Yet while not claiming for him the prophetic gift, it is still true that he did see the moral patchwork in our Constitution, the trouble of 1812. Brewing and the greater trouble of 61 to 65. When he first came to this country, he wrote a number of contributions to the Pennsylvania magazine in one of which he pleaded justice for the Negro, basing his plea then as always upon the natural equality of man irrespective of color. Afterwards, when the Constitution was framed, he objected that nothing had been done for the Negro, and in his letters to the American people, written after his imprisonment in France, in which the Constitution was caustically reviewed, he cries out again for this yoked man, not yet to be freed for more than 100 years, foreseeing that nothing good can in the end come from slavery, that every evil must bring a compensating evil. The soldiers' graves in the national cemeteries, the thousands of limping, haggard tatters and rags of white men attest how well Paine foresaw time's revenges. In the letter to Washington, partially unjust as it is in view of the fact that Gouverneur Morris and not Washington was responsible for the failure to save Paine from prison in France, as we now know, thanks to Montgomery Conway. But which Paine did no. In this letter, I say, will be found the most terrible arraignment of the Constitution ever penned. We who are anarchists are called traitors for much calmer talk. Yet here was the man whose pen had done more for the Revolution than Washington's sword, as his bitterest enemy declared, who believed heart and soul in the Republic, who had given his money and his substance and taken the chances of his life in battle for it, the man whose devotion to America could not be gainsaid. This man declared that the American Constitution was the mirror of the most vicious features of the British Constitution, a fecund soil for monopolies with all their ills. It is we who experience those ills, we who know what a gigantic tool of oppression the Constitution and the cumbersome machinery of the lawmaking power have become. Yet probably even we do not feel so keenly as he the fatal blunder, for while we know how it grinds us in our flesh and souls, rears its prisons and scaffolds for us, We have had the yoke about our necks always, while he underscore had once seen underscore the country free. He had been through all the battle, had fought his fight and won his victory, only to see it lost through cowardice of thought. That was indeed bitter, and it is that bitter outcry against this sacrifice which marks Paine out among most of his time for influence on future history. The fact that he was the initiator of the direct movement for political independence in America, in the famous meeting where Adams, Franklin, and Washington all shrank from uttering the thought heavy upon their souls, is a matter of past history. The fact that he was the one man in America to write the right thing at the right time, his voice the wind to sweep the scattering flames of insubordination and revolt into the conflagration of revolution. The fact that he proposed and headed with the whole contents of his purse the subscription to save the army when even Washington was in despair at the prospect of mutiny and desertion among the soldiers. The fact that he raised all the feeling possible against the fiction of divine rights and so got himself hunted out of England. The fact that he took the most active part possible in aiding the work of the French revolutionists, which he believed would be the beginning of the breakdown of monarchy throughout Europe and the building up either of one universal continental republic or a confederation of sister republics. The fact that he was the one man in the convention who dared to stand for the life of Louis XVI, and thereby got himself suspected, thrown into prison, and condemned to death. All these facts are of import in reading the character of the man, and in comprehending the record of those days when they were making history fast. Yet none of these has so much influence upon the demands of today as the voice of discontent crying for eternal vigilance, which sounds through these almost unknown letters. These are the things which it will pay to reprint in the day when American liberty feels in its tomb the first stirrings of the resurrection. Did we like Paine believe in God, we might say, pray God it may not be far away. Such are the characters whose historic influence is greatest, they who hew and hew hard to the line laid down for them by the events of their time, yet are not blinded by the stir and roll of things, who see clearly where the deflection from the line is likely to occur and where it will lead, who raise the warning treble that goes shrilling to the future, startling, waking with its eerie cry custom-dulled ears and sodden souls, who start to ask, was it not a ghost of the Revolution? In that day which may not be so distant as we fear, Paine will be more alive than ever. He will be watching at a million firesides with the old keen, strong eyes. While I have deprecated the fact that the religious reformer has been exalted to the neglect of the political one, I cannot omit that part of his life work so well known to all, yet never old. The Age of Reason has long been both exaggerated and despised as an iconoclastic work. But we are indebted to Conway, the greatest of Paine's students, who out of the many biographies he has written has chosen that of Paine to be the masterpiece of his life, and it is a work which any author might be proud to regard as masterpiece. To him I say we are indebted for a different view of the Age of Reason. I know not whether Mr. Conway's own Unitarian bias may not have influenced him. It is possible. It is possible that his eager search for positivism may have unconsciously determined his attitude towards the great hero and modified his interpretation of Paine's words. I believe it has, because I believe that is inevitable. I believe we read our own ideals into other people, and must do so if we think at all. But making all allowance for the biographer's prejudgment, Conway has still a magnificent argument for putting Paine in the defendant's position. We are no longer to view the book as an attack upon religion, but as its defense, the defense of what is beneficial, permanent, necessary. In the religious element of human nature against the scribes and Pharisees on the one hand, and the Philistines on the other. It was the plea for the redemption of the edifice from the dirt and cobwebs, the protest against smashing the stones to kill the spiders. The great prerequisite to the understanding of the Age of Reason is an acquaintance with the literature of that time, especially French literature. The pamphlets, periodicals, and books are the crystals wherein the zeitgeist of the 18th century is preserved. Without this acquaintance, we cannot realize how the people continually thought, and what was new and what was old, what was acceptable and what unacceptable to them. And we shall find by it that the fashion of sneering popularized by Voltaire and so admirably embodied by the _finesse_ of the French language, always a language of double meanings and hemi-demi-semi-shaded insinuations. The still more reprehensible habit of deducing immense generals from very scanty particulars, or, in fact, contriving the generals first and then fitting in or suavely waiving the particulars altogether, had so permeated not only French philosophy, but the heads of the common people as well, that religion had become almost a byword, a baseless superstition unaccounted for by, and unnecessary according to, the all-accepted theory of natural law. To defend it, to maintain that there was something else in it, was equivalent to pleading for the life of the king before the convention. That was to maintain that there were claims of the human after the king had been stripped. This was to say that underneath the gewgaws and tinsel of religions the undying heart of man, the man of all the past, had been expressing its noblest aspirations. And Paine stripped off the tinsel and said, "Put your hand here, it beats," and, because he tore the tinsel, the orthodox would have stoned him, and, because he said it beats, the philosophers would have whetted the knife. And between the two he stood firm, proclaiming what he believed, not counting the cost. We may not believe as he, most of us do not. But that is the man we love, who has something in him superior to the judgments of men, who holds steadfast even in persecution, even to death. Perhaps there is no more pathetic thing than the last years, the death and the burial of Paine. The world would have been poorer had he died sooner, but to him, to the man, the gunshot or the guillotine had been kinder than the unhappy life rejected by the nation he had given all to. Free, shunned by political cowards and persecuted by religious bigots, even on his deathbed. But though so lonely, so pathetically lonely, there is something that sends a fine, cold thrill along the nerves in that strange procession and burial, that poor procession, that procession of the Hicksite Quaker, the two Negroes, the widowed Frenchwoman and her son. I wonder what sort of day it was, whether the sun shone or the clouds lowered over the solitary grave on the little farm, when Margaret Bonneville said to her child, "Stand you there at his feet, for France, and I will here, for America." I do not know where the Negroes and the Hicksites stood when that august corpse was lowered to the depths, but there, close, somewhere, stood the unfreed race, for whom he had vainly pleaded, and there, close, somewhere, the soul's revolt at spiritual masters. And from that tomb there went away the scattering fires of the risen ghost, the 61 living Paine, the grand reality. Dyer D. Lum, February 15th, 1839 to April 6, 1893, one of the silent martyrs whose graves are trodden to the level by their fellows' feet, almost before it is seen that they have fallen, completed his martyrdom 1 year ago tonight. There are thousands of such, why then commemorate this one? Let our answer be that in this one we commemorate all the others, and if we have chosen his day and name, it is because his genius, his work, his character was one of those rare gems produced in the great mine of suffering and flashing backward with all its changing lights, the hopes, the fears, the gaieties, the griefs, the dreams, the doubts, the loves, the hates, the sum of that which is buried, low down there, in the human mind. No more modest a man than Dyer D. Lum ever lived, partly, nay mostly, indeed, it was inborn, instinctive, but it was also fostered by his conception of life, which led him to consider self as the veriest of soap bubbles, a thing to be dispelled by the merest whiff of wind, so to speak, and therefore personal recognition or personal gain as the most silly, as well as unworthy of motives. For this reason his works have often gone where his name did not, and thousands of persons have been influenced by his logic and his sentiments who never heard of his personality. Indeed, there were some of us who wondered when he died what certain labor leaders would henceforth do for a cheap scribe to furnish them brains. I have often heard him quote as his motto, both for organization and for literary effort, the expressive sentence, "Get in your work, let fools take the credit if they want it," was the implication of his tone. And I shall never forget the delightful smile with which he repeated Charles Mackay's lines, most singularly transposing the author's meaning. grub little moles. He took an especial pleasure in grubbing and smiling when a streak of sunlight fell on someone else. I have said that this distinguishing characteristic, so fruitful in results in his later life, was partly instinctive and partly of philosophic conviction. The instinctive side may be best understood by a brief sketch of his ancestry. It is generally complained that the troublesome people who are never satisfied to let society alone must necessarily be foreigners. At least they can never belong to the same nation as we, the good, the respectable. The easy method of laying everything pestilent to the charge of the foreigner will not serve a conservative American against dire D. Lum. The first of the Lums to set foot in this country was Samuel L., a Scotchman, in the year 1732. They rooted in New England soil, and at the time of the Revolution, Dyer's great-grandfather was a Minuteman in the very town, Northampton, where his own corpse was laid a year ago. On the maternal side, the Tappan family were also revolutionists, and back of revolutionists, Reformationists in the days of Queen Elizabeth, and still back of that, Crusaders. All this would be important enough and indeed even distinguishing, were I relating it by way of gilding refined gold, but they acquire meaning the moment we regard them as data for a character. They are fraught with mysterious symbolism, and he himself becomes a symbol of the deep-rooted faith of humanity, when we see that subterranean stream of blood running from Jerusalem through Europe and across the sea to America. It shows how profound is the wellspring of devotion to cause in the human heart, through how many centuries the spirit of rebellion lives. But what, say you, had it to do with his instinctive modesty? This, underscore the devotee of a cause is never the devotee of self underscore. Now as to his philosophic convictions, it would be easy to deliver a whole lecture upon them, and unfortunately his profoundest work on that subject has not yet been printed. Of course, I can present them but briefly. I must preface that, as you will no doubt observe later on, his beliefs were in his own case a plain testimony to their own correctness. It sounds ridiculous to say that a thing can prove itself, but you will understand me when I explain that he regarded the conscious life of man, which includes, of course, his processes of reasoning and therefore his philosophy, as the merest fragment of him, that this process itself, which we are wont so fondly to consider as setting us higher than the brute, is but an upgrowth of our instincts. Man, the race man, psychologically as well as bodily, might be likened to a tree, which every year adds small new growths whose bright green verdure opens to the sunlight, while below and supporting them quivers the great dark green mass of the tree, which year after year repeats itself, whispering in its shadows the old whispers of the centuries. The new verdure would represent the conscious life and growth of individuals, budding upward in response to the conditions surrounding them and adding what tiny might they may to the experience of the race, but beneath and through. And all about them rustle the traditions of the dead as individuals, but living, more potently living than ever, in the great trunk and branches of unconscious, or instinctive life. And as the shape of the newly budding leaf, the shade of its green, the length of its stem, its size, are determined more by the nature of the tree than by surrounding circumstances. So the philosophy of the individual is determined by the instinctive life of the race. The winter of death comes, the individual withers like the leaf, but the small item of growth that he has added is there, brown and barren though the twig appear. From him new buds will shoot, though its own leaves hereafter rustle in the deep green shadows of unconsciousness. As time passes away, useless boughs wither and die, and are stricken utterly from the life of the race. Such are the worthless lives, the abnormal growths, which no longer add anything either to the beauty or the service of the whole. Or, to adopt one of Comrade Lum's own figures, the useless or brutish elements in man slowly sink down like sediment deposited by the moving current. Now, in a case where we are able to trace a strain of blood as far back as this of his, and further are able to look at the conscious work of the man, and see that the one was the offspring of the other, modified of course by circumstances, we are able to make the seemingly absurd statement that the belief proves its own correctness. Let me particularize concerning this belief. First, he was in all his writings the advocate of resistance, the champion of rebellion. But long before he had reduced the matter to a syllogism, he was a resistant in fact. What else could you expect from the crusader, the reformationist, the revolutionist? It might be said by the people who believe in the supreme influence of circumstances that it was his social environment which made him such that given the ideal social order, and he would have been as mild a pacificator as Jesus, which is equivalent to saying that given the outward circumstances and an ear of wheat will grow from a seed corn. Lum was the resistant, the man of action, the man who, while scarcely more than a boy, enlisted as a volunteer in the 125th New York Infantry to fight a cause he then deemed just, who, being taken prisoner, twice effected his escape, who, sick of the inaction of superiors, while a third time prisoner waiting to be exchanged, took his exchange in his own hands, at the risk of death for desertion, and within a month re-enlisted in the cavalry, where by sheer force of daring he rose from private to captain, the man who smashed the idol of the greenback movement, sooner than let him betray its voters, reckless himself of the rebound of hate from the politicians, the man who cast all business prospects and journalistic hopes aside as so much chaff, when he picked up the fallen banner of the fight in Chicago, by editing the paper of Albert Parsons, then in prison and doomed to die, the man who could say to his well-beloved friend, when that friend asked him whether he should petition Governor Oglesby for his life, knowing that that petition would be granted, the man who, under these circumstances, could say, "Die, Parsons," the man who, poor, defeated, dirty, ragged, hungry, could proudly refuse the proffered hand of the then king of the labor movement, that king who had kept his kingdom by repudiating the martyrs of Chicago from the limitless height of one soul over another, answer, "There's blood on it," Powderly, the man who faced a public audience to defend the shooting of Frick by Alexander Berkman, a few days after the occurrence, because he felt that when another has done a thing which you approve as leading in the direction of your own aspirations, it is your duty to share the effects of the counterblast his action may have provoked. The man who seized the unknown monster, death, with a smile on his lips. All of this man was germinating in the child of the pious home who, even when a mere boy, had dared Jehovah. Having weighed him, tried him, found him not, he threw the Jewish God and cosmogony overboard with as much equanimity as he would have eaten his dinner, and set about finding a more reasonable explanation of phenomena. In this, as in all other matters, the man of action has a certain advantage over a pure theorist, which is this: he plunges immediately into the conflict. He throws the gauntlet, rashly sometimes, but boldly. He settles the question at once. If there is any suffering attached to the attempt, he suffers once and has done with it, while the theorist, the fellow who walks tiptoe round the edge of the battlefield, dies 100 times and still suffers on. My own conversion from orthodoxy to free thought was of this latter sort. I never dared God. I always tried to propitiate him with prayers and tears even while I was doubting his existence. I suffered hell 1,000 times while I was wondering where it was located. But my teacher winked at the heavens, braved hell, and then tossed the whole affair aside with a joke. Nevertheless, he did not, as nearly all of our modern image breakers have done, deny all religions in their entirety, because he had run a lance through a stuffed mumbo-jumbo. Indeed, the spirit of devotion to something greater than self, which will be found as the kernel of every religion, was so thoroughly in him, or indeed was he himself, that whether he fancied himself willing it or not, his inclinations directed all his conscious efforts to read the riddle of life into the channel of Buddhism. I do not know whether he ever accepted its peculiarly fanciful side or not, but if he did, it was early corrected by a no less characteristic trait, also an inheritance of the Tappan family, that of critical analysis. An omnivorous reader, he was always abreast of the times in matters of scientific discovery, and his inexorable logic would never have permitted him to retain a creed which necessitated any doctoring of facts. He rather doctored the creed to fit the facts, and thus evolved a species of modern Buddhism, which he called evolutional ethics, whose principles may be briefly stated as follows. Man is the continuation of the process of evolution up to date. He is thus united to all other products of evolution and is governed by the same laws. The two factors which determine form in the organic world are _adaptation_ and _inheritance_, and since evolution is no less a matter of psychology than physiology, the soul of man as well as the soul of animals and plants must be molded by these factors. That inheritance tends to crystallize existing forms, while _adaptation_ or the influence of environment ever tends to modification of forms, whether physical or intellectual. That mind as much as body is unconscious, so far as there is perfect adaptation to surroundings, and that only when inharmony of the organism with the environment as the result of change in the latter arises, can there be _consciousness_. That this consciousness is a state of pain, more or less sharply defined, and will continue to increase in intensity until the necessary adaptation is accomplished, when as a result a feeling of satisfaction or pleasure will ensue, gradually sinking into the blissful unconsciousness of perfect harmony. That progress thus demands this stepping constantly up the rough stairway of pain, and that not even one step is passed until moistened by the blood of many generations. That the path up the mountainside is not laid out by us, but for us, and that we must travel there whether it pleases us or not. That the chances are it will not please us, that our whole lives, in so far as they are conscious, will probably be one record of never achieved struggle, and that rest will come only when we descend to the unconsciousness of death. Thus he was a pessimist of the darkest hue, and yet he never wasted a moment's regret on the facts. He watched this passing spectre man, gliding among the whirling dance of atoms, contemplated his final extinction with composure, sneered at metaphysicians while he himself was buried in metaphysics, and cracked jokes either at his own expense or somebody else's. The result of all this speculation was the conclusion that man, being a social animal, must adapt himself to social ends, not determined by him but for him unconsciously. That therefore the one who sets himself and his egotistic desires against the social ideal is the supreme traitor. He had a peculiar power of expressing volumes in an epithet, and the epithet he gave to the egoist was dung beetle. For the sake of those who may not be familiar with the insect referred to, I may explain that a dung beetle is a sort of bug that exhibits its instincts by rolling a ball of dung, and who sometimes appears to meditate when he rolls over the ball that the universe has turned bottom up because he has. Now, it is well known that the greater part of the reform camp, particularly the anarchistic camp, is made up of dung beetles, I mean of egoists, people who declare that the desire for pleasure is the motive of action, who think a great deal of their egos and don't care a rap for society. The result was they sharpened their pencils and wrote scathing editorials denouncing him, to which he answered never a word. First, because he didn't consider himself worth fighting about, and second, if he had, he was altogether too good a general to do it. His opponents were a disputatious sort, who liked nothing better than argument. He knew what his enemy wanted and didn't do it. But when a question worth discussing arose, then woe to those who had courted the rapier of his wit, or challenged to duel with the diamond-tipped dagger of his sarcasm. He could answer columns with a paragraph. I do not know whether this philosophy of his had crystallized in his own mind before he became an anarchist or not. I believe, however, it had not. I think it grew along with his other conceptions, being broadened and corrected, and in turn broadening and correcting his thought in other channels. But at any rate, fully developed or not, it certainly influenced his conclusions on economic subjects greatly. True to his instincts, he was always at the front of battle, and when the war closed his first move was to attach himself to the Greenback Party, the first widespread expression of organized protest against monopoly of the means of production in America. He still had faith in the saving grace of politics, and was active enough in the agitation to be nominated for lieutenant governor of Massachusetts, with Wendell Phillips for governor. The fight, which besides being a demand for fiat money, embodied a short-hour movement, took on a national character, and Dyer D. Lum with 5 others, including Albert R. Parsons, was appointed on a committee to push the matter before Congress. This was in 1880. 6 years later, time and the tide had driven both of them into the great current of socialism and final repudiation of politics as a means of attaining socialistic ideals. And here came in the philosophy of the unconscious. The socialization of industry was the next step up the mountainside, not because men wished or planned it, but the pressure of surroundings made it the only possible move, but on the other hand the reactionary. System-building socialism advocated by the great master Marx and all his train of little repeaters was seen to be at variance with a no less marked feature of the evolving social ideal, viz., elasticity, mobility, constantly increasing differentiation, which is only possible when units of society are left free to adapt themselves to the slightest changes, unforced by the opinions of other people who know nothing of the matters in question, but who, being in the majority, for where is ignorance not in the majority, could suppress the free movements of the minority by enacting their ignorance into laws. Thus it will be seen that he looked forward to free socialism as the industrial ideal. The requirements of that ideal are laid down in his Economics of Anarchy. A few of his caustic sentences may here be quoted. The statist assumes that rights increase in some metaphysical manner and become incarnate in half the whole plus one. Politics discovers wisdom by taking a general poll of ignorance. Every appeal to legislation to do aught but undo is as futile as sending a flag of truce to the enemy for munitions of war. When Caesar conquered Greece, he subjugated Olympus, and the gods now measure tape behind counters with Christian decorum. Lum had faith in humankind. He always trusted the people that maligned him, the people that injured him, the people that killed him. When I asked him once why he did not get angry at an individual who industriously circulated lies about him, he answered with a twinkling laugh, for the same reason that I don't kick the house cat. And yet he had an abiding faith in that man, and other similar men, to work out the judgments of the human race, undisturbed by the fact that they let their only honest leaders die in garrets. And underneath the speculative philosopher who confused you with long words, underneath the cold logician who mercilessly scouted at sentiment, underneath the pessimistic poet that sent the mournful cry of the whippoorwill echoing through the widowed chambers of the heart, that hung and sung over the festival walls of life the wreaths and dirges of death, underneath the gay joker who delighted to play tricks on politicians, police, and detectives, was the man who took the children on his knees and told them stories while the night was falling, the man who gave up a share of his own meager meals to save 5 blind kittens from drowning, the man who lent his arm to a drunken washerwoman whom he did not know and carried her basket for her, that she might not be arrested and locked up, the man who gathered 4-leafed clovers and sent them to his friends, wishing them all the luck which superstition attached to them, the man whose heart was beating with the great common heart, who was one with the simplest and the poorest. Lum held that evolutional ethics or anarchist ethics, in fact, must take account of both the altruistic and egoistic impulses, that while determining causes will ever lie in the mysterious realm of the unconscious life, consciousness may discern the trend of development and throw in its quota of influence for or against. That in its endeavor to comprehend the trend of development, it should take fair account of ancient truths, however enveloped in superstitious husks, should aim to extract the virtue even in the much mistaken altruistic doctrines of vicarious atonement and personal abasement, and while emphasizing the negation of human rulership as destructive of the possibilities of true growth, at the same time to acknowledge the vain conceit of self as anything more than a temporary grouping of instinct, developed in beast, in plant, in man, to acknowledge the individual creature as a sort of mirrored reflection of the cosmos, constantly shifting, now scintillant, now vague and evanescent, now gone forever as death breaks the mirror. The notion of immortality which grows from such a conception of self is purged of the old vain conceit. It has been most beautifully voiced in George Eliot's Choir Invisible, Mr. Lum's favorite poem, and in the lines is expressed the last great limitless shadow which engulfs even this immortality, the blind, tremendous darkness which lies at the end of all. The sense of the invincibility of which must have lain upon our teacher's soul when after the last searching, inexplicable, farewell look into a friend's eyes, he went out into the April night and took his last walk in the roar of the great city, he who should soon be so silent. Most of his comrades were surprised. They said, "I never thought Dr. D. Lum would go alone." But I, who know how often and how wearily he said, "What's the use?" am sure that that mocking question lay at his heart, and paralyzed the underscore will underscore to do. Like Olive Schreiner's stars in the African farm, the soul about to depart sees the earth so coldly all the ages are as one night, and like them he watches little helpless creatures of the earth come out and crawl a while upon its skin, then go back beneath it. And it does not matter, nothing matters. Francisco Ferrer, in all unsuccessful social upheavals there are two terrors. The red, that is, the people, the mob. The white, that is, the reprisal. When a year ago today the lightning of the white terror shot out of that netherous blackness of social depth, the Spanish torture house, and laid in the ditch of Montjuich a human being who but a moment before had been the personification of manhood. In the flower of life, in the strength and pride of a balanced intellect, full of the purpose of a great and growing undertaking, that of the modern schools, humanity at large received a blow in the face which it could not understand. Stunned, bewildered, shocked, it recoiled and stood gaping with astonishment. How to explain it? The average individual, certainly the average individual in America, could not believe it possible that any group of persons calling themselves a government, let it be of the worst and most despotic, could slay a man for being a teacher. A teacher of modern sciences, a builder of hygienic schools, a publisher of textbooks. No, they could not believe it. Their minds staggered back and shook refusal. It was not so, it could not be so. The man was shot, that was sure. He was dead, and there was no raising him out of the ditch to question him. The Spanish government had certainly proceeded in an unjustifiable manner in court-martialing him and sentencing him without giving him a chance at defense. But surely he had been guilty of something. Surely he must have rioted, or instigated riot, or done some desperate act of rebellion, for never could it be that in the 20th century a country of Europe could kill a peaceful man whose aim in life was to educate children in geography, arithmetic, geology, physics, chemistry, singing, and languages. No, it was not possible, and for all that it was possible, it was done on the 13th of October, 1 year ago today, in the face of Europe, standing with tied hands to look on at the murder. And from that day on, controversy between the awakened who understood, the reactionists who likewise understood, and their followers on both sides who have half understood, has surged up and down and left confusion pretty badly confounded in the mind of him who did not understand, but sought to. The men who did him to death and the institutions they represent have done all in their power to create the impression that Ferrer was a believer in violence, a teacher of the principles of violence, a doer of acts of violence, and an instigator of widespread violence perpetrated by a mass of people. In support of the first, they have published reports purporting to be his own writings, have pretended to reproduce seditious pictures from the walls of his classrooms, have declared that he was seen mingling with the rebels during the Catalonian uprising of last year, and that upon trial he was found guilty of having conceived and launched the Spanish rebellion against the Moroccan War, and that his death was a just act of reprisal. On the other hand, we have had a storm of indignant voices clamoring in his defense, alternately admitting and denying him to be a revolutionist, alternately contending that his schools taught social rebellion and that they taught nothing but pure science. We have had workmen demonstrating and professors and litterateurs protesting on very opposite grounds, and almost none were able to give definite information for the faith that was in them. And indeed it has been very difficult to obtain exact information, and still is so. After a year's lapse, it is yet not easy to get the facts disentangled from the fancies, the truths from the lies, and above all from the half-lies. And even when we have the truths as to the facts, it is still difficult to evaluate them, because of American ignorance of Spanish ignorance. Please understand the phrase. America has not too much to boast of in the way of its learning, but yet it has that much of common knowledge and common education that it does not enter into our minds to conceive of a population 68% of which are unable to read and write, and a good share of the remaining 32% can only read, not write. Neither does it at all enter our heads to think that of this 32% of the better informed, the most powerful contingent is composed of those whose distinct, avowed, and deliberate purpose it is to keep the ignorant ignorant. Whatever may be the sins of government in this country, or of the churches, and there are plenty of such sins, at least they have not, save in the case of Negro slaves, constituted themselves a conspiratical force to keep out enlightenment, to prevent the people from learning to read and write, or to acquire whatever scientific knowledge their economic circumstances permitted them to. What the unconscious conspiracy of economic circumstance has done, and what conscious manipulations the government school is guilty of, to render higher education a privilege of the rich and a maintainer of injustice, is another matter. But it cannot be charged that the rulers of America seek to render the people illiterate. People, therefore, who have grown up in a general atmosphere of thought which regards the government as a provider of education, even as a compeller of education, do not, unless their attention is drawn to the facts, conceive of a state of society in which government is a hostile force, opposed to the enlightenment of the people, its politicians exercising all their ingenuity to sidetrack the demand of the people for schools. How much less do they conceive the hostile force and power of a church, having behind it an unbroken descent from feudal ages, whose direct interest it is to maintain a closed monopoly of learning, and to keep out of general circulation all scientific information, which would tend to destroy the superstitions whereby it thrives. I say that the American people in general are not informed as to these conditions, and therefore the phenomenon of a teacher killed for instituting and maintaining schools staggers their belief. And when they read the assertions of those who defend the murder, that it was because his schools were instigating the overthrow of social order in Spain, they naturally exclaim, "Ah, that explains it. The man taught sedition, rebellion, riot in his schools. That is the reason." Now the truth is that what Ferrer was teaching in his schools was really instigating the overthrow of the social order of Spain. Furthermore, it was not only instigating it, but it was making it as certain as the still coming of the daylight out of the night of the East. But not by the teaching of riot, of the use of dagger, bomb, or knife, but by the teaching of the same sciences which are taught in our public schools, through a generally diffused knowledge of which the power of Spain's despotic church must crumble away. Likewise, it was laying the primary foundation for the overthrow of such portions of the state organization as exist by reason of the general ignorance of the people. The social order of Spain ought to be overthrown, must be overthrown, will be overthrown, and Ferrer was doing a mighty work in that direction. The men who killed him knew and understood it well, and they consciously killed him for what he really did, but they have let the outside world suppose they did it for what he did not do. Knowing there are no words so hated by all governments as sedition and rebellion, knowing that such words will make the most radical of governments align itself with the most despotic at once, knowing there is nothing which so offends the majority of conservative and peace-loving people everywhere as the idea of violence unordered by authority, they have willfully created the impression that Ferrer's schools were places where children and youths were taught to handle weapons and to make ready for armed attacks on the government. They have, as I said before, created this impression in various ways. They have pointed to the fact that the man who in 1906 made the attack on Alfonso's life had acted as a translator of books used by Ferrer in his schools. They have scattered over Europe and America pictures purporting to be reproductions of drawings in prominent wall spaces in his schools, recommending the violent overthrow of the government. As to the first of these accusations, I shall consider it later in the lecture, but as to the last, it should be enough to remind any person with an ordinary amount of reflection that the schools were public places open to anyone, as our schools are, and that if any such pictures had existed, they would have been sufficient cause for shutting up the schools and incarcerating the founder within a day after their appearance on the walls. The Spanish government has that much sense of how to preserve its own existence that it would not allow such pictures to hang in a public place for one day. Nor would books preaching sedition have been permitted to be published or circulated. All this is foolish dust sought to be thrown in foolish eyes. No, the real offense was the real thing that he did. And in order to appreciate its enormity, from the Spanish ruling force's standpoint, let us now consider what that ruling force is. What are the economic and educational conditions of the Spanish people? Why and how Ferrer founded the modern schools? And what were the subjects taught therein? Up to the year 1857, there existed no legal provision for general elementary education in Spain. In that year, owing to the liberals having gotten into power in Madrid, after a bitter contest aroused partially by the general political events of Europe, a law making elementary education compulsory was passed. This was 2 years before Ferrer's birth. Now it is one thing for a political party, temporarily in possession of power, to pass a law. It is quite another thing to make that law effective, even when wealth and general sentiment are behind it. But when joined to the fact that there is a strong opposition is added the fact that this opposition is in possession of the greatest wealth of the country, that the people to be benefited are often quite as bitterly opposed to their own enlightenment as those who profit by their ignorance, and that those who do ardently desire their own uplift are extremely poor. The difficulty of practicalizing this educational law is partially appreciated. Ferrer's own boyhood life is an illustration of how much benefit the children of the peasantry reaped from the educational law. His parents were vine dressers. They were eminently orthodox and believed what their priest, who was probably the only man in the little village of Alela able to read, told them, that the liberals were the emissaries of Satan and that whatever they did was utterly evil. They wanted no such evil thing as popular education about, and would not that their children should have it. Accordingly, even at 13 years of age, the boy was without education, a circumstance which in after years made him more anxious that others should not suffer as he had. It is self-understood that if it was difficult to found schools in the cities where there existed a degree of popular clamor for them, it was next to impossible in the rural districts where people like Ferrer's parents were the typical inhabitants. The best result obtained by this law in the 20 years from 1857 to 1877 was that, out of 16 million people, 4 million were then able to read and write, 75% remaining illiterate. At the end of 1907, the proportion was altered to 6 million literate out of 18,500,000 population, which may be considered as a fairly correct approximate of the present condition. One of the very great accounting causes for this situation is the extreme poverty of the mass of the populace. In many districts of Spain, a laborer's wages are less than $1 a week, and nowhere do they equal the poorest workman's wages in America. Of course, it is understood that the cost of living is likewise low, but imagine it as low as you please, it is still evident that the income of the workers is too small to permit them to save anything, even from the most frugal living. The dire struggle to secure food, clothing, and shelter is such that little energy is left wherewith to aspire to anything, to demand anything, either for themselves or their children. Unless, therefore, the government provided the buildings, the books and appliances, and paid the teachers' salaries, it is easy to see that the people most in need of education are least able, and least likely, to provide it for themselves. Furthermore, the government itself, unless it can tax the wealthier classes for it, cannot out of such an impoverished source wring sufficient means to provide adequate schools and school equipments. Now, the wealthiest classes are just the religious orders. According to the statement of Monsignor José Velita de Gonjado, these orders own 2/3 of the money of the country and 1/3 of the wealth and property. These orders are utterly opposed to all education except such as they themselves furnish, a lamentable travesty on learning. As a writer who has investigated these conditions personally observes, in reply to the question, does not the Church provide numbers of schools, day and night, at its own expense? It does, unhappily for Spain. It provides schools whose principal aim is to strengthen superstition, follow a medieval curriculum, keep out scientific light, and prevent other and better schools from being established. A Spanish educational journal, _La Escuela Española, Not Ferrer's journal, declared in 1907 that these schools were largely without light or ventilation, dens of death, ignorance, and bad training. It was estimated that 50,000 children died every year in consequence of the mischievous character of the schoolrooms. And even to schools like these, there were 500,000 children in Spain who could gain no admittance. As to the teachers, they are allowed a salary ranging from $50 to $100 a year, but this is provided, not by the state, but through voluntary donations from the parents. So that a teacher, in addition to his legitimate functions, must perform those of collector of his own salary. Now conceive that he is endeavoring to collect it from parents whose wages amount to $2 or $3 a week. And you will not be surprised at the case reported by a Madrid paper in 1903 of a master's having canvassed a district to find how many parents would contribute if he opened a school. Out of 100 families, 3 promised their support. Is it any wonder that the law of compulsory education is a mockery? How? Could it be anything else? Now let us look at the products of this popular ignorance, and we shall presently understand why the Church fosters it, why it fights education, and also why the Catalonian insurrection of 1909, which began as a strike of workers in protest against the Moroccan War, ended in mob attacks upon convents, monasteries, and churches. I have already quoted the statement of a high Spanish prelate that the religious orders of Spain own 2/3 of the money of Spain and 1/3 of the wealth and property. Whether this estimate is precisely correct or not, it is sufficiently near correctness to make us aware that at least a great portion of the wealth of the country has passed into their hands, a state not widely differing from that existing in France prior to the Great Revolution. Before the insurrection of last year, the city of Barcelona alone had 165 convents, many of which were exceedingly rich. The province of Catalonia maintained 2,300 of these institutions. Aside from these religious orders with their accumulations of wealth, the Church itself, the united body of priests not in orders, is immensely wealthy. Conceive that in the cathedral at Toledo there is an image of the Virgin whose wardrobe alone would be sufficient to build hundreds of schools. Imagine that this doll, which is supposed to symbolize the forlorn young woman who in her pain and sorrow and need was driven to seek shelter in a stable, whose life was ever lowly, and who is called the Mother of Sorrows. Imagine that this image of her has become a vulgar coquette sporting a robe whereinto are sewn 85,000 pearls, besides as many more sapphires, amethysts, and diamonds. Oh, what a decoration for the mother of the carpenter of Nazareth! What a vision for the dying eyes on the cross to look forward to! What an outcome of the gospel of salvation free to the poor and lowly, taught by the poorest and the lowliest, that the humble keeper of the humble household of the despised little village of Judea should be imaged forth as a queen of gods, bedizened with a crown worth $25,000 and bracelets valued at $10,000 more. The Virgin Mary, the daughter of the stable, transformed into a diamond merchant's showcase. And this in the midst of men and women working for just enough to keep the skin upon the bone, in the midst of children who are denied the primary necessities of childhood. Now I ask you, when the fury of these people burst, as under the provocation they received it was inevitable that it should burst, was it any wonder that it manifested itself in mob violence against the institutions which mock their suffering by this useless, senseless, criminal waste of wealth in the face of utter need? Will someone now whisper in our ears that there are women in America who decorate themselves with more jewels than the Virgin of Toledo, and throw away the price of a school on a useless decoration in a single night, while within a radius of 5 miles from them there are also uneducated children, for whom our school boards can provide no place? Yes, it is so. Let them remember the mobs of Barcelona. And let me remember I am talking about Spain. The question naturally intrudes, how does the Church, how do the religious orders manage to accumulate such wealth? Remember first that they are old and of unbroken continuance for hundreds of years. That various forms of acquisition, in operation for centuries, would produce immense accumulations, even supposing nothing but legitimate purchases and gifts. But when we consider the actual means whereby money is daily absorbed from the people by these institutions, we receive a shock which sets all our notions of the triumph of modern science topsy-turvy. It is almost impossible to realize, and yet it is true, that the Spanish Church still deals in that infamous graft, against which Martin Luther hurled the splendid force of his wrath 400 years ago. The Church of Spain still sells indulgences. Every Catholic bookstore and every priest has them for sale. They are called bulas. Their prices range from about 15 to 25 cents, and they constitute an elastic excuse for doing pretty much what the possessor pleases to do, providing it is not a capital crime, for a definitely named period. Probably there is no one in America so little able to believe this condition to exist as the ordinary well-informed Roman Catholic. I have myself listened to priests of the Roman faith giving the conditions on which pardon for venal offenses might be obtained, and they had nothing to do with money. They consisted in saying a certain number of prayers at stated periods, with specified intent. While that may be a very illogical way of putting things together that have no connection, there is nothing in it to offend one's ideas of honesty. The enlightened conscience of an entire mass of people has demanded that a spiritual offense be dealt with by spiritual means. It would revolt at the idea that such grace could be written out on paper and sold either to the highest bidder or for a fixed price. But now conceive what happens where a people are illiterate, regarding written documents with that superstitious awe which those who cannot read always have for the mysterious language of learning, regarding them besides with the combination of fear and reverence which the ignorant believer entertains for the visible sign of supernatural power, the power which holds over him the threat of eternal punishment, and you will have what goes on in Spain. Add to this that such a condition of fear and gullibility on the side of the people is the great opportunity of the religious grafter. Whatever number of honest, self-sacrificing, devoted people may be attracted to the service of the Church, there will certainly be found also the cheat, the impostor, the searcher for ease and power. These indulgences, which for 15 or 25 cents pardon the buyer for his past sins, but are good only till he sins again, constitute a species of permission to do what otherwise is forbidden. The most expensive one, the 25c1, is practically a license to hold stolen property up to a certain amount. Both rich and poor buy these things, the rich of course paying a good deal more than the stipulated sum. But it hardly requires the statement that an immense number of the very poor buy them also. And from this horrible traffic the Church of Spain annually draws millions. There are other sources of income such as the sale of scapulars, agnesties, charms, and other pieces of trumpery, which goes on all over the Catholic world also, but naturally to no such extent as in Spain, Portugal, and Italy, where popular ignorance may be again measured by the materialism of its religion. Now, is it reasonable to suppose that the individuals who are thriving upon these sales want a condition of popular enlightenment? Do they not know how all this traffic would crumble like the ash of a burnout fire, once the blaze of science were to flame through Spain? They educate. Yes, they educate the people to believe in these barbaric relics of a dead time, for their own material interest. Spain and Portugal are the last resort of the medieval church, the monasticism and the Jesuitry which have been expelled from other European countries and compelled to withdraw from Cuba and the Philippines have concentrated there. And there they are making their last fight. There they will go down into their eternal grave, but not till science has invaded the dark corners of the popular intellect. The political condition is parallel with the religious condition of the people, with the exception that the state is poor while the Church is rich. There are some elements in the government which are opposed to the Church religiously, which nevertheless do not wish to see its power as an institution upset, because they foresee that the same people who would overthrow the Church would later overthrow them. These, too, wish to see the people kept ignorant. Nevertheless, there have been numerous political rebellions in Spain, having for their object the establishment of a republic. In 1868 there occurred such a rebellion, under the leadership of Ruiz Zorrilla. At that time, Ferrer was not quite 20 years old. He had acquired an education by his own efforts. He was a declared Republican, as it seems that every young, ardent, bright-minded youth, seeing what the condition of his country was and wishing for its betterment, would be. Zorilla was for a short time Minister of Public Instruction under the new government and very zealous for popular education. Naturally, he became an object of admiration and imitation to Ferrer. In the early 80s, after various fluctuations of political power, Zorilla, who had been absent from Spain, returned to it and began the labor of converting the soldiers to republicanism. Ferrer was then a director of railways and of much service to Zorilla in the practical work of organization. In 1885, this movement culminated in an abortive revolution, wherein both Ferrer and Zorilla took active part and were accordingly compelled to take refuge in France upon the failure of the insurrection. It is therefore certain that from his entrance into public agitation till the year 1885, Ferrer was an active revolutionary republican, believing in the overthrow of Spanish tyranny by violence. There is no question that at that time he said and wrote things which, whether we shall consider them justifiable or not, were openly in favor of forcible rebellion. Such utterances charged against him at the alleged trial in 1909, which were really his, were quotations from this period. Remember, he was then 26 years old. When the trial occurred, he was 50 years old. What had been his mental evolution during those 24 years? In Paris, where, with the exception of a short intermission in 1889 when he visited Spain, he remained for about 15 years, he naturally drifted into a method of making a living quite common to educated exiles in a foreign land, viz., giving private lessons in his native language. But while this is with most a mere temporary makeshift which they change for something else as soon as they are able, to Ferrer it revealed what his real business in life should be. He found teaching to be his genuine vocation, so much so that he took part in several movements for popular education in Paris, giving much free service. This participation in the labor of training the mind, which is always a slow and patient matter, began to have its effect on his conceptions of political change. Slowly the idea of a Spain regenerated through the storm blasts of revolution, mightily and suddenly, faded out of his belief, being replaced, probably almost insensibly, by the idea that a thorough educational enlightenment must precede political transformation, if that transformation were to be permanent. This conviction he voiced with strange power and beauty of expression when he said to his old revolutionary Republican friend, Alfred Nacket, "Time respects those works alone which time itself has helped to build." Nacket himself, old and sinking man as he is at this day and hour heart and soul for forcible revolution, admitting all the evils which it engenders and all the dangers of miscarriage which accompany it. He still believes, to quote his own words, that revolutions are not only the marvelous accoutreurs of societies, they are also fecundating forces. They fructify men's intelligences, and if they determine the final realization of matured evolutions, they also become, through their action on human minds, points of departure for newer evolutions. Yet he, who thus sings the paean of the uprisen people, with a fire of youth and an ardor of love that sound like the singing of some strong young blacksmith marching at the head of an insurgent column, rather than the quavering voice of an old, spent man, he, who was the warm personal friend of Ferrer for many years, and who would surely have wished that his ideal love should also have been his friend's love, he expressly declares that Ferrer was of those who feel themselves drawn to the field of preparative labor, making sure the ground over which the revolution may march to enduring results. This then was the ripened condition of his mind, especially after the death of Zorilla, and all his subsequent life and labor is explicable only with this understanding of his mental attitude. In the confusion of deafening voices, it has been declared that not only did he not take part in last year's manifestations, nor instigate them, but that he in fact had become a Tolstoyan, a non-resistant. This is not true. He undoubtedly understood that the introduction of popular education into Spain means revolt, sooner or later. And he would certainly have been glad to see a successful revolt overthrow the monarchy at Madrid. He did not wish the people to be submissive. It is one of the fundamental teachings of the schools he founded that the assertive spirit of the child is to be encouraged, that its will is not to be broken, that the sin of other schools is the forcing of obedience. He hoped to help to form a young Spain which would not submit, which would resist consciously, intelligently, steadily. He did not wish to enlighten people merely to render them more sensitive to their pains and deprivations, but that they might so use their enlightenment as to rid themselves of the system of exploitation by church and state which is responsible for their miseries. By what means they would choose to free themselves, he did not make his affair. How and when were these schools founded? It was during his long sojourn in Paris that he had as a private pupil in Spanish a middle-aged, wealthy, unmarried Catholic lady. After much conflict over religion between teacher and pupil, the latter modified her orthodoxy greatly, and especially after her journeys to Spain, where she herself saw the condition of public instruction. Eventually, she became interested in Ferrer's conceptions of education and his desire to establish schools in his own country. And when she died in 1900, she was then somewhat over 50 years old. She devised a certain part of her property to Ferrer, to be used as he saw fit, feeling assured, no doubt, that he would see fit to use it not for his personal advantage, but for the purpose so dear to his heart. Which he did. The bequest amounted to about $150,000, and the first expenditure was for the establishment of the Modern School of Barcelona in the year 1901. It should be said that this was not the first of the modern school movement in Spain, for previous to that, and for several years, there had sprung up, in various parts of the country, a spontaneous movement towards self-education, a very heroic effort. In a way, considering that the teachers were generally workingmen who had spent their day in the shops and were using the remainder of their exhausted strength to enlighten their fellow workers and the children. These were largely night schools. As there were no means behind these efforts, the buildings in which they were held were of course unsuitable, there was no proper plan of work, no sufficient equipment, and little coordination of labor. A considerable percentage of these schools were already on the decline, when Ferrer, equipped with his splendid organizing ability, his teacher's experience, and Meunier's endowment, opened the Barcelona school, having as pupils 18 boys and 12 girls. So proper to the demand was this effort, that at the end of 4 years' earnest activity, 50 schools had been established, 10 in Barcelona and 40 in the provinces. In 1906, that is, after 5 years' work, a banquet was held on Good Friday, at which 1,700 pupils were present. From 30 to 1, 700, that is something. And a banquet in Catholic Spain on Good Friday. A banquet of children who have bade goodbye to the salvation of the soul by the punishment of the stomach. We here may laugh, but in Spain it was a triumph and a menace, which both sides understood. I have said that Ferrer brought to his work splendid organizing ability. This he speedily put to purpose by enlisting the cooperation of a number of the greatest scientists of Europe in the preparation of textbooks embodying the discoveries of science, couched in language comprehensible to young minds. So far, I am sorry to say, I have not succeeded in getting copies of these manuals. The Spanish government confiscated most of them and has probably destroyed them. Still, there are some uncaptured sets. One is already in the British Museum, and I make no doubt that within a year or so we shall have translations of most of them. There were 30 of these manuals all told, comprising the work of the 3 sections, primary, intermediate, and superior, into which the pupils were divided. From what I have been able to find out about these books, I believe the most interesting of them all would be the first reading book. It was prepared by Dr. Odin de Bune, and is said to be at the same time a speller, a grammar, and an illustrated manual of evolution, the majestic story of the evolution of the cosmos from the atom to the thinking being, related in a language simple, comprehensible to the child. 20,000 copies of this book were rapidly sold. Imagine what that meant to Catholic schools. That the babies of Spain should learn nothing about eternal punishment for their deadly sins, and should learn that they are one in a long line of unfolding life that started in the lowly sea slime. The books on geography, physics, and mineralogy were written in like manner, and with like intent by the same author. On anthropology, Dr. Enguerrand wrote, and on evolution, Dr. Letourneau of Paris. Among the very suggestive works was one on the universal substance, a collaborate production of Albert Bloch and Paraf Javel, in which the mysteries of existence are resolved into their chemical equivalents, so that the foundations for magic and miracle are unceremoniously cleared out of the intellectual field. This book was prepared at Ferrer's special request, as an antidote to ancestral leanings, inherited superstitions, the various outside influences counteracting the influences of the school. The methods of instruction were modeled after earlier attempts in France and were based on the general idea that physical and intellectual education must continually supplement each other. That no one is really educated, so long as his knowledge is merely the recollection of what he has read or seen in a book. Accordingly, a lesson often consisted of a visit to a factory, a workshop, a studio, or a laboratory, where things were explained and illustrated, or in a class journey to the hills, or the sea, or the open country, where the geological or topographical conditions were studied, or botanical specimens collected and individual observation encouraged. Very often even book classes were held out of doors, and the children insensibly put in touch with the great pervading influences of nature, a touch too often lost, or never felt at all, in our city environments. How different was all this from the incomprehensible theology of the Catholic schools to be learned and believed, but not understood, the impractical rehearsing of strings of words characteristic of medieval survivals. No wonder the modern schools grew and grew, and the hatred of the priests waxed hotter and hotter. Their opportunity came, indeed, they did not wait long. In the year 1906, on the 31st day of May, not so very long after that Good Friday banquet, occurred the event which they seized upon to crush the modern school and its founder. I am not here to speak either for or against Matteo Morale. He was a wealthy young man, of much energy and considerable learning. He had helped to enrich the library of the modern school and being an excellent linguist, he had offered to make translations of textbooks. Ferrer had accepted the offer. That is all Morale had to do with the modern school. But on the day of royal festivities, Morale had it in his head to throw a bomb where it would do some royal hurt. He missed his calculations, and the hurt intended did not take place, but after a short interval, finding himself about to be captured, he killed himself. Think of him as you please. Think that he was a madman who did a madman's act. Think that he was a generous enthusiast who in an outburst of long chafing indignation at his country's condition wanted to strike a blow at a tyrannical monarchy, and was willing to give his own life in exchange for the tyrant's, or better than this, reserve your judgment, and say that you know not the man nor his personal condition, nor the special external conditions that prompted him, and that without such knowledge he cannot be judged. But whatever you think of Morale, pray why was Ferrer arrested and the modern school of Barcelona closed? Why was he thrown in prison and kept there for more than a year? Why was it sought to railroad him before a court-martial, and that attempt failing, the civil trial postponed for all that time? Equals why? Why, equals because Ferrer taught science to the children of Spain, and for no other thing. His enemies would have killed him then, but having been compelled to yield an open trial, by the outcry of Europe, they were also compelled to release him. But I imagine I hear, the resolute mutter behind the closed walls of the monasteries, the day Ferrer went free. Go, then, we shall get you again. And then they would do what 3 years later they did, damn him to the ditch of equals Montjuich equals. Yeah, they shut their lips together like the thin lips of fate and waited. The hatred of an order has something superb in it. It hates so relentlessly, so constantly, so transcendently. Its personnel changes. Its hate never alters. It wears one priest's face or another's. Itself is identical, inexorable. It pursues to the end. Did Ferrer know this? Undoubtedly, in a general way he did. And yet he was so far from conceiving its appalling remorselessness that, even when he found himself in prison again, and utterly in their power, he could not believe that he would not be freed. What was this opportunity for which the Jesuitry of Spain waited with such terrible security? The Catalonian uprising. How did they know it would come? as any sane man, not over-optimistic, knows that uprising must come in Spain. Ferrer hoped to sap away the foundations of tyranny through peaceful enlightenment. He was right. But they're also right who say that there are other forces hurling towards those foundations. The greatest of these, starvation. Now it was plain and simple starvation that rose to rend its starvers when the Catalonian women rose in mobs to cry against the command that was taking away their fathers and sons to their death in Morocco. The Spanish people did not want the Moroccan War. The government, in the interest of a number of capitalists, did, but like all governments and all capitalists, it wanted workingmen to do the dying. And they did not want to die and leave their wives and children to die too. So they rebelled. At first it was the conscious, orderly protest of organized workingmen. But starvation no more respects the commands of workingmen's unions than the commands of governments and other orderly bodies. It has nothing to lose, and it gets away, in its fury, from all management, and it riots. Where churches and monasteries are offensively rich and at ease in the face of hunger, hunger takes its revenge. It has long fangs, it rends and tears and tramples the innocent with the guilty always. It is very horrible. But remember how much more horrible is the long, slow systematic crushing, wasting, drying of men upon their bones, which year after year, century after century, has begotten the monster, hunger. Remember the 50,000 innocent children annually slaughtered, the blinded and the crippled children, maimed and forsaken by social power, and behind the smoke and flame of the burning convents of July, 1909, see the staring of those sightless eyes. Ferrer instigate that mad frenzy. Oh no, it was a mightier than Ferrer. Our Lady of Pain, Our Lady of Hunger, Our Lady with uncut nails and wolf-like teeth, Our Lady, who bears the man-flesh in her body, that cannon are to tear, Our Lady, the working woman of Spain, a-hungered. She incarnated the Red Terror. And the enemies of Ferrer in 1906, as in 1909, knew that such things would come, and they bided their time. It is one of those pathetic things which destiny deals, that it was only for love's sake and most for the love of a little child who died moreover that the uprising found Ferrer in Spain at all. He had been in England, investigating schools and methods there from April until the middle of June. Word came that his sister-in-law and his niece were ill, so the 19th of June found him at the little girl's bedside. He intended soon after to go to Paris, but delayed to make some inquiries for a friend concerning the proceedings of the Electrical Society of Barcelona. So the storm caught him as it caught thousands of others. He went about the business of his publishing house as usual, making the observations of an interested spectator of events. To his friend Nacket, he sent a postal card on the 26th of July, in which he spoke of the heroism of the women, the lack of coordination in the people's movements, and the total absence of leaders, as a curious phenomenon. Hearing soon after that he was to be arrested, he secluded himself for 5 weeks. The White Terror was in full sway. 3,000 men, women, and children had been arrested, incarcerated, inhumanly treated. Then the chief prosecutor issued the statement that Ferrer was the director of the revolutionary movement. Too indignant to listen to the appeals of his friends, he started to Barcelona to give himself up and demand trial. He was arrested on the way, and they court-martialed him. The proceedings were utterly infamous. No chance to confront witnesses against him, no opportunity to bring witnesses, not even the books accused of sedition allowed to offer their mute testimony in their own defense, no opportunity given to his defender to prepare. Letters sent from England and France to prove what had been the doomed man's purposes and occupations during his stay there, lost in transit the old articles of 24 years before, made to appear as if recent utterances, forgeries imposed. And with all this, nothing but hearsay evidence even from his accusers, and yet he was sentenced to death. Sentenced to death and shot. And all modern schools closed, and his property sequestrated. And the Virgin of Toledo may wear her gorgeous robes in peace, since the shadow of the darkness has stolen back over the circle of light he lit. Only, somewhere, down in the obscurity hovers the menacing figure of her rival, Our Lady of Pain. She is still now, but she is not dead. And if all things be taken from her, and the light not allowed to come to her, nor to her children, then some day she will set her own lights in the darkness. Fairer is with the immortals. His work is spreading over the world. It will yet return and rid Spain of its tyrants. Modern educational reform questions of genuine importance to large masses of people are not posed by a single questioner, nor even by a limited number. They are put with more or less precision, with more or less consciousness of their scope and demand by all classes involved. This is a fair test of its being a genuine question, rather than a temporary fad. Such is the test we are to apply to the present inquiry. What is wrong with our present method of child education? What is to be done in the way of altering or abolishing it? The posing of the question acquired a sudden prominence through the world-shocking execution of a great educator for alleged complicity in the revolutionary events of Spain during the Moroccan War. People were not satisfied with the Spanish government's declarations as to this official murder. They were not convinced that they were being told the truth. They inquired why the government should be so anxious for that man's death. And they learned that as a teacher, he had founded schools wherein ideas hostile to governmental programs for learning were put in practice. And they have gone on asking to know what these ideas were, how they were taught, and how can those same ideas be applied to the practical questions of education confronting them in the persons of their own children. But it would be a very great mistake to suppose that the question was raised out of nothingness, or out of the brilliancy of his own mind, by Francisco Ferrer. If he were the creator of the question instead of the response to it, his martyr's death could have given it but an ephemeral prominence, which would speedily have subsided. On the contrary, the inquiry stimulated by that tragic death was but the first loud articulation of what has been asked in thousands of schoolrooms, millions of homes, all over the civilized world. It has been put by each of the three classes concerned, each in its own peculiar way, from its own peculiar viewpoint, by the educator, by the parent, and by the child itself. There is a fourth personage who has had a great deal to say, and still has, but to my mind he is a pseudo-factor, to be eliminated as speedily as possible. I mean the statesman. He considers himself profoundly important, as representing the interests of society in general. He is anxious for the formation of good citizens to support the state, and directs education in such channels as he thinks will produce these. I prefer to leave the discussion of his peculiar functions for a later part of this address, here observing only that if he is a legitimate factor, if by chance he is a genuine educator strayed into statesmanship, as a statesman, he is interested only from a secondary motive, i.e., he is not interested in the actual work of schools, in the children as persons, but in the producing of a certain type of character to serve certain subsequent ends. The criticism offered by the child itself upon the prevailing system of instruction is the most simple, direct, and at the same time, the critic is utterly unconscious of its force. Who has not heard a child say, in that fretted whine characteristic of a creature who knows its protest will be ineffective, "But what do I have to learn that for? Oh, I don't see what I have to know that for. I can't remember it anyway. I hate to go to school. I'd just as lief take a whipping. My teacher's a mean old thing. She expects you to sit quiet the whole morning, and if you just make the least little noise, she keeps you in at recess. Why do we have to keep still so long? What good does it do?" I remember well the remark made to me once by one of my teachers, and a very good teacher, too, who nevertheless did not see what her own observation ought to have suggested. "School children," she said, "regard teachers as their natural enemies." The thought which it would have been logical to suppose would have followed this observation is, that if children in general are possessed of that notion, it is because there is a great deal in the teacher's treatment of them which runs counter to the child's nature. That possibly this is so, not because of natural cussedness on the part of the child, but because of inapplicability of the knowledge taught, or the manner of teaching it, or both, to the mental and physical needs of the child. I am quite sure no such thought entered my teacher's mind, at least regarding the system of knowledge to be imposed. Being a sensible woman, she perhaps occasionally admitted to herself that she might make mistakes in applying the rules. but that the body of knowledge to be taught was indispensable and must somehow be injected into children's heads under threat of punishment, if necessary, I am sure she never questioned. It did not occur to her any more than to most teachers that the first business of an educator should be to find out what are the needs, aptitudes, and tendencies of children before he or she attempts to outline a body of knowledge to be taught or rules for teaching it. It does not occur to them that the child's question, "What do I have to learn that for?" is a perfectly legitimate question, and if the teacher cannot answer it to the child's satisfaction, something is wrong either with the thing taught or with the teaching. Either the thing taught is out of rapport with the child's age or his natural tendencies, or his condition of development, or the method by which it is taught repels him, disgusts him, or at best fails to interest him. When a child says, "I don't see why I have to know that, I can't remember it anyway," he is voicing a very reasonable protest. Of course, there are plenty of instances of willful shirking, where a little effort can overcome the slackness of memory. But every teacher who is honest enough to reckon with himself knows he cannot give a sensible reason why things are to be taught which have so little to do with the child's life that tomorrow, or the day after examination, they will be forgotten. Things which he himself could not remember were he not repeating them year in and year out as a matter of his trade. And every teacher who has thought at all for himself about the essential nature of the young humanity he is dealing with knows that 6 hours of daily herding and impenning of young, active bodies and limbs, accompanied by the additional injunction that no feet are to be shuffled, no whispers exchanged, and no paper wads thrown, is a frightful violation of all the laws of young life. Any gardener who should attempt to raise healthy, beautiful, and fruitful plants by outraging all those plants' instinctive wants and searchings would meet as his reward sickly plants, ugly plants, sterile plants, dead plants. He will not do it. He will watch very carefully to see whether they like much sunlight or considerable shade, whether they thrive on much water or get drowned in it, whether they like sandy soil or fat mucky soil. The plant itself will indicate to him when he is doing the right thing. And every gardener will watch for indications with great anxiety. If he finds the plant revolts against his experiments, he will desist at once and try something else. If he finds it thrives, he will emphasize the particular treatment so long as it seems beneficial. But what he will surely not do will be to prepare a certain area of ground all just alike, with equal chances of sun and amount of moisture in every part, and then plant everything together without discrimination, mighty close together, saying beforehand, "If plants don't want to thrive on this, they ought to want to, and if they are stubborn about it, they must be made to." Or if a raiser of animals were to start in feeding them on a regimen adapted not to their tastes but to his, if he were to insist on stuffing the young ones with food only fitted for the older ones, if he were to shut them up and compel them somehow to be silent, stiff, and motionless for hours together, he would very likely be arrested for cruelty to animals. Of course, there is this difference between the grower of plants or animals and the grower of children. The former is dealing with his subject as a superior power with a force which will always remain subject to his, while the latter is dealing with a force which is bound to become his equal, and, taking it in the long and large sense, bound ultimately to supersede him. The fear of the footfalls of the young generation is in his ears, whether he is aware of it or not, and he instinctively does what every living thing seeks to do, viz., to preserve his power. Since he cannot remain forever the superior, the dictator, he endeavors to put a definite mold upon that power which he must share to have the child learn what he has learned, as he has learned it, and to the same end that he has learned it. The grower of flowers or fruits or vegetables or the raiser of animals, secure in his forever indisputable superiority, has nothing to fear when he inquires into the ways of his subjects. He will never think, "But if I heed such and such manifestation of the flowers or the animal's desire or repulsion, it will develop certain tendencies as a result, which will eventually overturn me and mine, and all that I believe in and labor to preserve." The grower of children is perpetually beset by this fear. He must not listen to a child's complaint against the school. It breaks down the mutual relation of authority and obedience. It destroys the faith of the child that his elders know better than he. It sets up little centers of future rebellion in the brain of every child affected by the example. No, complaint as to the wisdom of the system must be discouraged, ignored, frowned down, crushed by superior dignity, if necessary, punished. The very best answer a child ever gets to its legitimate inquiry, "Why do I have to learn such and such a thing?" is, "Wait till you get older and you will understand it all. Just now you are a little too young to understand the reasons." In 99 cases out of 100, the answerer got the same reply to his own question 20 years before, and he has never found out since either. Do as we tell you to, now, say the teachers, and be sure that we are instructing you for your good. The explanations will become clear to you sometime. And the child smothers his complaint, cramps his poor little body to the best of his ability, and continues to repeat definitions which mean nothing to him but strings of long words, and rules which to him are simply torture apparatus invented by his natural enemies to plague children. I recall quite distinctly the bitter resentment I felt toward the inverted divisor. The formula was easy enough to remember. Invert the terms of the divisor and proceed as in multiplication of fractions. I memorized it in less than a minute and followed the prescription and got my examples correct. But, oh, how is the miracle accomplished? Why should a fraction be made to stand on its head? And how did that change a division suddenly into a multiplication? And I never found out till I undertook to teach someone else, years afterward. Yet the thing could have been made plain then, perhaps would have been, but for the fact that as a respectful pupil I was so trained to think that my teacher's methods must not be questioned or their explanations reflected upon, that I sat mute, mystified, puzzled, and silently indignant. In the end I swallowed it as I did a lot of other predigested knowledge and consented to use its miraculous nature, very much as my Christian friends used the body and blood of Christ to wash their sins away, without very well understanding the modus operandi. Another advantage which the botanical or zoological cultivator has over the child grower, by which incidentally the plants and animals profit, is that since he is not seeking to produce a universal type, but rather to develop as many new and interesting types as he can, he is very studious to notice the inclinations of his subjects, observing possible beginnings of differentiation, and adapting his treatment to the development of such beginnings. Of course, he also does what no child cultivator could possibly do. He ruthlessly destroys weaklings, and as the superior intermeddling divinity, he fosters those special types which are more serviceable to himself, irrespective of whether they are more serviceable to plant or animal life apart from man. But is the fact that children are of the same race as ourselves, the fact that their development should be regarded from the point of how best shall they serve themselves, their own race and generation, not that of a discriminating overlord, assuming the power of life and death over them, a reason for us to disregard their tendencies, aptitudes, likes and dislikes altogether, a reason for us to treat their natural manifestations of non-adaptation to our methods of treatment with less consideration than we give to a fern or a hare. I should, on the contrary, suppose it was a reason to consider them all the more. I think the difficulty lies in the immeasurable vanity of the human adult, particularly the pedagogical adult. I presume I may say it with less offense since I am a teacher myself, which does not permit him to recognize as good any tendency in children to fly in the face of his conceptions of a correct human being, to recognize that maybe here is something highly desirable, to be encouraged, rather than destroyed as pernicious. A flower gardener doesn't expect to make another voter or householder out of his fern, so he lets it show what it wants to be, without being at all horrified at anything it does. But your teacher has usually well-defined conceptions of what men and women have to be. And if a boy is too lively, too noisy, too restless, too curious to suit the concept, he must be trimmed and subdued. And if he is lazy, he has to be spurred with all sorts of whips, which are offensive both to the handler and the handled. The weapons of shaming and arousing the spirit of rivalry are two which are much used, the former with sometimes fatal results, as in the case of the 9-year-old boy who recently committed suicide because his teacher drew attention to his torn coat. Or young girls who have worried themselves into fevers from a scornful word respecting their failures in scholarship, and arousing rivalry brings an evil train behind it of spites and jealousies. I do not say, as some enthusiasts do, there are no bad children or there are no lazy children, but I am quite sure that both badness and laziness often result from lack of understanding and lack of adaptation, and that these can only be attained by teachers comprehending that they must seek to understand as well as to be understood. Badness is sometimes only dammed-up energy, which can no more help flooding over than dammed-up water. Laziness is often the result of forcing a child to a task for which it has no natural liking, while it would be energetic enough, given the thing it liked to do. At any rate, it is worthwhile to try to find out what is the matter in the spirit of a searcher after truth. Which is the first point I want to establish, that the general complaints of children are true criticisms of the school system and superintendents of public instruction, boards of education, and teachers have as their first duty to heed and consider these complaints. Let us now consider the complaints of parents. It must be admitted that the parents of young children, particularly their mothers, and especially these latter when they are the wives of workingmen with good-sized families, regard the school rather as a convenience for getting rid of the children during a certain period of the day than anything else. They are not to be blamed for this. They have obeyed the imperative mandate of nature in having families, with no very adequate conception of what they were doing. They find themselves burdened with responsibilities often greatly beyond their capacity. They have all they can do, sometimes more than they can do, to manage the financial end of things, to see to their children's material wants, and to get through the work of a house. Very often they are themselves deficient in even the elementary knowledge of the schools. They feel that their children need to know a great deal that they have never known, but they are utterly without the ability to say whether what they learn is useful and important or not. With the helplessness of ignorance towards wisdom, they receive the system provided by the state on trust, presuming it is good, and with the pardonable relief of busy and overburdened people, they look at the clock as school hour approaches, and breathe a sigh of relief when the last child is out of the house. They would be shocked at the idea that they regard their children as nuisances. They would vigorously defend themselves by saying that they feel that the children are in better hands than their own, safe and well treated. But before long even these ignorant ones observe that their children have learned a number of things which are not good. They have mixed with a crowd of others, and somewhere among them they have learned bad language, bad ideas, and bad habits. These are complaints which may be heard from intelligent, educated, and conservative parents also, parents who may be presumed to be satisfied with the spirit and general purpose of the knowledge imparted in the classroom. Also, the children suffer in health through their schools, and later on, when the cramming and crowding of their brains goes on in earnest, as it does in the higher grades and particularly the high schools, then springs up a terrible crop of headache, nervous prostration, hysterics, overdelicacy, anemia, heart palpitation, especially among the girls, and a harvest of other physical disorders which were very probably planted back in the primary departments and fostered in the higher rooms. The students are so overtrained that they often become good for nothing in the house, the parents say, and too late the mothers discover that they themselves become servants to the whimsical little ladies and gentlemen they have raised up, who are more interested in textbooks than in practical household matters. Such are the ordinary complaints heard on every side, uttered by those who really have no fault to find with the substance of the instruction itself, some because they do not know, and some because it fairly represents their own ideas. The complaint becomes much more vital and definite when it proceeds from a parent who is an informed person, with a conception of life at variance with that commonly accepted. I will instance that of a Philadelphia physician, who recently said to me, "In my opinion, many of the most horrid effects of malformations which I have to deal with are the results of the long hours of sitting imposed on children in the schools. It is impossible for a healthy, active creature to sit stiffly straight so many hours. No one can do it. They will inevitably twist and squirm themselves down into one position or another, which throws the internal organs out of position, and which by iteration and reiteration results in a continuously accentuating deformity. Motherhood often becomes extremely painful and dangerous through the narrowing of the pelvis produced in early years of so much uncomfortable sitting. I believe that the sort of schooling which necessitates it should not begin till a child is 14 years of age. He added also that the substance of our education should be such as would fit the person for the conditions and responsibilities he or she may reasonably be expected to encounter in life. Since the majority of boys and girls will most likely become fathers and mothers in the future, why does not our system of education take account of it and instruct the children not in the Latin names of bones and muscles so much as in the practical functioning and hygiene of the body? Every teacher knows, and most of our parents know, that no subject is more carefully ignored by our textbooks on physiology than the reproductive system. A like book on zoology has far more to say about the reproduction of animals than is thought fit to be said by human beings to human beings about themselves. And yet upon such ignorance often depends the ruin of lives. Such is the criticism of an intelligent physician, himself the father of 5 children. It is a typical complaint of those who have to deal with the physical results of our school system. A still more forcible complaint is rising up from a class of parents who object not only negatively, but positively, to the instruction of the schools. These are saying, I do not want to have my children taught things which are positively untrue, nor truths which have been distorted to fit someone's political or religious conception. I do not want any sort of religion or politics to be put into his head. I want the accepted facts of natural science and discovery to be taught him, in so far as they are within the grasp of his intellect. I do not want them colored with the prejudice of any system. I want a school system which will be suited to his physical well-being. I want what he learns to become his, by virtue of its appealing to his taste, his aptitude for experiment and proof. I do not want it to be a foreign stream pouring over his lips like a brook over its bed, leaving nothing behind. I do not want him to be tortured with formal examinations, nor worried by credit marks with averages and percents and tenths of percents, which haunt him waking and sleeping as if they were the object of his efforts. And more than that, and above all, I do not want him made an automaton. I do not want him to become abjectly obedient. I do not want his free initiative destroyed. I want him, by virtue of his education, to be well-equipped bodily and mentally to face life and its problems. This is my second point, that parents, conservatives, and radicals criticize the school. First, as the producer of unhealthy bodies. 2d, as teaching matter inappropriate to life, or rather, perhaps, as not teaching what is appropriate to life. 3d, as perverting truth to serve a political and religious system, and as putting an iron mold upon the will of youth, destroying all spontaneity and freedom of expression. The third critic is the teacher. Owing to his peculiarly dependent position, it is very, very seldom that any really vital criticism comes out of the mouth of an ordinary employee in the public school service. First, if he has any subversive ideas, he dares not voice them for fear of his job. Second, it is extremely unlikely that anyone with subversive ideas either will apply for the job or, having applied, will get it. And third, if through some fortuitous combination of circumstances, a rebellious personage has smuggled himself into the camp with the naive notion that he is going to work reforms in the system, he finds before long that the system is rather remolding him. He falls into the routine prescribed and before long ceases to struggle against it. Still, however conservative and system-logged teachers may be, they will all agree upon one criticism, viz., that they have too much to do, that it is utterly impossible for them to do justice to every pupil, that with from 30 to 50 pupils all depending upon one teacher for instruction, it is out of the question to give any single one sufficient attention, to say nothing of any special attention which his peculiar backwardness might require. He could do so only at the expense of injustice to the rest. And, indeed, the best teacher in the world could not attend properly to the mental needs of 50 children, nor even of 30. Furthermore, this overcrowding makes necessary the stiff regulation, the formal discipline, in the maintenance of which so much of the teacher's energy is wasted. The everlasting roll call, the record of tardiness and absence, the eye forever on the watch to see who is whispering, the ear forever on the alert to catch the scraper of feet, the mischievous disturber, the irrepressible noisemaker. With such a divided and subdivided attention, how is it possible to teach? Here and there we find a teacher with original ideas, not of subjects to be taught, but of the means of teaching. Sometimes there is one who inwardly revolts at what he has to teach, and takes such means as he can. To counteract the glorifications of political aggrandizement, with which our geographies and histories are redolent. In general, however, public school teachers, like government clerks, believe very much in the system whereby they live. What they do find fault with, and what they have very much reason to find fault with, is not the school system, but the counteracting influences of bad homes. Teachers are often heard to say that they think they could do far better with the children if they had entire control of them, or, as they more commonly express themselves, if only their parents had some common sense. Lessons of order, neatness, cleanliness, and hygiene are often entirely thrown away because the children regard them as statements to be memorized, not things to be practiced. Those children whose mothers know nothing of ventilation, the necessity for exercise, the chemistry of food, and the functioning of the organs of the body will forget instructions because they are never made part of their lives. Which criticism is a sort of confirmation of that sage observation: if you want to reform a man, begin with his grandmother. So much for criticism. What, now, can we offer in the way of suggestions for reform? Speaking abstractly, I should say that the purpose of education should be to furnish a child with such fundamental knowledge and habits as will preserve and strengthen his body and make him a self-reliant social being, having an all-around acquaintance with the life which is to surround him and an adaptability to circumstances which will render him able to meet varying conditions. But we are immediately confronted by certain practical queries when we attempt to conceive such a school system. The fact is that the training of the body should be begun in very early childhood and can never be rightly done in a city. No other animal than man ever conceived such a frightful apparatus for depriving its young of the primary rights of physical existence as the human city. The mass of our city children know very little of nature. What they have learned of it through occasional picnics, excursions, visits in the country, etc., they have learned as a foreign thing, having little relation to themselves. Their natural habitat is one of lifeless brick and mortar, wire and iron, poles, pavements and noise. Yet all this ought to be utterly foreign to children. This ought to be the thing visited once in a while, not lived in. There is no pure air in a city, it is all poisoned. Yet the first necessity of lunged animals, especially little ones, is pure air. Moreover, every child ought to know the names and ways of life of the things it eats, how to grow them, etc. How are gardens possible in a city? Every child should know trees, not as things he has read about, but as familiar presences in his life, which he recognizes as quickly as his eyes greet them. He should know his oneness with nature, not through the medium of a theory, but through feeling it daily and hourly. He should know the birds by their songs, and by the quick glimpse of them among the foliage, the insect in its home, the wild flower on its stalk, the fruit where it hangs. Can this be done in a city? It is the city that is wrong, and its creations can never be right. They may be improved, they can never be what they should. Let me quote Luther Burbank here. He expressed so well, and just in the tumultuous disorder and uncoordination dear to a child's soul, the early rights of children. Every child should have mud pies, grasshoppers, water bugs, tadpoles, frogs, mud turtles, elderberries, wild strawberries, acorns, chestnuts, trees to climb, brooks to wade in, water lilies, woodchucks, bats, bees, butterflies, various animals to pet, hayfields, pine cones, rocks to roll, sand, snakes, huckleberries, and hornets, and any child who has been deprived of these has been deprived of the best part of his education. He is of opinion that until 10 years of age, these things should be the real educators of children, not books. I agree with him. But neither city homes nor city schools can give children these things. Furthermore, I believe that education should be integral, that the true school must combine physical and intellectual education from the beginning to the end. But I am confronted by the fact that this is impossible to the mass of the people because of the economic condition in which we are all floundering. What is possible can be only a compromise. Physical education will go on in the home principally, and intellectual education in the school. Something might be done to organize the teaching of parents. Lectures and demonstrations at the public schools might be given weekly, in the evenings, for parents, by competent nurses or hygienists. But they would remain largely ineffective until the whole atrocious system of herding working people in close-built cities, by way of making them serviceable cogwheels in the capitalistic machine for grinding out rent and profit, comes to an end. The physical education of children will remain at best a pathetic compromise. We have left to consider what may be done in the way of improving intellectual education. What is really necessary for a child to know which he is not taught now? And what is taught that is unnecessary? As to reading and writing, there is no dispute, though there is much dispute about the way of doing it. But beyond that, children should know things. From their earlier school days, they should know the geography of their own locality, not rehearsing it from a book, but by going over the ground, having the relations of places explained to them, and by being shown how to model relief maps themselves. They should know the indications of the weather, being taught the use of instruments for measuring air pressures, temperatures, amount of sunshine, etc. They should know the special geology of their own locality, the nature of the soil and its products. Through practical exhibition, they should be allowed to construct, from clay, stone, or brick, such little buildings as they usually like to make, and from them the simple principles of geometry taught. You see, every school needs a big yard and playrooms with tools in them, the use of which tools they should be taught. Arithmetic, to be sure, they need to know, but arithmetic connected with things. Let them learn fractions by cutting up things and putting them together, and not be bothered by abstractions running into the hundreds of thousands, the millions, which never in time will they use. And drop all that tiresome year's work in interest and percent. If decimals are understood, everyone who has need will be amply able to work out systems of interest when necessary. Children should know the industrial life through which they live, into which they are probably going. They should see how cloth is woven, thread is spun, shoes are made, iron forged and wrought, again not alone by written description, but by eyewitness. They should, as they grow older, learn the history of the arts of peace. What they do not need to know is so much of the details of the history of destruction. The general facts and results of wars are sufficient. They do not need to be impressed with the details of killings, which they sensibly forget, and inevitably also. Moreover, the revolting patriotism which is being inculcated, whereby children learn to be proud of their country, not for its contributions to the general enlightenment of humanity, but for its crimes against humanity, whereby they are taught to consider themselves, their country, their flag, their institutions, as things to be upheld and maintained, right or wrong, whereby the stupid and criminal life of the soldier is exalted as honorable, should be wholly omitted from the educational system. However, it is utterly impossible to expect that it will be, by anything short of general public sentiment against it, and at present such sentiment is for it. I have alluded before to the function of the statesman in directing education. So long as schools are maintained by governments, the statesman, not the true educator, will determine what sort of history is to be taught, and it will be what it is now, only continually growing worse. Political institutions must justify themselves to the young generation. They begin by training childish minds to believe that what they do is to be accepted, not criticized. A history becomes little better than a catechism of patriotic formulas in glorification of the state. Now there is no way of escaping this, for those who disapprove it, short of eliminating the statesman, establishing voluntarily supported schools, wherein wholly different notions shall be taught, in which the spirit of teaching history shall be one of honest statement and fearless criticism, wherein the true image of war and the army and all that it means shall be honestly given. The really ideal school, which would not be a compromise, would be a boarding school built in the country, having a farm attached, and workshops where useful crafts might be learned, in daily connection with intellectual training. It presupposes teachers able to train little children to habits of health, order, and neatness in the utmost detail, and yet not tyrants or rigid disciplinarians. In free contact with nature, the children would learn to use their limbs as nature meant, feel their intimate relationship with the growing life of other sorts, form a profound respect for work and an estimate of the value of it, wish to become real doers in the world, and not mere gatherers in of other men's products, and with the respect for work, the appreciation of work, the desire to work, will come the pride of the true workman who will know how to maintain his dignity and the dignity of what he does. At present, the major portion of our working people are sorry they are working people, as they have good reason to be. They take little joy or pride in what they do. They consider themselves as less gifted and less valuable persons in society than those who have amassed wealth and, by virtue of that amassment, live upon their employees, or those who by attaining book knowledge have gotten out of the field of manual production and lead an easier life. They educate their children in the hope that these, at least, may attain that easier existence, without work, which has been beyond them. Even when such parents themselves have dreams of a reorganization of society, wherein all shall labor and all have leisure do, they impress upon the children that no one should be a common working man if he can help it. Workingmen are slaves, and it is not well to be a slave. Our radicals fail to realize that to accomplish the reorganization of work, it is necessary to have _workers _, and workers with the free spirit, the rebellious spirit, which will consider its own worth and refuse to accept the slavish conditions of capitalism. These must be bred in schools where work is done, and done proudly, and in full consciousness of its value, where the dubious services of the capitalist will likewise be rated at their true worth, and no man reckoned as above another, unless he has done a greater social service. Where political institutions and the politicians who operate them, judges, lawmakers, or executives, will be candidly criticized and repudiated when justice dictates so, whether in the teaching of their past history, or their present actions and current events. Whether the workers, upon whom so many drains are already made, will be able to establish and maintain such schools, is a question to be solved upon trial through their organizations. The question is, will you breed men for the service of the cannon, to be aimed at you in the hour of strikes and revolts, men to uphold the machine which is crushing you? Or will you train them in the knowledge of the true worth of labor and a determination to reorganize it as it should be? Sex slavery night in a prison cell. A chair, a bed, a small washstand for blank walls, ghastly in the dim light from the corridor without, a narrow window, barred and sunken in the stone, a grated door. Beyond its hideous iron latticework, within the ghastly walls, a man. An old man, gray-haired and wrinkled, lame and suffering. There he sits, in his great loneliness, shut in from all the earth. There he walks to and fro, within his measured space, apart from all he loves. There, for every night in 5 long years to come, he will walk alone, while the white age flakes drop upon his head, while the last years of the winter of life gather and pass, and his body draws near the ashes. Every night, for 5 long years to come, he will sit alone, this chattel slave, whose hard toil is taken by the state, and without recompense save that the southern planter gave his Negroes. Every night he will sit there so within those 4 white walls. Every night, for 5 long years to come, a suffering woman will lie upon her bed, longing for the end of those 3,000 days, longing for the kind face, the patient hand that in so many years had never failed her. Every night, for 5 long years to come, the proud spirit must rebel, the loving heart must bleed, the broken home must lie desecrated. As I am speaking now, as you are listening, there within the cell of that accursed penitentiary whose stones have soaked up the sufferings of so many victims, murdered, as truly as any outside their walls, by that slow rot which eats away existence inchmeal. As I am speaking now, as you are listening, there sits Moses Harmon _. Why Why, when murder now is stalking in your streets, when dens of infamy are so thick within your city that competition has forced down the price of prostitution to the level of the wages of your starving shirtmakers, when robbers sit in state and national senate and house, when the boasted bulwark of our liberties, the elective franchise, has become a U.S. dice box, wherewith great gamblers play away your liberties, when debauches of the worst type hold all your public offices and dine off the food of fools who support them, why, then, sits Moses Harman there within his prison cell? If he is so great a criminal, why is he not with the rest of the spawn of crime, dining at Delmonico's or enjoying a trip to Europe? If he is so bad a man, why in the name of wonder did he ever get in the penitentiary? No. It is not because he has done any evil thing, but because he, a pure enthusiast, searching always for the cause of misery of the kind which he loved with that broad love of which only the pure soul is capable, searched for the data of evil. And searching, so he found the vestibule of life to be a prison cell, the holiest and purest part of the temple of the body, if indeed one part can be holier or purer than another, the altar where the most devotional love and truth should be laid. He found this altar ravished, despoiled, trampled upon. He found little babies, helpless, voiceless little things, generated in lust, cursed with impure moral natures, cursed, prenatally, with the germs of disease, forced into the world to struggle and to suffer, to hate themselves, to hate their mothers for bearing them, to hate society and to be hated by it in return, a bane upon self and race, draining the lees of crime. And he said, this felon with the stripes upon his body, let the mothers of the race go free. Let the little children be pure love children, born of the mutual desire for parentage. Let the manacles be broken from the shackled slave, that no more slaves be born, no more tyrants conceived. He looked, this obscenist, looked with clear eyes into this ill-got thing you call morality, sealed with the seal of marriage, and saw in it the consummation of morality, impurity, and injustice. He beheld every married woman what she is, a bonded slave, who takes her master's name, her master's bread, her master's commands, and serves her master's passion. Who passes through the ordeal of pregnancy and the throes of travail at his dictation, not at her desire, who can control no property, not even her own body, without his consent, and from whose straining arms the children she bears may be torn at his pleasure, or willed away while they are yet unborn. It is said the English language has a sweeter word than any other, _home_. But Moses Harman looked beneath the word and saw the fact, a prison more horrible than that where he is sitting now, whose corridors radiate over all the earth, and with so many cells that none may count them. Yes, our masters. The earth is a prison, the marriage bed is a cell, women are the prisoners, and you are the keepers. He saw, this corruptionist, how in those cells are perpetrated such outrages as are enough to make the cold sweat stand upon the forehead, and the nails clench, and the teeth set, and the lips grow white in agony and hatred. And he saw too how from those cells might none come forth to break her fetters, how no slave dare cry out, how all these murders are done quietly, beneath the shelter shadow of home, and sanctified by the angelic benediction of a piece of paper, within the silent shade of a marriage certificate, adultery and rape stalk freely and at ease. Yes, for that is adultery where woman submits herself sexually to man, without desire on her part, for the sake of keeping him virtuous, keeping him at home, the women say. Well, if a man did not love me and respect himself enough to be virtuous, without prostituting me, he might go, and welcome. He has no virtue to keep. And that is rape, where a man forces himself sexually upon a woman whether he is licensed by the marriage law to do it or not. And that is the vilest of all tyranny where a man compels the woman he says he loves to endure the agony of bearing children that she does not want, and for whom, as is the rule rather than the exception, they cannot properly provide. It is worse than any other human oppression. It is fairly _God_like. To the sexual tyrant there is no parallel upon earth. One must go to the skies to find a fiend who thrusts life upon his children only to starve and curse and outcast and damn them. And only through the marriage law is such tyranny possible. The man who deceives a woman outside of marriage, and mind you, such a man will deceive _ marriage too, may deny his own child, if he is mean enough. He cannot tear it from her arms, he cannot touch it. The girl he wronged, thanks to your very pure and tender morality standard, may die in the street for want of food. He cannot force his hated presence upon her again. But his wife, gentlemen, his wife, the woman he respects so much that he consents to let her merge her individuality into his, lose her identity and become his chattel, his wife he may not only force unwelcome children upon, outrage at his own good pleasure, and keep as a general cheap and convenient piece of furniture, but if she does not get a divorce, and she cannot for such cause, he can follow her wherever she goes, come into her house, eat her food, force her into the cell. Kill her by virtue of his sexual authority. And she has no redress unless he is indiscreet enough to abuse her in some less brutal, but unlicensed manner. I know a case in your city where a woman was followed so for 10 years by her husband. I believe he finally developed grace enough to die. Please applaud him for the only decent thing he ever did. Oh, is it not rare, all this talk about the preservation of morality by marriage law? Oh, splendid carefulness to preserve that which you have not got. Oh, height and depth of purity, which fears so much that the children will not know who their fathers are, because, forsooth, they must rely upon their mother's word instead of the hired certification of some priest of the church, or the law. I wonder if the children would be improved to know what their fathers have done. I would rather, much rather, not know who my father was than know he had been a tyrant to my mother. I would rather, much rather, be illegitimate according to the statutes of men, than illegitimate according to the unchanging law of nature. For what is it to be legitimate born according to law? It is to be, 9 cases out of 10, the child of a man who acknowledges his fatherhood simply because he is forced to do so, and whose conception of virtue is realized by the statement that a woman's duty is to keep her husband at home. To be the child of a woman who cares more for the benediction of Mrs. Grundy than the simple honor of her lover's word, and conceives prostitution to be purity and duty when exacted of her by her husband. It is to have tyranny as your progenitor and slavery as your prenatal cradle. It is to run the risk of unwelcome birth, legal, constitutional weakness, morals corrupted before birth, possibly a murder instinct, the inheritance of excessive sexuality or no sexuality, either of which is disease. It is to have the value of a piece of paper, a rag from the tattered garments of the social contract, set above health, beauty, talent, or goodness. For I never yet had difficulty in obtaining the admission that illegitimate children are nearly always prettier and brighter than others, even from conservative women. And how supremely disgusting it is to see them look from their own puny, sickly, lust-born children, upon whom lie the chain traces of their own terrible servitude, look from these to some healthy, beautiful, natural child, and say, what a pity its _mother wasn't virtuous. Never a word about their children's father's virtue. They know too much. Virtue. Disease, stupidity, criminality. What an obscene thing virtue is. What is it to be illegitimate? To be despised or pitted by those whose spite or whose pity isn't worth the breath it takes to return it. To be, possibly, the child of some man contemptible enough to deceive a woman, the child of some woman whose chief crime was belief in the man she loved. To be free from the prenatal curse of a slave mother, to come into the world without the permission of any lawmaking set of tyrants who assume to corner the earth, and say what terms the unborn must make for the privilege of coming into existence. This is legitimacy and illegitimacy. Choose. The man who walks to and fro in his cell in Lansing Penitentiary tonight, this vicious man, said, "The mothers of the race are lifting their dumb eyes to me, their sealed lips to me, their agonizing hearts to me. They are seeking for a voice. The unborn in their helplessness are pleading from their prisons, pleading for a voice. The criminals, with the unseen ban upon their souls that has pushed them to the vortex, out of their whirling hells, are looking, waiting for a voice. I will be their voice. I will unmask the outrages of the marriage bed. I will make known how criminals are born. I will make one outcry that shall be heard, and let what will be. He cried out through the letter of Dr. Markland that a young mother lacerated by unskillful surgery in the birth of her babe, but recovering from a subsequent successful operation, had been stabbed, remorselessly, cruelly, brutally stabbed, not with a knife, but with the procreative organ of her husband, stabbed to the doors of death, and yet there was no redress. And, because he called a spade, because he named that organ by its own name, so given in Webster's dictionary and in every medical journal in the country, because of this Moses Harmon walks to and fro in his cell tonight. He gave a concrete example of the effect of sex slavery, and for it he is imprisoned. It remains for us now to carry on the battle, and lift the standard where they struck him down, to scatter broadcast the knowledge of this crime of society against a man and the reason for it, to inquire into this vast system of license crime, its cause and its effect, broadly upon the race. The cause. Let woman ask herself, why am I the slave of man? Why is my brain said not to be the equal of his brain? Why is my work not paid equally with his? Why must my body be controlled by my husband? Why may he take my labor in the household, giving me in exchange what he deems fit? Why may he take my children from me? Will them away while yet unborn? Let every woman ask. There are two reasons why, and these ultimately reducible to a single principle: the authoritarian, supreme power, God idea, and its two instruments, the church that is, the priests, and the state that is, the legislators. From the birth of the church, out of the womb of fear and the fatherhood of ignorance, it has taught the inferiority of woman. In one form or another, through the various mythical legends of the various mythical creeds, runs the undercurrent of the belief in the fall of man through the persuasion of woman, her subjective condition as punishment, her natural vileness, total depravity, etc., and from the days of Adam until now the Christian Church, with which we have specially to deal, has made woman the excuse, the scapegoat for the evil deeds of man. So thoroughly has this idea permeated society that numbers of those who have utterly repudiated the Church are nevertheless soaked in this stupefying narcotic to true morality. So pickled is the male creation with the vinegar of authoritarianism that even those who have gone further and repudiated the state still cling to the God, society as it is, still hug the old theological idea that they are to be heads of the family, to that wonderful formula of simple proportion that man is the head of the woman even as Christ is the head of the church. No longer than a week since an anarchist said to me, I will be boss in my own house, a communist anarchist, if you please, who doesn't believe in my house. About a year ago, a noted libertarian speaker said, in my presence, that his sister, who possessed a fine voice and had joined a concert troupe, should stay at home with her children, that is her place . The old church idea. This man was a socialist, and since an anarchist, yet his highest idea for woman was serfhood to husband and children, in the present mockery called home. Stay at home, ye malcontents. Be patient, obedient, submissive. Darn our socks, mend our shirts, wash our dishes, get our meals, wait on us, and mind the children . Your fine voices are not to delight the public nor yourselves. Your inventive genius is not to work. Your fine art taste is not to be cultivated. Your business faculties are not to be developed. You made the great mistake of being born with them. Suffer for your folly. You are women . Therefore housekeepers, servants, waiters, and child's nurses. At Macon, in the 6th century, says Auguste Bebel, the fathers of the church met and proposed the decision of the question, has woman a soul? Having ascertained that the permission to own a nonentity wasn't going to injure any of their parsnips, a small majority vote decided the momentous question in our favor. Now, holy fathers, it was a tolerably good scheme on your part to offer the reward of your pitiable salvation or damnation odds in favor of the latter, as a bait for the hook of earthly submission. It wasn't a bad sop in those days of faith and ignorance. But fortunately 1400 years have made it stale. You tyrant radicals have no heaven to offer, you have no delightful chimeras in the form of merit cards, you have, save the mark, the respect, the good offices, the smiles of a slaveholder. This in return for our chains. Thanks. The question of souls is old, we demand our bodies now. We are tired of promises, God is deaf and his church is our worst enemy. Against it we bring the charge of being the moral, or immoral, force which lies behind the tyranny of the state. And the state has divided the loaves and fishes with the church. The magistrates, like the priests, take marriage fees. The two fetters of authority have gone into partnership in the business of granting patent rights to parents for the privilege of reproducing themselves. And the state cries as the church cried of old, and cries now, see how we protect women. The state has done more. It has often been said to me, by women with decent masters, who had no idea of the outrages practiced on their less fortunate sisters, why don't the wives leave? Why don't you run when your feet are chained together? Why don't you cry out when a gag is on your lips? Why don't you raise your hands above your head when they are pinned fast to your sides? Why don't you spend thousands of dollars when you haven't a cent in your pocket? Why don't you go to the seashore or the mountains, you fools scorching with city heat? If there is one thing more than another in this whole accursed tissue of false society which makes me angry, it is the asinine stupidity which with the true phlegm of impenetrable dullness says, why don't the women leave? Will you tell me where they will go and what they shall do? When the state, the legislators, has given to itself, the politicians, the utter and absolute control of the opportunity to live, when, through this precious monopoly, already the market of labor is so overstocked that workmen and workwomen are cutting each other's throats for the dear privilege of serving their lords, when girls are shipped from Boston to the South and North, shipped in carloads like cattle, to fill the dives of New Orleans or the lumber camp hells of my own state, Michigan. When seeing and hearing these things reported every day, the proper prudes exclaim, why don't the women leave? They simply beggar the language of contempt. When America passed the fugitive slave law compelling men to catch their fellows more brutally than runaway dogs, Canada, aristocratic, unrepublican Canada, still stretched her arms to those who might reach her. But there is no refuge upon earth for the enslaved sex. Right where we are, there we must dig our trenches and win or die. This, then, is the tyranny of the state. It denies, to both woman and man, the right to earn a living, and grants it as a privilege to a favored few who for that favor must pay 90% toll to the grand heirs of it. These two things, the mind domination of the church and the body domination of the state, are the causes of sex slavery. First of all, it has introduced into the world the constructed crime of obscenity. It has set up such a peculiar standard of morals that to speak the names of the sexual organs is to commit the most brutal outrage. It reminds me that in your city you have a street called Callow Hill. Once it was called Gallows Hill, for the elevation to which it leads, now known as Cherry Hill, has been the last touching place on earth for the feet of many a victim murdered by the law. But the sound of the word became too harsh, so they softened it, though the murders are still done, and the black shadow of the gallows still hangs on the city of brotherly love. Obscenity has done the same. It has placed virtue in the shell of an idea, and labeled all good, which dwells within the sanction of law and respectable custom, and all bad which contravenes the usage of the shell. It has lowered the dignity of the human body below the level of all other animals. Who thinks a dog is impure or obscene because its body is not covered with suffocating and annoying clothes? What would you think of the meanness of a man who would put a skirt upon his horse and compel it to walk or run with such a thing impeding its limbs? Why, the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals would arrest him, take the beast from him, and he would be sent to a lunatic asylum for treatment on the score of an impure mind. And yet, gentlemen, you expect your wives, the creatures you say you respect and love, to wear the longest skirts and the highest necked clothing in order to conceal the obscene human body . There is no society for the prevention of cruelty to women. And you yourselves, though a little better, look at the heat you wear in this roasting weather. How you curse your poor body with the wool you steal from the sheep. How you punish yourselves to sit in a crowded house with coats and vests on, because, dead madame, Grundy is shocked at the vulgarity of shirt sleeves, or the naked arm. Look how the ideal of beauty has been marred by this obscenity notion. Divest yourselves of prejudice for once. Look at some fashion-slaved woman, her waist surrounded by a high-board fence called a corset, her shoulders and hips angular from the pressure above and below, her feet narrowest where they should be widest, the body fettered by her everlasting prison skirt, her hair fastened tight enough to make her head ache and surmounted by a thing of neither sense nor beauty, called a hat, 10-to-1 a hump upon her back like a dromedary. Look at her, and then imagine such a thing as that carved in marble. Fancy a statue in Fairmount Park with a corset and bustle on. Picture to yourselves the image of the equestrienne. We are permitted to ride, providing we sit in a position ruinous to the horse, providing we wear a riding habit long enough to hide the obscene human foot, weighed down by 10 pounds of gravel to cheat the wind in its free blowing. So running the risk of disabling ourselves completely should accident throw us from the saddle. Think how we swim. We must even wear clothing in the water and run the gauntlet of derision if we dare battle in the surf minus stockings. Imagine a fish trying to make headway with a water-soaked flannel garment upon it. Nor are you yet content. The vile standard of obscenity even kills the little babies with clothes. The human race is murdered horribly in the name of dress. And in the name of purity, what lies are told. What queer morality it has engendered. For fear of it, you dare not tell your own children the truth about their birth. The most sacred of all functions, the creation of a human being, is a subject for the most miserable falsehood. When they come to you with a simple, straightforward question, which they have a right to ask, you say, "Don't ask such questions," or tell some silly hololog story, or you explain the incomprehensibility by another god. You say, "God made you." You know you are lying when you say it. You know, or you ought to know, that the source of inquiry will not be dammed up so. You know that what you could explain purely, reverently, rightly, if you have any purity in you, will be learned through many blind gropings, and that around it will be cast the shadow thought of wrong. Embryoed by your denial and nurtured by this social opinion everywhere prevalent. If you do not know this, then you are blind to facts and deaf to experience. Think of the double social standard the enslavement of our sex has evolved. Women considering themselves very pure and very moral will sneer at the streetwalker, yet admit to their homes the very men who victimize the streetwalker. Men, at their best, will pity the prostitute while they themselves are the worst kind of prostitutes. Pity yourselves, gentlemen, you need it. How many times do you see where a man or woman has shot another through jealousy? The standard of purity has decided that it is right, it shows spirit, it is justifiable to murder a human being for doing exactly what you did yourself, love the same woman or same man. Morality, honor, virtue. Passing from the moral to the physical phase, take the statistics of any insane asylum, and you will find that, out of the different classes, unmarried women furnish the largest one. To preserve your cruel, vicious, indecent standard of purity, you drive your daughters insane, while your wives are killed with excess. Such is marriage. Don't take my word for it. Go through the report of any asylum or the annals of any graveyard. Look how your children grow up. Taught from their earliest infancy to curb their love, nature's restrained at every turn. Your blasting lies would even blacken a child's kiss. Little girls must not be tomboyish, must not go barefoot, must not climb trees, must not learn to swim, must not do anything they desire to do which Madame Grundy has decreed improper. Little boys are laughed at as effeminate, silly girl boys if they want to make patchwork or play with a doll. Then when they grow up, men don't care for home or children as women do. Why should they, when the deliberate effort of your life has been to crush that nature out of them? Women can't rough it like men. Train any animal or any plant, as you train your girls, and it won't be able to rough it either. Now will somebody tell me why either sex should hold a corner on athletic sports? Why any child should not have free use of its limbs? These are the effects of your purity standard, your marriage law. This is your work. Look at it. Half your children dying under 5 years of age, your girls insane, your married women walking corpses. Your men so bad that they themselves often admit prostitution holds against equals purity equals a bond of indebtedness . This is the beautiful effect of your God, marriage, before which natural desire must abase and belie itself. Be proud of it. Now for the remedy. It is in one word, the only word that ever brought equity anywhere, equals liberty equals. Centuries upon centuries of liberty is the only thing that will cause the disintegration and decay of these pestiferous ideas. Liberty was all that calmed the blood waves of religious persecution. You cannot cure serfhood by any other substitution. Not for you to say, in this way shall the race love. Let the race alone . Will there not be atrocious crimes? Certainly. He is a fool who says there will not be. But you can't stop them by committing the arch crime and setting a block between the spokes of progress wheels. You will never get right until you start right. As for the final outcome, it matters not one iota. I have my ideal, and it is very pure and very sacred to me. But yours, equally sacred, may be different and we may both be wrong. But certain am I that with free contract, that form of sexual association will survive which is best. Adapted to time and place, thus producing the highest evolution of the type. Whether that shall be monogamy, variety, or promiscuity matters not to us, it is the business of the future, to which we dare not dictate. For freedom spoke Moses Harman, and for this he received the felon's brand. For this he sits in his cell tonight. Whether it is possible that his sentence be shortened, we do not know. We can only try. Those who would help us try, let me ask to put your signatures to this simple request for pardon addressed to Benjamin Harrison. To those who desire more fully to inform themselves before signing, I say, your conscientiousness is praiseworthy. Come to me at the close of the meeting, and I will quote the exact language of the Markland letter. To those extreme anarchists who cannot bend their dignity to ask pardon for an offense not committed, and of an authority they cannot recognize, let me say, Moses Harman's back is bent, low bent, by the brute force of the law. And though I would never ask anyone to bow for himself, I can ask it, and easily ask it, for him who fights the slave's battle. Your dignity is criminal. Every hour behind the bars is a seal to your partnership with Comstock. No one can hate petitions worse than I. No one has less faith in them than I. But for my champion, I am willing to try any means that invades no other's right, even though I have little hope in it. If, beyond these, there are those here tonight who have ever forced sexual servitude from a wife, those who have prostituted themselves in the name of virtue, those who have brought diseased, immoral, or unwelcome children to the light, without the means of provision for them, and yet will go from this hall and say, Moses Harman is an unclean man, a man rewarded by just punishment, then to I say, and may the words ring deep within your ears until you die, go on. Drive your sheep to the shambles. Crush that old, sick, crippled man beneath your juggernaut. In the name of virtue, purity, and morality, do it. In the name of God, home, and heaven, do it. In the name of the Nazarene who preached the golden rule, do it. In the name of justice, principle, and honor, do it. In the name of bravery and magnanimity, put yourself on the side of the robber in the government halls, the murderer in the political convention, the libertine in public places, the whole brute force of the police, the constabulary, the court, and the penitentiary, to persecute one poor old man who stood alone against your licensed crime. Do it. And if Moses Harman dies within your Kansas hell, be satisfied when you have murdered him . Kill him. And you hasten the day when the future shall bury you 10,000 fathoms deep beneath its curses. Kill him. And the stripes upon his prison clothes shall lash you like the knout. Kill him. And the insane shall glitter hate at you with their wild eyes. The unborn babes shall cry their blood upon you, and the graves that you have filled in the name of marriage shall yield food for a race that will pillory you, until the memory of your atrocity has become a nameless ghost, flitting with the shades of Torquemada, Calvin, and Jehovah over the horizon of the world. Would you smile to see him dead? Would you say, "We are rid of this obscenist"? Fools! The corpse would laugh at you from its cold eyelids. The motionless lips would mock, and the solemn hands, the pulseless, folded hands, in their quietness would write the last indictment, which neither time nor you can efface. Kill him, and you write his glory and your shame. Moses Harmon in his felon stripes stands far above you now, and Moses Harmon _dead_ will live on, immortal in the race he died to free. Kill him. Literature, the mirror of man, perhaps I had better say the mirror reflection, the reflection of all that he has been and is, the hinting foreflashing of something of what he may become. In so considering it, let it be understood that I speak of no particular form of literature, but the entire body of a people's expressed thought, preserved either traditionally, in writing or in print. The majority of lightly thinking, fairly read people, who make use of the word literature rather easily, do so with a very indistinct idea of its content. To them it usually means a certain limited form of human expression, chiefly works of the imagination, poetry, drama, the various forms of the novel. History, philosophy, science are rather frowning names, stern second cousins, as it were, to the beguiling companions of their pleasant leisure hours, not legitimately literature. Biography, well, it depends on who writes it. If it can be made so much like a work of fiction that the subject sketched serves the purposes of a fictive hero, why then maybe. To such talkers about literature, evidence of familiarity with it, and title to have one's opinions thereon asked and respected, are witnessed by the ability to run glibly off the names of the personages in the dramas of Ibsen, Bjornson, Maeterlinck, Hauptmann, or Shaw, or in the novels of Gorky, Andreev, Tolstoy, Zola, Maupassant, Hardy, and the dozen or so of lesser lights who revolve with these through the cycle of the magazine issues. Not only do these same people thus limit the field of literature, at least in their ordinary conversation, if you press them they will dubiously admit that the field may be extended, but they are also possessed of the notion that only one particular mode, even of fiction, is in fact the genuine thing. That this mode has not always been in vogue they are aware, and they allow other modes to have been literature in the past, as a sort of kindly concession to the past-day blanket indulgence to its unevolved state. At present, however, no indulgences are allowed. Whatever is not the mode is anathema. It is not literature at all. When confronted by the very great names of the past, which they can neither consign to oblivion, nor patronize by toleration for their undeveloped condition, names which are names for all ages, which they need to use as conjuration words in their comparisons and criticisms, names such as Shakespeare or Hugo, they complacently close their eyes to contradictions and swear that fundamentally these men's works are in the modern mode, the accepted mode, the one and only enduring mode the mode that they approve. Which is, I hear you ask, which is what they are pleased to call realism. If you wish to know how far they are obsessed by this notion, go pick yourself a quiet corner in some cafe where light literature readers meet to make comparisons and listen to the comments. Before very long, voices will be getting loud about some character at present stalking across the pages of the magazines or bestirring itself among the latest ton of novel, and the dispute will be, does such a type exist? Of course he exists. He does not exist. He must exist. He cannot exist. Under such conditions, there are no such conditions. But be reasonable. You have not been in all places, and you cannot say there may not be such conditions. Supposing, all right, I will give you the conditions. All the same, no man would act so under any conditions. I swear I'll have seen such men. Impossible. What is there impossible about it? And the voices get louder and louder as the disputants proceed to pick the character to pieces, speech by speech, and action by action, till, nothing being left, each finally subsides somehow, each confirmed in his own opinion, each convinced that the main purpose of literature realism has either been served, or not served, by the author under discussion. To such disputants, literature, the mirror of man, means that only such literature as gives so-called absolutely faithful representations of life, as it is demonstrably lived, is a genuine mirror. No author is to be considered worthy of a place, unless his works can be at least twisted to fit this conception, with some slight refinement of idea, in so far as it recognizes the obscurer recesses of the mind as entitled to representation as well as the externals. It corresponds to the one-time development of portrait painting, which esteemed it necessary to paint the exact number of hairs in the wart on Oliver Cromwell's nose, in order to have a true likeness of him. As before suggested, I do not, when I speak of literature as the mirror of man, have any such 12 by 18 mirror in view, nor the limitation of literature to any one form of it, to any one age of it, to any set of standard names, nor the limitation of man to any preconceived notion of just what he may logically be allowed to be. The composite image we are seeking to find is an image wrought as much of his dreams of what he would like to be, as of his actual being. That is no true picture of man, which does not include his cravings for the impossible, as well as his daily performance of the possible. Indeed, the logical, calculable man, the man who under certain circumstances may be figured out to turn murderer and, under others, saint, is hardly so interesting as the illogical being who upsets the calculation by becoming neither, but something not at all predictable. The objects of my lecture then are these: 1. To insist on a wider view of literature itself than that generally accepted. 2. To suggest to readers a more satisfactory way of considering what they read than that usually received. 3. To point to certain phases of the human appearance reflected in the mirror which are not generally noticed, but which I find interesting and suggestive. You would think it very unreasonable, would you not, for anyone to insist that because your highly polished glass backed by quicksilver gives back so clear and excellent an image, therefore underscore the watery vision you catch of yourself in the shifting, glancing ripples of a clear stream is not an image at all. With all the curious elongating and drifting and shortening back and breaking up into wavering circles, done by that unresting image, you know very certainly that is you, and if you look into the still waters of some summer pool or mountain rain cup, the image there is almost as sharp-lined as that in your polished glass. Except for the vague tremor that seems to move under the water rather than on its surface, and suggest an ethereal something missing in your drawing-room shadow. Yet that vision conjured in the water depth is you, surely you. Nay, even more, that first image of you, you perceived when as a child you danced in the firelight and saw a misshapen darkness rising and falling along the wall in teasing mockery. That too was surely an image of you, an image of interception, not of reflection, a blur, a vacancy, a horror, from which you fled shrieking to your mother's arms, and yet it was the distorted outline of you. You grew familiar with it later, amused yourself with it, twisted your hands into strange positions to see what curious shapes they would form upon the wall, and made whole stories with the shadows. Long afterward you went back to them with deliberate and careful curiosity, to see how the figures stumbled on by accident could be definitely produced, at will, according to the laws of interception. Even so, the first man images cast back from the blank wall of language are uncouth, ungraspable, vague, vacant, menacing to the men who saw them, frightful. Mankind produced this paradox. The early lights of literature were darkness . Later these darknesses grew less fearsome. The child man began to jest with them, to multiply figures and send them chasing past each other up and down the wall, with fresh glee at each newly created shadow sport. The wall at last became luminous, the shadows shining. And out of the old monosyllabic horror of the primitive legend, out of man's fright at the projection of his own soul, out of his wide stare at those terrific giants on the wall who suddenly with shadow-like shifting became grotesque dwarfs, and mocking little beasts that danced and floated, ever most fearful because of their elusive emptiness, out of this, bit by bit, grew the steady contemplation, the gradual effacement of fright, the feeling of power and amusement, and the sense of creative mastery, which, understanding the shadows, began to command them, till there arose all the beauty of fairy tales and shining myths and singing legends. Now anyone who desires to see in literature the most that there is in it, who desires to read not merely for the absorption of the moment, but for the sake of permanent impression, who wishes to have an idea of man not only as he is now, but through the whole articulate record of his existence, who would know the thoughts of his infancy and the connected course of his development, and no one has any adequate conception of the glory of literature, unless he includes this much in it any such a reader, I say, must find among its most attractive pages the stories of early superstitions, the fictions of fear, the struggles of the race child's intelligence with overlooming problems. Think of the ages and ages that men saw the demon electricity riding the air. Think that even now they do not know what he is, and yet he played mightily with their daily lives for all those ages. Think how this staring savage was put face to face with world games which were spun and tossed around him, and compelled by the nature of his own activity to try to find an explanation to them. Think that most of us, if we were not the herders of the ages that have passed since then, should be staggered and outbreathed even now by all these lights and forms through which we move, and then turn to the record of those pathetic strivings of the frightened child with some little tenderness and sympathy, some solemn curiosity to know what men were able to think and feel when they led their lives as in a threatening wonder-house, where everything was an unknown, invested with crouching hostility. And never be too sure you know just how men will act, or try to act, under any conditions, if you have not read the record of what they have thought and fancied and done, and after you have read it, then you will never be sure you know. For then you will realize that every man is a burial house, full of dead men's ghosts, and the ghosts of very, very ancient days are there, forever whispering in an ancient tongue of ancient passions and desires, and prompting many actions which the doer thereof can give himself no accounting for. There are two ways of reading these old stories, and as one who has gotten pleasure and profit, too, from both, I would recommend them both to be used. The first way is to read yourself backward into it as much as possible. Do not be a critic on first reading. Put the critic asleep. Let yourself seem to believe it as did he who wrote it. Read it aloud. If you are where you will not annoy anybody, let the words sing themselves over your lips, as they sung themselves over the lips of the people who were dead so long ago, in their strange faraway homes with their vanished surroundings, sung themselves. Just as the wind sung through the echoing forests and murmured back from the rocks, just as the songs slipped out of the birds' throats. You will find that half the beauty and the farce of old-time legend lies in the bare sound of it. Far, far more is it dependent on the voice than any modern writings are. And surely, the reason is simple enough, for _ was not _ writing in its creation. Ancient literature addressed itself to the ear, always, while modern literature speaks to the eye. If once you can get your ears washing with the sounds of the old language, as with the washing of the seas when you sit on the beach, or the lapping of the rivers when the bank grass caresses you some idle summer afternoon, it will be much easier for you to forget that you are the child of another age and thought. You will begin to luxuriate in fancies and prefigure impossibilities. Then you will know how it feels to be fancy-free, loosed from the chain of the possible, and once having felt, you will also understand better when you reread with other intent. When you are ready for such rereading, then be as critical as you please, which does not necessarily mean be condemnatory. It means rather take notice of all generals and particulars and question them. You will naturally pose yourself the question, why is it that the bare sounds of these old stories are so much more vibrating, drum-like, shrilling at times than any modern song or poem? You will find that the mitigating influence of civilization, knowledge, moderation, creeping into expression, produces flat, neutral, diluted sounds, watery words, so to speak, long drawn out and glidingly inoffensive. In any modern writing remarkable for strength, will be found a preponderance of barbaric yawp, as Whitman called it. Fear creates sharp cries. The rebound of fear, which is bravado, produces drum tones, roars, and growls. Unrestrained passions howl in wind notes, irregular, breaking short off. God carries a hammer and love a spear. The hymn clangs and the love song clashes. Through those fierce sounds one feels again hot hearts. Those who perceive colors accompanying sounds sense clean-cut lights streaking the night ground of these early word pictures, sharp, hard, reds and yellows. It is our later world which has produced green tintings not to be told from gray, nor gray from blue, nor anything from anything. In our fondness for smoothness and gradation, we have attained practical colorlessness. If it appears to you that I am talking nonsense, permit me to tell you it is because you have dulled your own powers of perception. In seeking to become too intellectually appreciative, you have lost the power to feel primitive things. Try to recover it. Another source of interesting observation, especially in English literature of early writing, this time the eye. It is admitted by everybody that as a serviceable instrument for expressing definite sounds in an expeditious and comprehensible manner, English written language is a woeful failure. If any inventor of a theory of symbols should, would, or could have devised such a ridiculous conception of spelling, such a hodgepodge of contradictory jumbles, he would properly have been adjudged to an insane asylum, and that every man who ever contrived an English spelling book, and every teacher who is obliged to worry this incongruous mess through the steadily revolting reason and memory process of children, is ably convinced. But man, English-speaking man, has actually executed such conception. He probably executed it first and conceived it afterward, as most of our poor victims do when they start on that terrible blind road through the spelling book. Whether or no, the thing is here, and we've all to accept it and deal with it as best we may, sadly hoping that possibly the 10th generation from now may at least be rid of a few unnecessary e's. And since the thing is here, and is a mighty creation and very indicative of how the human brain in large sections works, since we've got to put up with it anyway, we may as well, in revenge for its many inconveniences, get what little satisfaction we can out of it. And I find it one of the most delightful little side amusements of wandering through the field of old literature, while in the critical vein, to stray around among the old stumps and crooked cowpaths of English spelling. Much pleasure is to be derived from seeing what old words grew together and made new ones, what syllables or letters got lopped off or twisted, how silent letters became silent and why, from what older language planted, and what its relatives are. It is much the same pleasure that one gets from trailing around through the narrow crooked streets and senseless meanderings of London City. Everybody knows it's a foolish way to build a city, that all streets should be straight and wide and well distributed. But since they are not, and London is too big for one's individual exertion to reform, one consents to take interest in explaining the crookedness in mentally dissolving the great city into the 100 little villages which coalesce to make it. In marking this point as the place where St. somebody or other knelt and prayed once, and therefore there had to be a cross street here, and this other point as the place where the road swept round, because martyrs were wont to be burnt there, etc., etc. The trouble is that after a while one gets to love all that quaint illogical tangle, seeing always the 1,000 years of history in it, and so one's senses actually become vitiated enough to permit him to love the outrages of English spelling, because of the features of men's souls that are imaged therein. When I look at the word laugh, I fancy I hear the joyous deep guttural ga-ga-ga of the old Saxon who died long before the foreign graft on the English stock softened the gh to an f. Really one must become more patient with the unsystem, knowing how it grew, and feeling that this is the way of man, the way he always grows, not as he ought, but as he can. I have spoken of forms, word sounds, word symbols, as to the spirit of those early writings, full of inarticulate religious sentiment, emotions so strong they burst from the utterer's throat, one might almost say in barks, gloomy and foreboding. These gradually changing to more lightsome fancies, beauty, delicacy, airiness taking their place, as in the fairy tales and folk songs of the people, wherein the deeds of supernaturals are sported with, and it becomes evident that love and winsomeness are usurping the kingdom of power and fear. Through all we are compelled to observe one constant tendency of the human mind, the desire to free itself from its own conditions, to be what it is not, to represent itself as something beyond its powers of accomplishment. In their minds, men had wings and breathed in water and swam on land and ate air and thrived in deserts and walked through seas and gathered roses off icebergs and collected frozen dew off the tails of sunbeams, dispersed mountains with mustard seeds of faith, and climbed into solid caves under the rainbow, did everything which it was impossible for them to do. It is in fact this imaginative faculty which has forerun the accomplishments of science, and while, under the influence of practical experiment and the extension of knowledge, such dreams have passed away, this much remains and will long remain in humankind, covered over and shamefacedly concealed, as much as may be that men perpetually conceive themselves as chrysalid heroes and wonder-workers, and, under strain of occasion, this element crops out in their actions, making them do all manner of curious things which the standard setters of realism will declare utterly illogical and impossible. Often it is the commonest men who do them. I have a fondness for realism myself. At least I have a very wicked feeling towards what is called symbolism and various other things which I don't understand, but as the unrealists, the exaggeratists, the whatever you call them, express what I believe to be a very permanent characteristic of humankind, as evidenced in all the traces of its work, I think they probably give quite as true reflections of man's soul as the present favorites. These early literatures, most of which have of course been lost, were the embryos of our more imposing creations, and it is a pleasant and an instructive thing to follow the unfolding of monster tales into great religious literatures, to compare them and see how the same few simple figures, either transplanted or spontaneously produced at different points, evolved into all manner of creators, redeemers, and miracles in their various altered habitats. No one can so thoroughly appreciate what is in the face of a man turned upward in prayer, as he who has followed the evolution of the black monster up to that impersonal conception of God prettily called by Quakers, the inner light. Fairy tales, on the other hand, have evolved into allegories and dramas, first the dramas of the sky, now the dramas of earth. Tales of sexual exploits have become novels, novelettes, short stories, sketches, a many-expressioned countenance of man. But the old heroic legend, and the hero is always the next born after the monster in the far-back dawn days, is the lineal progenitor of history which was first the glorification of a warrior and his aides, then the story of kings, courts, and intrigues, now mostly the report of the deeds of nations in their ugly moods, and to become the record of what people have done in their more amiable moments, the record of the conquests of peace, how men have lived and labored, dug and built, hewn and cleared, gardened and reforested, organized and cooperated, manufactured and used, educated and amused themselves. Those of us who aspire to be more or less suggesters of social change are greatly at a loss if we do not know the face of man as reflected in history. And I mean as much the reflection of the minds of historians as seen in their histories as the reflection of the minds of others they sought to give, not so much in the direct expression of their opinion either, as in the choice of what they thought it worth while to try to stamp perpetuity upon. When we read in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle these items which are characteristic of the whole, A.D. 611. This year Cynegiles succeeded to the government in Wessex, and held it 31 winters. Cynegiles was the son of Saul, Saul of Cutha, Cutha of Cymric. And then, 614. This year Cynegiles and Cuhelm fought at Bampton and slew 2046 of the Welsh. And then, 678. This year appeared the comet star in August, and shone every morning during 3 months like a sunbeam. Bishop Wilfrid being driven from his bishopric by King of Earth, 2 bishops were consecrated in his stead. When we read these, we have not any very adequate conception of what the Anglo-Saxon people were doing, but we have a very striking and lasting impression of what the only men who tried to write history at all in that period of English existence thought it was worthwhile to record. Cynegiles was the son of Saul, and he of Cutha and Cutha of Cymric. It reads considerably like a stockraiser's pedigree book. The trouble is, we have no particular notion of Cymric. Probably if we went back we should find he was the son of somebody. But at any rate, he had a grandson, and the grandson was a king, and the chronicler therefore recorded him. Nothing happened for 3 years, and then the chronicle records that 2 kings fought and slew 2046 men. Then comes the momentous year 678 when a comet appeared and a bishop lost his job. No doubt the comet foretold the loss. There are no records of when shoemakers lost their jobs that I know of, nor how many shoemakers were put in their places, and I imagine it would have been at least as interesting for us to know as the little matter of Bishop Wilfrid. But the chronicler did not think so. He preserved the bishop's troubles. No doubt he did just what the shoemakers of the time would also have done, providing they had been also chroniclers. It is a fair sample of what was in men's minds as important. If anyone fancies that this disposition has quite vanished, let him pick up any ordinary history and see how many pages, relatively, are devoted to the doings of persons intent on slaying, and those intent on peaceful occupation, and how many times we are told that certain politicians lost their jobs, and how we are not told anything about the ordinary people losing their jobs. And then reflect whether the old face of man, the historian, is quite another face yet. Biography, as a sort of second offspring of the hero legend, is another revelation when we read it, not only to know its subject, but to know its writer, the standpoint from which he values another man's life. Ordinarily, there is a great deal of Sinigils the son of Cutha the son of Cymric in it, and a great deal of emphasis upon the man as an individual phenomenon, when really he would be more interesting and more comprehensible left in connection with the series of phenomena of which he was part. As an example of what to me is a perfect biography, I instance Conway's Life of Thomas Paine, itself a valuable history. But it is not so correct a mirror of the general attitude of biographers and readers of biography as Bosworth's Life of Johnson, except in so far as it indicates that the great face in the glass is changing. It is rather the type of what biography is becoming than what it has been or is. There are two divisions of literature which are generally named in one breath and are certainly closely connected, and yet the one came to highly perfected forms long, long ago, while the other is properly speaking very young, and for all that, the older is the handmaid of the younger. I mean the literatures of philosophy and science. Philosophy is simply the coordination of the sciences, the formulation of the general and related principles deduced from the collection and orderly arrangement of the facts of existence. Yet man had rich literatures of philosophy, while his knowledge of facts was yet so extremely limited as hardly to be worth while writing books about. None of the appearances of man's soul is more interesting than that reflected in the continuous succession of philosophies he has poured out. Let him who read them always twice. First, simply to know and grasp what is said, to become familiar with the idea as it formed itself in the minds of those who conceived it. Second, for the sake of figuring the restless activity of brain, the positive need of the mind under all conditions to formulate what knowledge it has, or thinks it has, into some sort of connected whole. This is one of the most pronounced and permanent features seen in the mirror, the positive refusal of the mind to accept the isolation of existences. No matter how far apart they lie, man proceeds to spin connecting threads somehow. The woven texture is often comical enough, but the weaver is just as positively revealed in the cobwebs of ancient philosophy as in the reasoning of Herbert Spencer. Concerning the literature of science itself, in strict terms, I should be very presumptuous to speak of it, because I know extremely little about it, but of those general popularizations of it, which we have in some of the works of Haeckel, Darwin, and their similars, I should say that beyond the important information they contain in themselves, which surely no one can afford to be in ignorance of, they present the most transformed reflection of man which any literature gives. Their words are cold, colorless, burdened with the labor of exactness, machine-like, sustained, uncompromising, careless of effect. The spirit they embody is like unto them. They offer the image of man's soul in the time while imagination is in abeyance, reason ascendant. This coldness and quietness sound the doom of poetry. A people which shall be fully permeated with the spirit and word of science will never conceive great poems. They will never be overcome long enough at a time by their wonder and admiration, by their primitive impulses, by their power of simple impression, to think or to speak poetically. They will never see trees as impaled giants any more. They will see them as evolved descendants of phytoplasm. Dewdrops are no more the jewels of the fairies. They are the produce of condensation under given atmospheric conditions. Singing stones are not the prisons of punished spirits, but problems in acoustics. The basins of fjords are not the track of the anger of Thor, but the pathways of glaciation. The roar and blaze and vomit of Etna are not the rebellion of the Titan, but the explosion of so and so many million cubic feet of gas. The comet shall no more be the herald of the wrath of heaven. It is a nebulous body revolving in an elliptical orbit of great elongation. Love will not be the wound of Cupid, but the manifestation of universal reproductive instincts. No, the great poems of the world have been produced. They have sung their song and gone their way. Imagination remains to us, but weakened, mixed, tamed, calmed. Verses we shall have, and many fragments of beauty and power, but never again the thunder roll of the mighty early song. We have the benefits of science. We must have its derogations also. The powerful fragments will be such as deal with the still unexplored regions of man's own eternity, if I may coin the word. Science is still bulking here. But not for long. We shall soon have madmen turned inside out, and their madness painstakingly reduced to so and so many excessive or deficient nerve vibrations per second. Then no more of Poe's Raven and Ibsen's Brand. I have said that I intended to indicate a wider concept of literature than that generally allowed. So far I have not done it. At least all that I have dealt with is usually mentioned in works on literature. But I wish now to maintain that some very lowly forms of written expression must be included in literature, always remembering that I am seeking the complete composite of man's soul. Here then, I include in literature, beside what I have spoken on, not only standard novels, stories, sketches, travels, and magazine essays of all sorts, but the poorest, paltriest dime novel, detective story, daily newspaper report, baseball game account, and splash advertisement. Oh, what a charming picture of ourselves we see therein. And a faithful one, mind you. Think what a speaking likeness of ourselves was the report of national, international, racial importance, the Jeffries-Johnson fight. Nay, I am not laughing. The people of the future are going to look back at the record 1,000 years from now and say, this is what interested men in the year 1910. I wonder which will appear most ludicrous then, Bishop Wilfrid in juxtaposition with the comet star, or the destiny of the white race put in jeopardy by a pugilistic contest between one white and one black man. Oh, the bated breath, the expectant eyes, the unbitten lip, the taut muscles, the riveted attention of hundreds of thousands of people watching the great scientific combat. I wonder whether the year 3000 will admire it more or less than the Song of Beowulf and the Battle of Brunanburh. Consider the soul reflected on the sporting page. Oh, how mercilessly correct it is. Consider the soul reflected on the advertising page. Oh, the consummate liar that strides across it. Oh, the gull, the simpleton, the would-be getter of something for nothing whose existence it argues. Yeah, commercial man has set his image therein. Let him regard himself when he gets time. And the body of our reform literature, which really reflects the very best social aspirations of men, how prodigal in words it is, how indefinite in ideas. How generous of brotherhood and sisterhood in the large, how chary in the practice. Do we not appear therein as curious little dwarfs who have somehow gotten big heads? Mites gesticulating at the stars and imagining they are afraid because they twinkle. I would not discourage any comrade of mine in the social struggle, but sometimes it is a wholesome thing to reconsider our size. A word in defense of the silly story. Let us not forget that lowly minds have lowly needs, and the mass of minds are lowly, and have a right to such gratification as is not beyond their comprehension. So long as I do not have to read those stories, I feel quite glad for the sake of those who are not able to want better that such gratification is not denied them. I would not wish to frown the silly story out of existence so long as it is a veritable expression of many people's need. There are those who have only learned the art of reading at all because of the foolish story. And quite in a side way, I learned the other day through the grave assertion of a physician that the ability to read even these, whereby some little refinement of conception is introduced into the idea of love, is one of the restraining influences upon sexual degradation common among poor and ignorant young women. The face of man revealed in them is therefore not altogether without charm, though it may look foolish to us. I said there were some appearances in the mirror not generally remarked, but which to me are suggestive. One of these is the evident delight of the human soul in _smut_. In the older literature, these things are either badly set down, as law and cursing, as occasionally in the Bible, or they are clothed and mixed with sprightly imaginations, as in the tales of Boccaccio and Chaucer, or they are thinly veiled with a possible modest meaning, as in the puns of the Shakespearean period, but in our day, they compose a subterranean literature of themselves, like segregated harlots among books. Should I say that I blush for this face of man? I ought to, perhaps, but I do not. All I say is, the thing is there, a very real, a very persistent image in the glass. No one who looks straight into it can avoid seeing it. Mixed with the humorous, as it often rather usually is, it seems to be one of the normal expressions of normal men. We deceive ourselves greatly if we fancy that man has become purified of such imaginations because they are not used openly in modern dramas and stories, as they were in the older ones. It may be dangerous to say it, but I believe from the evidence of literature as a whole that a moderate amount of amusement in smut is a saving balance in the psychology of nearly every man and woman, a sign of anchorage in a robust sanity, which takes things as they are and laughs at them. I believe it is a much more wholesome appearance than that betrayed in our fever-bred stories and sketches which deal with the abnormalities of men, and which are growing more and more in vogue, in spite of our cry about realism. Personally, I am more interested in the abnormalities, which I find very fascinating. And I am very eager to know whether they will prove to be the result of the abnormal conditions of life, which modern man has created for himself in his tampering with the forces of nature, his strenuous industrial existence, his turning of night into day, his whirling himself over the world at a pace not at all in conformity with his native powers of locomotion, and other matters in accordance. Or will they prove to be the revenge of the dammed up, cribbed, cabined, and confined imagination, which can no longer exert itself upon externals? Since the investigating man has explained and mastered these, or is doing so and now turns in to wreak frightful wreck upon the mind itself. At any rate, the fact is that we have some very curious appearances in the mirror just now, madmen explaining their own madness, diseased men picking apart their own diseases, perverted men analyzing their own perversions, anything. Everything but sane and normal men. Does it mean that in our day there is nothing interesting in good health, in well-ordered lives? Or does it mean that the rarest thing in all the world is the so-called normal man, whom tacit consent assumes to be the commonest? That everybody, while outwardly wearing a mask of reputable common sense, is within a raging conglomeration of psychic elements that hurl themselves on one another like hissing flames? Or does it mean simply that the most powerful writers are themselves diseased and can only paint disease? I put these questions and do not presume to answer them. I point to the mirror, the Ibsen drama, the Andreev story, the Maeterlinck poem, the Artzybashev novel, and I say the image is there. Explain it as you can. For the rest, let me recall to you what I told you was my intent. First, to insist on a more inclusive view of literature. You see, I would have it extended both up and down, _, even to the advertisement, the sporting page, and the surreptitious anecdote, _up, to the fullest and most comprehensive statements of the works of reason. Second, to suggest that readers acquire the habit of reading twice, or at least with a double intent. When serious literature is to be considered, I would insist on actually reading twice, but of course it would be both impractical and undesirable to apply such a method to most of the print we look at. Those who are confirmed in the habits of would-be critics will have the greatest trouble in learning to read a book from the simple man's standpoint, and yet no one can ever form a genuine appreciation of a work who has not first forgotten that he is a critic, and allowed himself to be carried away into the events and personalities depicted therein. In that first reading, also, one should train himself to feel and hear the music of language, this great instrument which men have jointly built, and out of which come great organ tones and trumpet calls and thin flute notes, sweeping and wailing, an articulate storm conjuring key whereby all the passions of the dead, the millions of the dead, have given to the living the power to call their ghosts out of the grave and make them walk. Yeah, every word is the mystic embodiment of 1,000 years of vanished passion, hope, desire, thought all that battled through the living figures turned to dust and ashes long ago. Train your ears to hear the song of it. It helps to feel what the writer felt. And after that, read critically, with one eye on the page, so to speak, and the other on the reflection in the mirror, looking for the mind behind the work, the things which interested the author and those he wrote for. Third, to suggest inquiry into the curious paradox of the people of the most highly evolved scientific and mechanical age taking especial delight in psychic abnormalities and morbidities, whereby the most utterly unreasonable fictive creation becomes the greatest center of curiosity and attraction to the children of reason. A mirror maze is literature, wherein man sees all faces of himself, lengthened here, widened there, distorted in another place, restored again to due proportion, with every possible expression on his face, from abjectness to heroic daring, from starting terror to icy courage, from love to hate and back again to worship, from the almost sublime down to the altogether grotesque, now giant, now dwarf, but always with one persistent character, his superb curiosity to see himself . The drama of the 19th century, the passions of men are actors, events are their motions, all history is their speech. In the long play of the ages, a human being sometimes becomes an event. A nation's passion takes personnel . Such beings are the expression of the gathered mind force of millions. He only who keeps himself aloof from all feeling can remain the spectator of the hour. All that humanity which is held within the beating, coiling, surging tides of passion has no individuality. It sinks its personality to become a vein in the limb of this giant, a pulse in the heart of that Titan. Only when out of the spirit of the times the event is born, only when the act is complete, the curtain rung down, only then does the intellectuality of the vein, the pulse, rise to the level of the dispassionate. Only then can it survey a tragedy and say, this was necessary, a reaction, and say, this was inevitable. Yet as a drop of blood is a quivering, living, flashing ruby beside the dead, pale pearl of a stagnant pool, so is one drop of feeling a shining thing, a living thing, beside the deadness of the intellect which judges while the heart is stone. Beside those quiet bayous of brain which reflect back the images before them very purely, very stilly, giving no heed to the great rushing river of heart that rolls on, hurries on so close beside them. By and by, the river reaches the great sea, and the waters spread out calm and deep, so deep that the stars of the upper sea, the lights of the higher life, shine far up from them as a babe smiles up into its mother's eyes, and up still to the distant source of the light within the eyes. It is to men and women of feeling that I speak, men and women of the millions, men and women in the hurrying current. Not to the shallow egotist who holds himself apart and with the Phariseeism of intellectuality exclaims, I am more just than thou, but to those whose every fiber of being is vibrating with emotion as aspen leaves quiver in the breath of storm. To those whose hearts swell with a great pity at the pitiful toil of women, the weariness of young children, the handcuffed helplessness of strong men. To those whose blood runs quick along the veins like wildfire on the dry grass of prairies when the wind whirls aside the smokings of the Holocaust, and, courting the teeth of the flame, the black priestess, injustice, beckons it on while her feet stamp on the cinders of the sacrifice. To those whose heartstrings thrill at the touch of love like the sweet, low, musical laugh of childhood, or thrum with hate like the singing vibration of the bowstring speeding the arrow of death. I speak to those whose eyes behold all things through a haze of gray, or rose, or gold, born of their surroundings, and which mist slips away only when the gaze is leveled on that dead past whose passions and whose deeds are ended. To whom the present is always a morning with the dimness of morning around it, the past clear and still no veil on its face, for the veil has been shredded asunder. For he only who intensely perceives the nature of his surroundings, he, and he only, who has felt and keenly felt all the throbs and throes of life, can judge with any degree of truth of the action of that which is past. You who have loved, you who have joyed, you who have suffered, it belongs to you to people the silent streets of the silent cities with forms now vanished, to comprehend something of the passions which animated their action. It belongs to you to understand how the fury of a great energy, striking terrible aimless blows in the dark, may yet, across the chasm of awful mistake, touch the hand of a greater justice. If from a panoramic survey of the past some wisdom may be gathered, then let the dramas of old ages tell us what have been the mainsprings of their motions, so we shall understand what action ushered in the drama of the 19th century. Westward the star of empire holds its way, following the course of those majestic spheres of fire which whirl each in its vast ellipse, trending away in a long, southwesterly path athwart the heavens, obedient to that superior attraction which through all the universe holds good. The attraction of greater for lesser things, the tide of life upon our world has risen and swelled and rolled away to the south and west. Away in the orient source of the sunlight, away where the glitter of ice shines up to meet the morning, nations have risen and plunged down impetuously over the sleeping regions of darkness and of heat, bearing with them the breeze-stirring life of the north and the untrending light of the east. And out of this conquered earth have arisen the mixed passions of another life and another race. Still the governing stars will on, and the tide of life which paused only to gather strength rolls up again, and once more a nation is born, and new passions dictate the action of the peoples. Down it sweeps over the Altian hills, over the Himalayan ranges, over the land of the Euphrates and Tigris, over the deserts of Arabia the barren, the fields of Arabia the stony, and the grasses and waters of Arabia the happy. To those low shores, the home of dark mausoleums and darker pyramids, onto the now classic land of Greece and golden Italy, and the home of the dark-eyed Moors. Sweeps till it touches the frothing sea, and brightly borne upon its upper crest shines the glory, the splendor, the magnificence of the warring powers which dictated the action of Greece and Rome. For centuries their hoisted spears send back the burnished glitter of the sun, and then the light dies out. Down rushing from the northland again the tide of vigor pours, and the health and strength of barbarism conquers the weakness of a tottering civilization. Far away over the miles of sparkling sea, in the darkness and the silence a continent lies waiting for the coming of the light, waiting for the swelling of the tide. Slowly at last a ripple creeps up over the strange beach, and the flood rolls on, and again a continent becomes a cradle, and the empire star sends on its rays to kiss the forehead of the rising world. Over the breadth of all our continent that mighty wave is flowing still. Standing today almost upon the threshold of another world, and looking back down this long-visted past, gradually there dawns upon reflection's vision. Gradually there grows out of the confusion of forms and the babble of sounds a clearer perception of the motor powers which have dictated the action of this past, a better idea of the grand plot which, driven by these motor powers, the passions are working out. For above the long procession of scenes and events, above the monster massings of happiness and woe, above the war and peace of centuries, above the nations that have risen and fallen, above the life and above the grave, the winged and shadowy embodiments of two great ideas float and rest. And those two principles are called authority and liberty, or, if it please you better, _God_ and liberty. The one is all clad in the purple and scarlet of pomp and of power, while the other stands a glorious shining center in the white radiance of freedom. Yet not always. Far back in time authority stood on thrones and altars, with the plumed sables of despotism waving on his brow, while in his hands he held two iron gyves, the one to fetter thought, the other to fetter action. And these two gyves were called _the church and state _liberty. Liberty was then a name scarcely to pass the lips, dreamed of only in solitude, spoken of only in dungeons. Yet out of the blackest mire the whitest lily blooms. Out of the dungeon, out of the sorrow, out of the sacrifice, out of the pain, grew this child of the heart, and pure and strong she grew until the sabled plumes have tottered on the despot's brow, and a great palsy shakes the hands that once so firmly held the gyves of church and state. For, ever seeking to overthrow each other, the one for the aggrandizement of self, the other for the love of all mankind. These two powers have contended, and every energy, every passion, every desire, good or evil, has been ranged on this side or on that, blunderingly or wisely, and nations have swung to and fro in their breath as upon a hinge. And one by one the powers of authority have been crippled, and step by step liberty has advanced, until today mankind is beginning to measure the forces that, struggling blindly together, are yet evolving light, to drink in the sublime ideal of freedom. Yet, oh, how long the struggle with vested ignorance, with greed and power! When upon the drama of the 19th century the curtain rose, liberty, triumphant on the younger shores, lay prone and hurled in Europe. Against 15 centuries of crowned and throned and tithed curse and woe unutterable, she had risen with such a fearful convulsive strength that when she had mown down king, priest and throne, and gorged the guillotine with blood, she sank back, exhausted from the struggle. And the hated tyrant rose again. The wild desire to conquer, to possess, to control, to hold in subjection, seemed to dominate with an unconquerable strength, and the gathered mind force of millions of people wrought itself into the single brain of Napoleon Bonaparte. This human being became an event. This nation's passion took _personnel_. The spirit of the times produced this man, and authority smiled as one after another the despots of Europe plotted and planned, only to be overthrown by this incarnation of ambition, while the scenes were shifted from the Vineland to the Rhineland, from the Sunland to the Snowland, and through them all the great event glowed out, lit high by the rust-red light. How well the plot was working! The empire triumphant, nations subjected, the fetter of action closing its terrible teeth. Liberty manacled on the left. The armies of God massing their forces advancing preparing to close down the iron jaw of the iron gyve upon the right, to imprison thought, to re-establish the union of fetters, to link up the broken chains, to burden human hope and human will and human life once more with the awful oppression of church and state. But liberty will not, cannot die. Wounded and bruised and pinioned sore, condemned to the use of instruments that were none of hers, she wrought with England's jealousy, with Wellington's emulation, with fear, with love, with hate. Impelled by one motive or another, the nations of the coalition moved in concert. Napoleon had been Marengo, he had been Austerlitz. He became _Waterloo, and when across that awful field rolled the last long cannon boom, when the silence settled, when the quick and the dead lay sleeping and the wounded died, justice and suffering touched hands across the gulf of blood, and liberty heard them whisper _sic semper tyrannis. In the tableau that followed, she, the ideal of our dreams, still stood pale and fettered, but a smile lit up her face and a light gleamed in her eyes as she saw authority reel and stagger from the blow which, though it did not sever, yet shattered half the strength of both its fetters. For the strength of God lies in a vast unity, an ownership of ideas backed up by the brute force under the command of the individual in whom that ownership of ideas is vested, while the strength of liberty lies in the very essence of things themselves. The fact that no law or force ever can destroy the individualities of existence, and of necessity the natural tendency to break all bonds which seek to control thought, and all force which locks up those bonds, entailing liberty of action as the outcome of liberty of thought. And just in proportion as churches have been dismembered and states have been broken up, no matter that each new church and each new state were but another form of despotism, just in that proportion has the principle of liberty been served. For each new religious establishment has been an assertion of the right to think differently from the fashionable creed. Each change has been a movement away from the centralization of power. So with Waterloo in the background, with authority lashed to impotent rage before it, and liberty pinioned, yet with the lit smile still upon her countenance, the tableau light flames up and dies, and the curtain falls upon the first great act. Those who think, those who feel, those who hope, know why that smile was there. For looking away over the long blue roll of water that swelled like an interlude between, she beheld the sublime opening scene of the act that followed. Far up the wonderful stage, the distant mountains lift their circling crests. At their feet, the waters sweep like a march of music. Vast acres of untrodden grassland shower their emerald wealth. Nearer the front, the lower hills rise up. And then the short Atlantic slope, all rife with busy life, bends down to meet the sea. On the right, the hoarfrost sheens and shines on the majestic northern forests, while the glittering earth, dipped in its bath of frozen crystal, spreads like a field of diamonds. On the left, the white flakes of the orange bloom fall like a shimmering bridal veil. The wind floats up like a perfume, and the hazy, lazy languor of warmth creeps all about. Behind it all, behind the hills and the prairies and the lifted summits, the mystical golden light of the west drops down, filling the dim-lit distance with the glory of promise. The silver light of the Empire Star glides over the Atlantic slope, and its rays, like guiding fingers, point onward to the gathering shadows. Now the passions of men begin to move upon this vast platform with an energy never before witnessed. Diverted from their old-time channels of struggle against the oppression of gods and kings and the bitterness of birth hatred, with the freedom of opportunity denied in the old world, and with such unstinted natural resources waiting for the magic transformer, the genius of humanity, ambition of power, avarice, pride, jealousy, all those motors born out of the old regime of a state-propped God, bred and multiplied through generations till they have come to be looked upon as natural laws of human existence, begin to work together to plant this untrodden earth, to sow in its furrows the seed of a newer race and, paradoxical as it may sound, to work for their own destruction, their final elimination from the human brain. Or perhaps it were more correct to say that, with the barriers of old institutions taken away, they naturally begin their retransformation into those beautiful sentiments from which they were originally warped, distorted, misshapen by that warped, distorted, misshapen idea called God. So do they inaugurate the grand era of development. So do they answer the oft-repeated question, what incentive would there be for labor or genius if the institutions that compel them to struggle were broken down? Look at the stage of the past and see. Never before had thought been so free, never before had ability been less cramped, less starved or less compelled. And never before did genius dare so much for purposes so great. Never before did the engines which drive the tide of life along a continent send forth a stream of so much vigor. A new light breaks along the pathway of the stars, and swells and rolls, and floods the great scene with a dawnburst so magnificent that the very hills blush in its rising splendor. It is the dawn which the night of God so long held shrouded. It is that which is born when superstition dies. It is that phoenix which rises from the ashes of religion. It is that clear blent flame of all the great forces of nature, brought to the knowledge of mankind by delving reason, and shot like northern streamers from the heart of her the Church of God, so long held throttled science. It is that which shone reflected in the eyes of liberty when pale and manacled she stood before the field of Waterloo. The ray of the under-earth came up to join the ray of the clouds shot down. The energies of sky and mine and sea were clasped to bring down the wealth of the mountains to the shore, and to transport the life of the now populous strip of slope to the unclaimed regions of the west. In the broad blaze of light the scene is shifted. The golden effulgence melts and flows round that sea-girdled kingdom, where quietly but surely the two great engines of authority are being shriven apart. The dynasties of kings are growing dusty, much of their power is but a legend. The church is shrinking in her garments. The desires of this people are slow to move, but deeply rooted and strong, and so far as they have moved forward, they have never moved back. There have been no gigantic strides, no reactions. Little by little the idea of divinely delegated power has been crippled till the English bishop and the English lord have become mere titled mockeries in comparison with their ancient feudal meaning. But stop. Close lying there, almost beneath her stretching shadows, another island flashes like a green star in its sea-blue setting. And from that island there rises up the cry of a great devotion, clinging blindly to its greatest curse, its priest-hedged god, while persecuted even unto death by the fanaticism of another faith. And the pleading of hunger while day long and night long the shuttle flies in the flax loom, and the earth yields her golden fruition, only to lade the ships that bear it away from the famine-white lips and the toil-hardened hands that produced it. Blindly devotion prays to its God, that God whom it calls all-wise, all-powerful and all-just, and the English Lord, who cannot thus subdue his own countrymen, reaches out the long arm of the law across the channel for his rent and, with God looking on, it is given, and still while the hollow-eyed women kneel at the altar for help, the scene widens out, and away in the distance the seven-hilled city lifts up from the sea, and from the dome of the Vatican, from that great mortared hill of God, the Vicar of Christ calls out, "My tribute, my Peter pence." And with God looking on, it is given. And then from the foot of that tear-stained altar, where so many lips of woe have pressed, where so many helpless hands have clasped, where so many hearts have broken, comes the ironical promise of Jehovah, "Ask, and thou shalt receive." Oh, God is a very promising personage, indeed very promising, but, like some of his disciples, very perpé. Liberty. Shadowed, invisible. Yet a muffled voice is repeating the words which not so long ago rang from the lips of one who stood almost beneath the shadow of the scaffold, who walks today in prison gloom. Ye see me only in your cells, ye see me only in the grave. Ye see me only wandering lone beside the exile's sullen wave. Ye fools! Do I not also live where you have sought to pierce in vain? Rests not a nook for me to dwell in every heart, in every brain? Not every brow that boldly thinks erect with manhood's honest pride? Does not each bosom shelter me that beats with honor's generous tide? Not every workshop brooding woe, not every hut that harbors grief? Am I not the breath of life that pants and struggles for relief? Poor, panting, struggling, misery-laden Ireland. How God laughs with glee to see his shackles weight your misery. The scene is shifting, the stage is darkening, a strange eclipse obscures the shafted light. Darker, darker. Now a low, red fire gleams like a winking eye along the foreground. It runs, it hisses like a snake. There another leaps up, there another. France, Germany, Italy, the continent blazes with the fires of the Commune. That spirit which, drunken with blood, reeled from the guillotine at 93, to be crushed beneath the upbuilding of the empire, has once more arisen. And out of the hot hells of fury and jealousy and hate, out of the pitiless struggle between vested rights and wrongs with high ancestral lineage, and the great outcrying of a piteous ignorance against an oppression whose injustice it feels, but cannot analyze, grows the sublime idea which priests have anathematized and states have outlawed, the sacred dogma of equals equality, equals in so far as that ideal was made possible of conception, in so far as the masses began to understand something of the causes of their ills, in so far the purpose of liberty was served. No matter that the arms of oppression were triumphant, the dawn of the thought of equal liberty upon the mass of the unthinking was a far greater victory than any triumph of arms. So when the fires died down and the low reflection gleamed for an instant over those quiescent Indian valleys and Altian ranges, where the main plot of old centuries had been laid, and then paled out before the white flare lighting the tableau of the second act, Liberty stood with chained hands lifted toward her enemy, while a proud look, playing like an iridescent flame in her eyes, said, plain as lips could speak it, "I have unbound their thoughts. They will one day unbind my hands." Slowly the curtain falls on the fair prisoner and the glowering god. The solemn ocean interlude rolls in again the rising curtain. Shows the curving slope, the rock romance of hills, the wide, green valley with its threading silver, the sweeping mountains with the mirage of the blue Pacific lifted high in the sky behind them, the frosted pines, the orange groves. Moving upon the nearer stage, two great masses of humanity are seen facing each other, the fires of ambition, of stubborn pride, of determination for the mastery flash like flint sparks in the eyes of both. Rage is gathering as the stage light darkens. Yet these two opposing forces are not all. From under the groves of bridal bloom comes a mournful, chant-like requiem. Under the bloom 4,000,000 voices cry in pain. Upon the darkened faces, upturned to that darkening day, fall the white petals helplessly. as hope falls on the faces of the dead to die beside them. In the beautiful land of the sun, 4 million human beings clink the chains of the chattel slave. What music! Liberty! Liberty was a wraith, fleeting ghost-like through the lonely rice swamps, terrible _ignis fatuus of the quagmire, strange, mystical, vanishing moonshimmer on the darkly ominous waters lying so silent, so level, beneath the droop of Spanish moss and cypress. There it was they drove thee, their equals their equals, where the quaking earth shivered with its branded burden, where the fever and the miasm were thy breathing, and thy sacred eyes were dimmed with winding sheets of mist that floated, oh so dankly, oh so coldly, a steam of tears that rose as fast as their dews might fall. There wast thou exiled, thou, the god-hunted, thou, the law-driven, equals thou, the immortal equals. Yet, oh, so dear men love thee, liberty, that, even here in thy last terrible citadel of woe, humanity linked arms with death and wooed thee still. Wooed thee, with the ringing bay of bloodhounds in its ears, wooed thee, with the wolf of hunger gnawing at its throat, wooed thee with the clinging miasm winding its anacondine folds around its fever-thin body, wooed thee with the dark pathos of a dying eye, while the diseased and hungered limbs lay stiffening in their agony. And thou wast true, O liberty! Out of thy bitter exile thou didst call to them, and point them on to hope, and thou didst call, too, to those strange-eyed dreamers, whose faces shone amidst the rank and file of those dominated by local hate alone, as shines a clear star among driving clouds. Against them authority has hurled his curses. Spit upon by the godly, despised by the law-abiding, they yet have dared to say to church and law, think what you please of me, but free the slave. Aye, the church persecuted, and the law hunted down, and for the love of God, men set traps to catch their fellow-men, even the wise men at Washington, against whose mandates it is treason to speak, aye, a matter for the scaffold in these days. Even the wise men built a trap to uphold the divine institution and sent it forth to the people labeled the fugitive slave law, and as in other days, human beings died for their opinions but the opinions did not die . Has not one of our latter-day martyrs said, men die, but principles live? See, the light which has been slowly fading from the right and left shines with a frightful brilliancy upon one point. North and south lie darkened, but Harper's Ferry glows. There is a wild, mad charge, a shifting of the light, a scaffold, a doomed old man bending his grand white head to mount the fatal steps with a child slave's kiss yet warm upon his lips, and then only a dull, lifeless pendulum in human form, swinging to and fro. And the church and the law were satisfied when those dumb lips were cold, and the dead limbs were stiff, and God and Harper's Ferry had no more to fear from old John Brown. But the church and the law have not always been wise. They have not always understood that the martyrs _to creed and code have done as much by their death for the propagation of their principles as the martyrs _ creed and code. And God and the state sowed a wind whose reaping was a terrible whirlwind when they hung John Brown. Across the dim platform the passions of hate and pride move toward each other. It is the old combat of the forces of authority, each contending not for the vindication of right, but for the maintenance of power over the other. It is a terrific struggle of brute strength and strategy and cunning and ferocity, and well might those who conceived the ideal beautiful of freedom shrink horror-struck from the blood-soaked path their feet must tread to reach it. Not strange if some should pause and shudder and cry out, is it worth the sacrifice? But up from the dust where hope lay trodden, and out of the trenches where the sacrificed lay hid, and over the plains all scarred with bullets and plowed with shells, breathed the whisper, it is not vain. It was not in vain, for as at Waterloo the struggle of ambition against ambition defeated the first purpose of authority, the centralization of power, and gave a partial victory to her whom both hated, so Antietam, Fredericksburg, Vicksburg, Gettysburg, while in themselves representing only the brutish struggle of opposition, based on the desire to domineer, really wrought out the victory of that ideal which dwelt in the minds of those anathematized by God and outlawed by the state. For when the hot lips of the iron mouths grew cold, Liberty forsook her lonely fastness, came forth upon the desolated plain, and mounting still to the summits of the blue-hazed hills looked away over the ruined homes, the depopulated cities, the gloom-clouded faces, and though her tears fell fast, an ineffable tenderness shone upon her features as the torrent of pale light flowed round her form, defining its snow-whiteness in relief against the sable of 4,000,000 freedmen smiling o'er there. Stricken. Chains. Swiftly following the tableau fire comes the eastern scene, where, in the very center of its power, the church is shaken by an invader, and Garibaldi becomes the personnel of the event. Then follows the conclave of the Vatican, where by that singular logic known to the Roman Church, the vote of fallible beings renders the Pope infallible. Upon the heels of this, the breaking of that strong tooth of the Church in the expulsion of the Order of the Society of Jesus by the German Reichstag, and the overthrow of kingcraft in France. The curtain falls. Behind, the scene is being prepared for the last great act. And now, in the interval of waiting, let us think. So far we have been surveying the completed. While we can understand something of the passions which animated this past, can feel something of the pulsations which throbbed in its arteries, flowed in its veins, we yet can speak of it without overriding emotion either upon one side or the other. The river of heart has reached the sea, the troubled waters have spread out deep, and up from their depths shine the still reflections of those great lights, which gilt the stages of the past. Calmly now we can look at the reaction from the French Revolution to the Empire, and say, this was inevitable of Napoleon's fall, this was necessary of the awakening of science, this was a natural result of the uprising of '48. This was the premature birth of an idea forced upon the people by the oppression of authority. We can forget the choking agony of John Brown and declare his death a victory. We can look upon the awful waste of blood in the Civil War and say, it was pitiful, but the goblet of woe must needs have been spilled full of red life wine, ere the hoarse and hollow throat of tyranny were satisfied. We can see where each of the contending principles has lost and gained, and measuring the sum totals against each other, must decide that the old despotism is losing ground, that instead of the supreme authority of God, the supreme sovereignty of the individual is the growing idea. But now we have come to a stage where we can no longer be cool spectators. In what happens now, we too must be part and parcel of the action. We too must hope and toil and struggle and suffer. We are no longer looking through the clear, still atmosphere of the dead. Around our forms the wheeling mists are circled, and before our eyes the haze lies thick, the haze of gold or the haze of gray. The dimness of the yet-to-be befogs our sight, and the rush of hope and fear blinds all our faculties. You who stand well upon the heights of love, of comfort, of happiness, heeding not the darkness and the sorrow beneath you. Behold, with upcast eyes, the great figures of God and freedom wound about, showered with light. To you there is no menace in their darting eyes, there is no purpose in their full-drawn statures, there is no jarring in their clarion voices. No, for your senses are stupid in your luxury, your brains are dulled, too dulled to think, your ears are glutted with the ring of gold. In your vain and foolish hearts you dream that what you see there is a shadowy bridal, that there, at last, religion and science, statecraft and freedom, are meeting to embrace each other. Ah, go on, bookmakers, press writers, doctors and lawyers and preachers and teachers. Go on talking your incompatibilities, go on teaching your absurdities. Dream out your short-lived dream. At your feet, beneath the shadow of your capitals and domes, under the tuition of your few fact, much fiction literature, from out your chaos of truth-flavored lies, from before your pulpits, your rostrums, and your seats of learning, something is growing. Something that is looking you in the eyes, that is analyzing your statements, that is revolving your institutions in its brain, that is crushing your sophistries in its merciless machinery as fine as grain is ground between the whitened mill rollers. Free thought is looking at you, gentlemen. More than that, it questions you. It puts you on the witness stand. It cross-examines you. It says, do you believe in God? And you answer yes. Do you believe him to be omnipotent, omniscient, and all-just? Certainly, less than this would not be God. Then you believe he has the power to order all things as he wills, and being all just he wills all things according to justice? Yes. Then you believe him to be the impartially loving father of all his created children? Yes. And each one of those children has an equal right to life and liberty? Yes. Then look upon this earth beneath you, this earth of beings whose lives are of so poor account to you, and tell us, where underscore is underscore God and underscore what underscore is he doing? Everyone has a right to life. What mockery! When the control of the necessaries of life is given to the few by the state, and above the seal of the law the priest has set the seal of the church. Verily, you do take my life when you take that whereby I live. Is this your divine justice? What irony to tell me I am free if at that same time you have it in your power to withhold the means of my existence. Free. Will you look down here at these whose sight is shadowed with the ebon shadow of despair, these, the homeless, the disinherited, the product of whose toil you take and leave them barely enough to live upon, live to toil on, and keep you in your luxury. You, the moneyed idlers, you, the bookmakers and the journalists, who do more to cry down truth, to laud our social lies, our economic despots and our pious frauds, than any other propaganda can. You, the doctors, whose drugs have cursed the world with poison-eaten bodies, corroded the health of unborn generations with your medicated slime, and when the sources of life have yielded to the hungry body so poor a stream that for lack of air and earth and sun, and food and clothing and recreation, it drooped and sickened, have bottled up some nauseating stuff, and with oracular wisdom have taught them to imagine it could undo what years of misery had done. You, the lawmakers, who have twisted nature's code till to be natural is to be a criminal. You, who have lawed away the earth that was not yours to give. You, who even seek to charter the sea and make the commandment. Across the middle of this river thou shalt not go unless thou render tribute unto Caesar. You, who never inquire, what is underscore justice underscore, but what is law? And you, the teachers, you who prate of the glory of knowledge as the remedy for the evils of the world, and boast your compulsory law of education, while a stronger law than all the wordy sentences ever graven upon statute books, is driving the children out of the school ground into the factory, into the sawmill, into the shaft, into the furrow, into the myriad camps of toil, to the dust of the wheel, to the heat of the furnace, till their pallid cheeks and bloodless lips are bleached like bones beneath the desert sun, and their clogged lungs rattle in their breathing pain. Will you look at these, the understratum of your social earth, and tell them they are free? Will you tell them ignorance is their greatest curse and education their only remedy? Will you say to these children, we have provided free schools for you, and now we compel you to attend them whether you have anything to eat and wear or not? Will you tell these people there is a good, kind, merciful God who loves them, meting out justice to them from the skies? No, you underscore will underscore not, you underscore cannot underscore. The words will die upon your lips ere you utter them. Do you know what it is they see up there above you, they whose eyes look through the mist of gray and the shroud of darkness? They see your God of justice a pitiless slave-driver, his church more brutal than the lash, his state more merciless than the bloodhound. They see themselves 1,000,000,000 serfs more hopelessly enthralled, more helplessly chained down than e'en the lashed and tortured body of the chattel slave. For them there is no refuge, no escape. In every land the master rules. No fugitive slave law need now be passed. There is no place to flee. The whole horizon is ironbound. White and black alike are yoked together, and the master yields no distinction, shows no mercy. The bare pittance of existence is the meed for him who toils, and for him who underscore cannot underscore starvation, with a preacher to help him die. That is the justice that they see there, in the shadow lines above your golden haze. And they see, too, a conflict preparing between those two antagonistic forces, such as never before the world has witnessed. They see your God concentrating his strength to fight so bitter a battle with liberty as shall crush the spirit of individuality forever from the race. They see him ranging his forces, those forces blood-imbrued through all the anguished past, the blacklist, the club, the sword, the rifle, the prison, aye, the scaffold. They see them all, and know that ere your God will yield his vested rights, The noblest of the race will have been stricken, the most unselfish will have been tortured in his dungeons, the white robes of innocence will have been reddened in her own martyr's blood, and death will have shadowed many and many a home, unless you shall hearken to the voice of liberty and save yourselves while there is yet time. They see the wide stage spreading out, they see the passions moving over it, they see there, in the center, beneath the rolling brilliance of the Empire State, the tragic inauguration of the act. They see a grim and blackened thing, a silent thing, the demoniac effigy of Torquemada's spirit, the frozen laugh of the dark ages at our boasted civilization. They see 12 stolid fools before this 19th century gallows. They see the hiding place of that thing masquerading under the sacred name of justice, which shrinks even from the gaze of the lauding press and the imbecile jurymen, and does unknown its deed of murder. They see 4 shrouded forms, they hear 4 muffled voices, a broken sentence and an awful hush. And then, oh crowning irony of all, they see advancing to speak to them over the bodies of the murdered, and mouthed back from 100 pulpits comes the echo, Jehovah masked as Jesus. Ah, the divine cowardice of it. Mild is the light in the Nazarene eyes, tender the tone of the Nazarene voice. Ah, people whom I love, for whom my life was given long ago on Calvary. What rashness is it that you meditate? Is it that you are weary of the yoke of love I lay on you? Is this your faith? Have I not promised you a sweet release when your dark pilgrimage on earth is o'er? Exiles ye are upon this world of pain, and if oppression comes to weigh you down, if hunger shows his long fangs at your hearth, if your chilled limbs are cramped with bitter cold the while your neighbor hoards his fuel up, if you are driven out upon the street with crying children clinging piteously and begging you for shelter from the storm, if your hard toil is taken by the law to satisfy a corporation's greed, if fever and distress gnaw at your heart, and still you tread the weary winepress out, knowing no rest until the death hour comes, if all these things discourage and perplex, know 'tis for love of you I order it. For thus would I point you to paradise, win you from all the pleasure of the world, and fix your hopes on heaven's eternity. Whom the Lord loveth, him he chasteneth, so then it is for love that these things are. For love of you I press your lifeblood out, for love of you I load you down with pain, for love of you I take your rights away, for love of you I institute the law that slaves you to the grasping millionaire. For love of you I pile the glutted hordes of Vanderbilt and Gould and Rothschild and the rest. For love of you I rent the right to breathe in a poor tenement of dingy dirt. For love of you I make machines a curse. For love of you I make you toil long hours. And those who cannot toil I turn adrift to wander as they may sons into dens where thievery is learned as a fine art, daughters to barter their virginity till competition forces down the price of lust and death is left them as a last resort. Ah, what a golden crown and sweet-toned harp, what a resplendent wit robe, await the soul whom so God loves while on the earth it dwells. Aye, for the love of you these men were murdered, and for my glory, and through my holy love they roast in hell, for they would take away the instruments whereby I lure you to my blessed abode. They would have taught you what your freedom meant, they would have told you to regain your rights, they would have contradicted my commands and lost you heaven, perchance, and if not heaven, _hell_. Keep to your faith, my people, trust in God. Break not the altars where your fathers knelt, trust to your teachers, keep within the law, bow to the church, and kiss the state's great toe. So shall good order be observed, obeyed, and as peace reigned in Warsaw, so anon shall peace, goodwill to men reign on the earth. These are the words that fall from the lips of him you call the merciful, the just. These are the sounds that sink into the ears of those upon whose toil _you_ are dependent for your existence. Judge you how they will be received. And now you, the dwellers on the lifted heights, listen to the voice that follows him, for these are words that concern _you_, and if you listen to their warning you may yet save yourselves the desolation and the ruin that otherwise must come. This deep, bell-pealing voice that echoes through the corridors of thought till almost death's chill sleepers might arise again, is the voice which called for centuries to the empire, cease your oppressions, or the people rise, and to the kingdom. Curse not the new world with your tyrannies, it will rebel, and to the master, put not the lash upon your bonded slave, For the time will come when every stroke will rise like a warrior armed, to burn and waste and kill. The empire laughed, the kingdom ignored, the planter sneered, but the time came when laugh and sneer died to white ashes. The time came when France got drunk with blood to vomit crime, when England lost the brightest jewel in her coronal, when the South waded in blood and tears and knelt her pride before a conqueror. And now she, the liberator, the destined conqueror of God, calls out to you, yield up your scepters ere they be torn from you. Give back the stolen earth, the mine, the sea. Give back the source of life, give back the light. For a black, bitter hour is waiting you, an awful gulf unfathomed in its depth, if now you do not pause and render _justice_da. Ah, thou, whatever be thy awful name, which like a serpent's trail hath marked the earth, whether Jehovah, Buddha, Joss, or Christ. Thou who hast done for _love what others do for most envenomed _hate how hast thou hated these the happy ones? Is this impartial justice then to these, to pour the golden treasures of the earth into their laps, that these may feast and toast, and so forget thee and thy promised heaven? Truly thou hast been most unkind to them, since kindness means with thee a tearing out of e'en the heart and entrails of existence. Bah, how thou least! To what most pitiable trick of speech hast thou been forced? Think'st thou the dwellers in the darkness longer take thy creed of crystalline deception? No, they laugh at thee, they spew thee out, they spit at thee. Love. Say, look this long procession coming here. Here are the murderers with their red-hued eyes. Here are the adulterers with their lecherous glance. Here are the prostitutes with their mark of shame. Here are the gamblers with their itching hands. Here are the thieves with furtive lips and eyes. Here are the liars with their dastard tongues. Here all the train that crime can muster up reviews before thee. And after them, a ghastly, fearful sight, follow the victims of their blackened hearts, slain, ruined, desolated by thy love. And now, behold, another train comes on, a train whose name is Legion. Here the dark, brute faces from the mines, here the hard, sun-browned cheeks from out the furrow, here the dull visage from the lumber camp, here the wan eyes from whirling factory, here the gaunt giants from the furnace fire. Here the tarred hands from off the stream and sea, here all the aching limbs that stand behind the fashionable counter. Here, O pitiful sight of all, those whose home is in the street, whose table is the garbage pile, the vast, helpless body of the unemployed. And, ever as they march, they drop and drop into the earth that swallows them, and over their graves the march goes on. These are thy victims, God. These are the creatures of thy church and law. Speak no more of the breaking of altars, thou who hast broken every altar that the human heart holds dear. Take thy position at the head of the murderer's column. And when thou hast marched away into the past, thou and thy preachers and thy praters of justice, then will the world return to justice, and the great law of nature reign upon the earth. Then will her broad, green acres yield their wealth to him who toils, and him alone. Then will the storehouses of nature yield her fuel and her light, not to the corporation whose high-priced lobbying can buy it, for in that time no wealth nor intrigue can purchase the heritage of all, but to all the sons and daughters of labor. And then upon this earth there shall be no hungry mouths, no freezing limbs, no children spending the hours of youth in gaining a miserable livelihood, no women crying, "It's to be a slave along with the barbarous Turk," where woman has never a soul to save if this is _Christian work. No men wandering aimlessly in search of a master for their slavery. But careless dwellers upon the heights, awaken now, do not wait till reason, persuasion, judgment, coolness are swept down before the rising whirlwind. Bend your energies now to the eradication of the authority idea, to righting the wrongs of your fellow men. Do it for your own interest, for if you slumber on me, you will awaken one day when an ominous rumble prefaces the waking of a terrific underground thunder, when the earth shakes in a frightful ague fit, when from out the parched throats of the people a burning cry will come like lava from a crater, "Bread, bread, bread." No more preachers, no more politicians, no more lawyers, no more gods, no more heavens, no more promises. Bread. And then, when you hear a terrible leaden groan, know that at last, here in your free America, beneath the floating banner of the stars and stripes, more than 50 million human hearts have burst. A dynamite bomb that will shock the continent to its foundations and knock the sea back from its shores. It is no boast, it is no threat, thus history's iron law decrees, the day grows hot. O Babylon, 'tis cool beneath thy willow trees. Sketches and stories, a rocket of iron. It was one of those misty October night falls of the north, when the white fog creeps up from the river and winds itself like a corpse sheet around the black, ant-like mass of human insignificance, a cold menace from nature to man. Till the foreboding of that irresistible fatality which will one day lay us all beneath the ice, death sits upon your breast and stifles you, till you start up desperately crying, "Let me out, let me out." For an hour I had been staring through the window at that chill steam, thickening and blurring out the lines that zigzagged through it indefinitely, pale drunken images of facts, staggering against the invulnerable vapor that walled me in a sublimated grave marble. Were they all ghosts, those figures wandering across the white night, hardly distinguishable from the posts and pickets that wove in and out, like half-dismembered bodies writhing in pain? My own fingers were curiously numb and inert. Had I, too, become a shadow? It grew unbearable at last, the pressure of the foreboding at my heart, the sense of that on-creeping of universal death. I ran out of doors, impelled by the vague impulse to assert my own being, to seek relief in struggle, even though foredoomed futile to seek warmth, fellowship, somewhere, though but with those ineffective pallors in the mist, that dissolved even while I looked at them. Once in the street, I ran on indifferently, glad to be jostled, glad of the snarling of dogs and the curses of laborers calling to one another. The penumbra of the mist, that menacing dim foreshadow, had not chilled these then. On, through the alleys where human flesh was close, and when one listened one could hear breathings and many feet, drifting at last into the current that swept through the main channel of the city, and presently whirled round in an eddy. I found myself staring through the open door of the great ironworks. Perhaps it was the sensation of warmth that held me there first, some feeling of exhilaration and wakening defiance in the flash and swirl of the yellow flames, this, mixed with an indistinct desire to clutch at something, anything, that seemed stationary in the midst of all this, that slipped and wavered and fell away. No, I remember now, there was something before that. There was a sound that had stopped my feet in their going, and smote me with a long shudder sound of hammers, beating a terrific hail, momentarily faster and louder, and in between a panting as of some great monster catching breath beneath the driving of that iron rain. Faster clang. A long reverberant shriek. The giant had rolled and shivered in his pain. Involuntarily I was drawn down into the valley of the sound, words muttering themselves through my lips as I passed. Forging, what are they forging there? Frankenstein makes his monster. How the iron screams. But I heard it no more now. I only saw the curling yellow flames, and the red iron that panted, and the masters of the hammers. How they moved there, like demons in the abyss, their bodies swinging, their eyes tense and a-glitter, their faces covered with the gloom of the torture chamber. Only one face I saw, young and very fair, whereon the gloom seemed not to settle. The skin of it was white and shining there in the midst of that black haze. Over the wide forehead fell tumbling waves of thick brown hair, and two great dark eyes looked steadily into the red iron, as if they saw therein something I did not see. Only now and then they were lifted, and looked away upward, as if beyond the smoke pall they beheld a vision. Once he turned so that the rose-light cast forth his profile as a silhouette, and I shivered. It was so fine and hard. Hard with the hardness of beaten iron, and fine with the fineness of a keen chisel. Had the hammers been beating on that fair young face? A comrade called, a sudden terrified cry. There was a wild rush, a mad stampede of feet, a horrible screech of hissing metal, and a rocket of iron shot upward toward the black roof, bursting and falling in a burning shower. 3 figures lay writhing along the floor, among the leaping, demoniac sparks. The first to lift them was the man with the white face. He had stood still in the storm, and ran forward when the others shrank back. Now he passed by me, bearing his dying burden, and I saw no quiver upon brow or chin, only, when he laid it in the ambulance, I fancied I saw upon the delicate curved lips a line of purpose deepen, and the reflection of the iron fire glow in the strange eyes, as if for an instant the door of a hidden furnace had been opened and smoldering coals had breathed the air. And even then he looked up. It was all over in half an hour. There would be weeping in 3 little homes, and one was dead, and one would die, and one would crawl, a seared human stump, to the end of his weary days. The crowd that had gathered was gone. They would not know the stump when it begged from them with its maimed hands, 6 months after, on some street corner. Fakir, they would say, and laugh. There would be an entry on the company's books, and a brief line in the newspapers next day. But the welding of the iron would go on, and the man who gave his easy money for it would fancy he had paid for it, not seeing the stiff figures in their graves, nor the crippled beggar, nor the broken homes. The rocket of iron is already cold, dull, inert, fireless. The black fragments lie upon the floor whereon they lately rained their red revenge. Do with them what you will, you cannot undo their work. The men are clearing way. Only he with the white face does not go back to his place. Still set and silent, he takes his coat, presses his soft hat down upon his thick, damp locks, and goes out into the fog and night. So close he passed me, I might have touched him, but he never saw me. Perhaps he was still carrying the burden of the dying man upon his heart, perhaps some mightier burden. For one instant the shapely, boyish figure was in full light, then it vanished away in the engulfing mist, the mist which the vision of him had made me forget. For I knew I had seen a man of iron, into whose soul the iron had driven, whose nerves were tempered as cold steel, but behind whose still, impassive features slumbered a white-hot heart. And others should see a rocket and a ruin, and feel the vengeance of beaten iron, before the mist comes and swallows all. Asterisk, 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 I had forgotten. Upon that face, that young, fair face, so smooth and fine that even the black smoke would not rest upon it, there bloomed the roses of early death. Hothouse flowers. The chain gang it is far, far down in the Southland, and I am back again, thanks be, in the land of wind and snow, where life lives. But that was in the days when I was a wretched thing, that crept and crawled, and shrunk when the wind blew, and feared the snow. So they sent me away down there to the world of the sun, where the wind and the snow are afraid. And the sun was kind to me, and the soft air that does not move lay around me like folds of down, and the poor creeping life in me winked in the light, and stared out at the wide caressing air, stared away to the north, to the land of wind and rain, where my heart was, my heart that would be at home. Yes, there, in the tender south, my heart was bitter and bowed, for the love of the singing wind and the frost whose edge was death, bitter and bowed for the strength to bear that was gone, and the strength to love that abode. Day after day I climbed the hills with my face to the north and home. And there, on those southern heights, where the air was resin and balm, there smote on my ears the sound that all the wind of the north can never sing down again, the sound I shall hear till I stand at the door of the last silence. Clink, clink, clink from the Georgian hills it sounds, and the snow and the storm cannot drown it, the far-off, terrible music of the chain gang. I met it there on the road, face to face, with all the light of the sun upon it. Do you know what it is? Do you know that every day men run in long procession, upon the road they build for others safe and easy-going, bound to a chain? And that other men, with guns upon their shoulders, ride beside them with orders to kill if the living links break? There it stretched before me, a serpent of human bodies, bound to the iron and wrapped in the merciless folds of justified cruelty. Clink, 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 there was an order given. The living chain divided, groups fell to work upon the road, and then I saw and heard a miracle. Have you ever, out of a drowsy, lazy conviction that all knowledges, all arts, all dreams, are only patient sums of many toils of many millions dead and living, suddenly started into an uncanny consciousness that knowledges and arts and dreams are things more real than any living being ever was, which suddenly reveal themselves, unasked and unweighted, in the most obscure corners of soul life, flashing out in prismatic glory to dazzle and shock all your security of thought, toppling it with vague questions of what is reality that you cannot silence? When you hear that an untaught child is able, he knows not how, to do the works of the magicians of mathematics, has it never seemed to you that suddenly all books were swept away, and there before you stood a superb, sphinx-like creation, mathematics itself, posing problems to men whose eyes are cast down, and all at once, out of whim, incorporating itself in that wide-eyed, mysterious child? Have you ever felt that all the works of the masters were swept aside in the burst of a singing voice, unconscious that it sings, and that music itself, a master presence, has entered the throat and sung? No, you have never felt it? But you have never heard the chain gang sing. Their faces were black and brutal and hopeless. Their brows were low. Their jaws were heavy. Their eyes were hard. 300 years of the scorn that brands had burned its scar upon the face and form of ignorance, ignorance that had sought dully, stupidly, blindly, and been answered with that pitiless brand, but wide beyond the limits of high man and his little scorn, the great, sweet old music soul, the chords of the world, smote through the black man's fiber in the days of the making of men, and it sings, with its ever-thrumming strings, through all the voices of the chain gang. And never one so low that it does not fill with the humming vibrancy that quivers and bursts out singing things always new and new and new. I heard it that day. The leader struck his pick into the earth, and for a moment whistled like some wild, free, living flute in the forest. Then his voice floated out, like a low booming wind, crying an instant, and fell. There was the measure of a grave in the fall of it. Another voice rose up, and lifted the dead note aloft, like a mourner raising his beloved with a kiss. It drifted away to the hills and the sun. Then many voices rolled forward, like a great plunging wave, in a chorus never heard before, perhaps never again, for each man sung his own song as it came, yet all blent. The words were few, simple, filled with a great plaint. The wail of the sea was in it, and no man knew what his brother would sing, yet added his own without thought, as the rhythm swept on, and no voice knew what note its fellow voice would sing. Yet they fell in one another as the billow falls in the trough or rolls to the crest, one upon the other, one within the other, over, under, all in the great wave, and now one led and others followed, then it dropped back and another swelled upward. And every voice was soloist and chorister, and never one seemed conscious of itself, but only to sing out the great song. And always, as the voices rose and sank, the axes swung and fell. And the lean white face of the man with the gun looked on with a stolid, paralyzed smile. Oh, that wild, somber melody, that long, appealing plaint, with its hope laid beyond death, that melody that was made only there, just now, before me and passing away before me. If I could only seize it, hold it, stop it from passing. That all the world might hear the song of the chain gang, might know that here, in these red Georgian hills, convicts, black, brutal convicts, are making the music that is of no man's compelling, that floods like the tide and ebbs away like the tide, and will not be held and is gone, far away and forever, out into the abyss where the voices of the centuries have drifted and are lost. Something about Jesus and a lamp in the darkness, a gulfing darkness. Oh, in the mass of sunshine must they still cry for light? All around the sweep and the glory of shimmering ether, sun, sun, a world of sun, and these still calling for light. Sun for the road, sun for the stones. Sun for the red clay and no light for this dark living clay? Only heat that burns and blaze that blinds, but does not lift the darkness. And lead me to that lamp. The pathetic prayer for light went trembling away out into the luminous gulf of day, and the axes swung and fell, and the grim dry face of the man with the gun looked on with its frozen smile. So long as they sing, they work, said the smile, still and ironical. A friend to them that's got no friend, man of sorrows, lifted up upon Golgotha, in the day when the forces of the law and the might of social order set you there, in the moment of your pain and desperate accusation against heaven, when that piercing, Eloi, Eloi, lama sabachthani, went up to a deaf sky. Did you presage this desolate appeal coming to you out of the unlived depths of 1900 years? Hopeless hope, that cries to the dead. Futile pleading that the cup may pass, while still the lips drink. For, as of old, order and the law, in shining helmets and gleaming spears, ringed round the felon of Golgotha, so stand they still in that lean, merciless figure, with its shouldered gun and passive smile. And the moan that died within the place of skulls is born again in this great dark cry rising up against the sun. If but the living might hear it, not the dead. For these are dead who walk about with vengeance and despite within their hearts, and scorn for things dark and lowly, in the odor of self-righteousness, with self-vaunting wisdom in their souls, and pride of race, and iron-shod order. And the preservation of things that are, walking stones are these, that cannot hear. But the living are those who seek to know, who wot not of things lowly or things high, but only of things wonderful, and who turn sorrowfully from things that are, hoping for things that may be. If these should hear the chain gang chorus, seize it, make all the living hear it, see it. If, from among themselves, one man might find the lamp, lift it up, paint for all the world these Georgian hills, these red, sunburned roads, these toiling figures with their rhythmic axes, these brutal, unillumined faces, dull, groping, depth-covered, and then unloose that song upon their ears, till they feel the smitten, quivering hearts of the sons of music beating against their own, and under and over and around it, the chain that the dead have forged clinking between the heartbeats. Clinkling clanging it is sundown. They are running over the red road now. The voices are silent, only the chain clinks. The heart of Angiolillo. Some women are born to love stories as the sparks fly upward. You see it every time they glance at you, and you feel it every time they lay a finger on your sleeve. There was a party the other night, and a 4-year-old baby who couldn't sleep for the noise crept down into the parlor half frightened to death and transfixed with wonderment at the crude performances of an obtuse visitor who was shouting out the woes of Othello. One kindly little woman took the baby in her arms and said, "What would they do to you if you made all that noise?" "Whip me," whispered the child, her round black eyes half admiration and half terror, and altogether coquettish, as she hid and peered round the woman's neck. And every man in the room forthwith fell in love with her, and wanted to smother his face in the bewitching rings of dark hair that crowned the dainty head, and carry her about on his shoulders, or get down on his hands and knees to play horse for her, or let her walk on his neck, or obliterate his dignity in any other way she might prefer. The boys tolerated their fathers with a superior 14 or 15 years from now they will be playing the humble cousin of the horse before the same little ringed-haired lady, and having sported Nick Bottom's ears to no purpose, half a dozen or so will go off and hang themselves, or turn monk, or become bold, bad men and revenge themselves on the sex. But her conquests will go on, and when those gracious rings are white as snow the children of those boys will follow in their grandfathers' and fathers' steps and dangle after her, and make drawings on their fly leaves of that sweet kiss-cup of a mouth of hers, and call her their elder sister, and other devotional names. And the other girls of her generation, who were not born with that marvelous entangling grace in every line and look, will dread her and spite her, and feel mean satisfaction when some poor fool does swallow laudanum on her account. Smiles of glacial virtue will creep over their faces like slippery sunshine, when one by one her devotees come trailing off to them to say that such a woman could never fill a man's heart nor become the ornament of his hearthstone. The quiet virtues that wear are all their desire. Of course they have just been studying her character, and that of the foolish men who dance her attendance, but even those are not doing it with any serious motives. And the neglected girls will serve him with homemade cake and wine, which he will presently convert into agony in that pearl shell ear of hers. And all the while the baby will have done nothing but be what she was born to be through none of her own choosing, which is her lot and portion, and that is another thing the gods will have to explain when the day comes that they go on trial before men, which is the real day of judgment. But this isn't the baby's story, which has yet to be made, but the story of one who somehow received a wrong portion. Some inadvertent little angel in the destiny shop took down her name when the heroine of a romance was called for, and put her where she shouldn't have been, and then ran off to play no doubt, not stopping to look twice. For even the most insouciant angel that looked twice would have seen that Effie was no woman to play the game of hearts, and there's only one thing more undiscerning than an angel, and that is a social reformer. Effie ran up against both. They say she had blood in her girlhood, that it shone red and steady through that thin, pure skin of hers, but when I saw her, with her nursing baby in her arms, down in the smutching grime of London, there was only a fluctuant blush, a sort of pink ghost of blood, hovering back and forth on her face. And that was for shame of the poverty of her neat bare room. Not that she had ever known riches. She was the daughter of Scotch peasants, and had gone out to service when she was still a child. Her chest was hollowed in and her back bowed with that unnatural labor. There was no gloss on the pale sandy hair, no wilding tendrils clinging round the straight smooth forehead, no light of coquetry or grace in the glimmering blue eyes, no beauty in her at all, unless it lay in the fine, hard sculptured line of her nose and mouth and chin when she turned her head sideways. You could read in that line that having spoken a word to her heart, she would not forget it nor unsay it, and if it took her down into Gethsemane, she would never cry out though by all forsaken. And that was where it had taken her then. Some ready condemner of all that has been tried for less than 1,000 years will say it was because she had the just reward of those who, holding that love is its own sanction, and that it cannot be anything but degraded by seeking permissions from social authorities, live their love lives without the consent of church and state. But you and I know that the same dark garden has awaited the woman whose love has been blessed by both, and that many such a life lamp has flickered out in a night as profound as poverty and utter loneliness could make it. So if it was justice to Effie, what is it to that other woman? In truth, justice had nothing to do with it. She loved the wrong man, that was all, and married or unmarried, it would have been the same, for a formula doesn't make a man, nor the lack of it unmake him. The fellow was superior in intellect. It is honesty only which can wring so much from those who knew them both, for as to any other thing she sat as high over him as the stars are. Not that he was an actively bad man, just one of those weak, uncertain, tumbling about characters, having sense enough to know it is a fine thing to stand alone, and vanity enough to want the name without the game, and cowardice enough to creep around anything stronger than itself, and hang there, and spread itself about, and say, "Lo, how straight am I?" And if the stronger thing happens to be a father or a brother or some such tolerant piece of friendly, self-sufficient energy, he amuses himself a while, and finally gives the creeper a shake and says, "Here, now, go hang on somebody else if you can't stand alone." And the world says he should have done it before. But if it happens to be a mother or a sister or a wife or a sweetheart, she encourages him to think he is a wonderful person, that all she does is really his own merit, and she is proud and glad to serve him. If after a while she doesn't exactly believe it anymore, she says and does the same, and the world says she is a fool, which she is. But if, in some sudden spurt of masculine self-assertiveness, she decides to fling him off, the world says she is an unwomanly woman, which again she is. So much the better. Effie's creeper dabbled in literature. He wanted to be a translator and several other things. His appearance was mild and gentlemanly, even supermodest. He always spoke respectfully of Effie, and as if momentously impressed with a sense of duty towards her. They had started out to realize the free life together, and the glory of the new ideal had beckoned them forward. So no doubt he believed, for a pretender always deceives himself worse than anybody else. But still, at that particular period, he used to droop his head wearily and admit that he had made a great mistake. It was nobody's fault but his own, but of course Effie and he were hardly fitted for each other. She could not well enter into his hopes and ambitions, never having had the opportunity to develop when she was younger. He had hoped to stimulate her in that direction, but he feared it was too late. So he said in a delicate and gentlemanly way, as he went from one house to the other, and was invited to dinner and supper and made himself believe he was looking for work. Effie, meanwhile, was taking home boys' caps to make, and worrying along incredibly on bread and tea, and walking the streets with the baby in her arms when she had no caps to make. Of course, when a man drinks other people's teas a great many times, and sits in their houses, and borrows odd shillings now and then, and assumes the gentleman, he is ultimately brought to the necessity of asking someone to tea with him. So one spring night the creeper approached Effie rather dubiously with the statement that he had asked 2 or 3 acquaintances to come in the next evening, and he supposed she would need to prepare tea. The girl was just fainting from starvation then, and she asked him wearily where he thought she was to get it. He cast about a while in his pusillanimous way for things that she might do, and finally proposed that she pawn the baby's dress, the white dress she had made from one of her own girlhood dresses, and the only thing it had to wear when she took it out for air. That was the limit, even for Effie. She said she would take anything of her own if she had it, but not the baby's, and she turned her face to the wall and clung to the child. When the tea time came next day, she went out with the baby and walked up and down the surging London streets, looking in the windows and crushing back tears. What the creeper did with his guests she never knew, for she did not return till long after dusk, when she was too weary to wander any more, and she found no one there but himself and a dark stranger, who spoke little and with an Italian accent, but who measured her with serious, intense eyes. He listened to the creeper, but he looked at her. She was quite fagged out and more bloodless than ever as she sat motionless on the edge of the bed. When he went away, he lifted his hat to her with the grace of an old-time courtier, and begged her pardon if he had intruded. Some days after that he came in again, and brought a toy for the baby, and asked her if he might carry the child out a little for her. It looked sickly shut up there, but he knew it must be heavy for her to carry. The creeper suddenly discovered that he could carry the baby. All this happened in the days when a pious queen sat on the throne of Spain. With eyes turned upward in much holiness, she failed to see the things done in her prisons, or hear the groans that rose up from the zero chamber in the fortress of Montjuich, though all Europe heard, and even in America the echo rang. While she told her beads, her minister gave the order to torture the anarchists and scarred with red-hot irons, maimed and deformed and maddened with the nameless horrors that the good devise to correct the bad. Even unto this day the evidences of that infamous order live. But 2 men do not live, the one who gave the order and the one who revenged it. It happened one night, in April, that Effie and the creeper and their sometime visitor met all 3 in one of those long, low, smothering London halls where many movements have originated, which in their developed proportions have taken possession of the House of Commons, and even stirred the dust in the House of Lords. There was a crowd of excited people talking all degrees of sense and nonsense in every language of the continent. Letters smuggled from the prison had been received. New tales of torture were passing from mouth to mouth. Fresh propositions to arouse a general protest from civilization were bubbling up with the anger of every indignant man and woman. Drifting to the buzzing knots, Effie heard someone translating. It was the letter of the tortured Nogues, who a month later was shot beneath the fortress wall. The words smote her ears like something hot and stinging. "You know I am one of the 3 accusers. The other 2 are Aschery and Molas, who figure in the trial. I could not bear the atrocious tortures of so many days. On my arrest, I spent 8 days without food or drink, obliged to walk continually to and fro or be flogged, and as if that did not suffice, I was made to trot as though I were a horse trained at the riding school, until worn with fatigue I fell to the ground. Then the hangman burnt my lips with red-hot irons, and when I declared myself the author of the attempt they replied, 'You do not tell the truth. We know that the author is another one, but we want to know your accomplices. Besides, you still retain 6 bombs, and along with little Aller you deposited 2 bombs in the Rue Fiveler. Who are your accomplices?' In spite of my desire to make an end of it, I could not answer anything. Whom should I accuse since all are innocent? Finally 6 comrades were placed before me, whom I had to accuse, and of whom I beg pardon. Thus the declarations and the accusations that I made. I cannot finish. The hangmen are coming. Nogs. Sick with horror, Effie would have gone away, but her feet were like lead. She heard the next letter, the pathetic prayer of Sebastian Sunior, indistinctly. The tortures had already seared her ears, but the crying for help seemed to go up over her head like great sobs. She felt herself washed round, sinking. In the desperate pain of it. The piteous reiteration, "Listen, you with your honest hearts, you with your pure souls, good and right-minded people, good and right-feeling people," wailed through her like the wild pleading of a child who, shrieking under the whip, "Dear Papa, good, sweet Papa, please don't whip me, please, please," seeks terror-wrung flattery to escape the lash. The last cry, "Aid us in our helplessness, think of our misery," made her quiver like a reed. She walked away and sat down in a corner alone. What could she do? What could anyone do? Miserable creature that she was herself, her own misery seemed so worthless beside that prison cry. And she thought on, why does he want to live at all? Why does anyone want to live? Why do I want to live myself? After a while the creeper and his friend came to her, and the latter sat down beside her, undemonstrative as usual. At the next buzz in the room, they two were left alone. She looked at him once as she said, "What do you think the people will do about it?" He glanced at the crowd with a thin smile. "Do? Talk." In a little time he said quietly, "It does you no good here. I will take you home and come back for David afterward." She had no idea of contradicting him, so they went out together. At the threshold of her room he said firmly, "I will come in for a few minutes. I have to speak to you." She struck a light, put the baby on the bed, and looked at him questioningly. He had sat down with his back against the wall, and with rigidly folded arms stared straight ahead of him. Seeing that he did not speak, she said softly, falling into her native dialect, as all Scotch women do when they feel most, "I canna get they poor creatures cries o my head. It's no human." "No," he said shortly, and then with a sudden look at her, "Effie, what do you think love is?" She answered him with surprised eyes and said nothing. He went on, "You love the child, don't you? You do for it, you serve it. That shows you love it. But do you think it's love that makes David act as he does to you? If he loved you, would he let you work as you work? Would he live off you? Wouldn't he wear the flesh off his fingers instead of yours? He doesn't love you. He isn't worth you. He isn't a bad man, but he isn't worth you. And you make him less worth. You ruin him, you ruin yourself, you kill the child. I can't see it anymore. I come here, and I see you weaker every time, whiter, thinner. And I know if you keep on you'll die. I can't see it. I want you to leave him, let me work for you. I don't make much, but enough to let you rest. At least till you are well. I would wait till you left him of yourself, but I can't wait when I see you dying like this. I don't want anything of you, except to serve the child because it's yours. Come away tonight. You can have my room, I'll go somewhere else. Tomorrow I'll find you a better place. You needn't see him anymore. I'll tell him myself. He won't do anything, don't be afraid. Come." And he stood up. Effie had sat astonished and dumb. Now she looked up at the dark, tense eyes above her and said quietly, "I dinna understand." A sharp contraction went across the strong, bent face. "No? You don't understand what you are doing with yourself? You don't understand that I love you and I can't see it? I don't ask you to love me, I ask you to let me serve you. Only a little, only so much as to give you health again. Is that too much? You don't know what you are to me. Others love beauty, but I see in you the eternal sacrifice. Your thin fingers that always work, your face when I look at it, it's just a white shadow. You are the child of the people, that dies without crying. Oh, let me give myself for you. And leave this man, who doesn't care for you, doesn't know you, thinks you beneath him, uses you. I don't want you to be a slave anymore." Effie clasped her hands and looked at them, then she looked at the sleeping baby, smoothed the quilt, and said quietly, "I didna take him the day to leave him the morra. It's no my fault if Yuri dafte boot me." The dark face sharpened as one sees the agony in a dying man, but his voice was very gentle, speaking always in his blurred English. "No, there is no fault in you at all. Did I accuse you?" The girl walked to the window and looked out. Some way it was a relief from the burning eyes which seemed to fill the room. no matter that she did not look at them. And staring off into the twinkling London night, she heard again the terrible sobs of Sebastian Sunier's letter rising up and drowning her with its misery. Without turning around, she said, low and hard, I wonder ye can think aboot they things, and yon deals burnin' men alive. The man drew his hand across his forehead. Would you like to hear that they won, the worst of them, was dead? I think the world wadna be muckle the warrowed, she answered, still looking away from him. He came up and laid his hand on her shoulder. Will you kiss me once? I'll never ask again. She shook him off. I dinna feel for't. Goodbye then. I'll go back for David. And he returned to the hall and got the creeper and told him very honestly what had taken place, and the creeper, to his credit be it said, respected him for it, and talked a great deal about being better in future to the girl. The two men parted at the foot of the stairs, and the last words that echoed through the hallway were, No, I am going away. But you will hear of me some day. Now, what went on in his heart that night no one knows, nor what indecision still kept him lingering fitfully about Effie's street a few days more, nor when the indecision finally ceased, for no one spoke to him after that, except as casual acquaintances meet, and in a week he was gone. But what he did the whole world knows, for even the Queen of Spain came out of her prayers to hear how her torturing prime minister had been shot at Santa Agueda by a stern-faced man who, when the widow, grief-mad, spit in his face, quietly wiped his cheek, saying, Madam, I have no quarrel with women. A few weeks later they garrote him, and he said one word before he died, one only, germinal. Over there in the long, low London hall the gabbling was hushed, and someone murmured how he had sat silent in the corner that night when all were talking. The creeper passed round a book containing the history of the tortures, watching it jealously all the while, for said he, Angiolillo gave it to me himself. He had it in his own hands. Effie lay beside the baby in her room and hid her face in the pillow to keep out the stare of the burning eyes that were dead, and over again she repeated, Was it my fault? Was it my fault? The hot summer air lay still and smothering, and the immense murmur of the city came muffled like thunder below the horizon. Her heart seemed beating against the walls of a padded room. And gradually, without losing consciousness, she slipped into the world of illusion. Around her grew the stifling atmosphere of the torture chamber of Montjuich and the choked cries of men in agony. She was sure that if she looked up she should see the demoniac face of Portus, the torturer. She tried to cry, Mercy, mercy, but her dry lips clave. She had a whirling sensation, and the illusion changed. Now there was the clank of soldiers' arms, a moment of insufferable stillness as the garrote shaped itself out of the shadows in her eyes, then loud and clear, breaking the sullen quiet like the sharp ringing of a storm-bringing wind, germinal. She sprang up, the long vibration of the bell of St. Pancras was waving through the room, but to her it was the prolongation of the word, germinal ll. Then suddenly she threw out her arms in the darkness and whispered hoarsely, I'll kiss you the no. An hour later she was back at the old question, was it my fault? Poor girl, it is all over now, and all the same to the grass that roots in her bone, whether it was her fault or not. For the end that the man who had loved her foresaw came, though it was slow in the coming. Let the creeper get credit for all that he did. He stiffened up in a year or so, and went to Paris and got some work, and there the worn little creature went to him, and wrote to her old friends that she was better off at last. But it was too late for that thin shell of a body that had starved so much. At the first trial she broke and died. And so she sleeps and is forgotten. And the careless boy-angel who mixed all these destinies up so unobservantly has never yet whispered her name in the ear of the widowed Lady Canovas del Castillo. Nor will the birds that fly thither carry it now, for it was not Effie. The reward of an apostate I have sinned, and I am rewarded according to my sin, which was great. There is no forgiveness for me. Let no man think there is forgiveness for sin. The gods cannot forgive. This was my sin, and this is my punishment, that I forsook my God to follow a stranger only a while, a very brief while, and when I would have returned there was no more returning. I cannot worship any more, That is my punishment. I cannot worship any more. Oh, that my God will none of me? That is an old sorrow. My God was beauty, and I am all unbeautiful and ever was. There is no grace in these harsh limbs of mine, nor was at any time. I, to whom the glory of a lit eye was as the shining of stars in a deep well, have only dull and faded eyes, and always had, the chiseled lip and chin whereover runs the radiance of life in bubbling gleams. The cup of living wine was never mine to taste or kiss. I am earth-colored, and for my own ugliness sit in the shadow, that the sunlight may not see me, nor the beloved of my God. But once, in my hidden corner, behind the curtain of shadows, I blinked at the glory of the world, and had such joy of it as only the ugly know, sitting silent and worshipping, forgetting themselves and forgotten. Here in my brain it glowed, the shimmering of the dying sun upon the shore, the long gold line between the sand and sea, where the sliding foam caught fire and burned to death. Here in my brain it shone, the white moon on the wrinkling river, running away, a dancing ghost line in the illimitable night. Here in my brain rose the mountain curves, the great still world of stone, summit upon summit sweeping skyward, lonely and conquering. Here in my brain, my little brain, behind this tiny ugly wall of bones stretched over with its dirty yellow skin, glittered the far high blue desert with its sand of stars, as I have watched it, nights and nights, alone, hid in the shadows of the prairie grass. Here rolled and swelled the seas of corn, and blossoming fields of nodding bloom, and flower flies on their hovering wings went flickering up and down. And the quick spring of lithe-limbed things went scattering dew across the sun, and singing streams went shining down the rocks, spreading bright veils upon the crags. Here in my brain, my silent, unrevealing brain, were the eyes I loved, the lips I dared not kiss, the sculptured heads and tendrilled hair. They were here always in my wonder house, my house of beauty, the temple of my God. I shut the door on common life and worshipped here. And no bright, living, flying thing in whose body beauty dwells as guest can guess the ecstatic joy of a brown, silent creature, a toad thing, squatting on the shadowed ground, self-blotted, motionless, thrilling with the presence of all beauty, though it has no part therein. But the gods are many. And once a strange god came to me. Sharp upon the shadowy ground he stood, and beckoned me with knotted fingers. There was no beauty in his lean figure and sunken cheeks, but up and down the muscles ran like snakes beneath his skin, and his dark eyes had somber fires in them. And as I looked at him, I felt the leap of prisoned forces in myself, in the earth, in the air, in the sun, all throbbed with the pulse of the wild god's heart. Beauty vanished from my wonder house, and where his images had been I heard the clang and roar of machinery, the forging of links that stretched to the sun, chains for the tides, chains for the winds, and curious lights went shining through thick walls as through air, and down through the shell of the world itself, to the great furnaces within. Into those seething depths, the god's eyes peered, smiling and triumphing. Then with an up-glance at the sky and a waste glance at me, he strode off. This is my great sin, for which there is no pardon. I followed him, the rude god energy, followed him, and in that abandoned moment swore to be quit of beauty, which had given me nothing, and to be worshipper of him to whom I was akin, ugly but sinuous, resolute, daring, defiant, maker and breaker of things, remolder of the world. I followed him. I would have run abreast with him. I loved him, not with that still ecstasy of flooding joy wherewith my own God filled me of old, but with impetuous, eager fires that burned and beat through all the blood threads of me. I love you, love me back, I cried, and would have flung myself upon his neck. Then he turned on me with a ruthless blow and fled away over the world, leaving me crippled, stricken, powerless, a fierce pain driving through my veins, gusts of pain, and I crept back into my old cavern, stumbling, blind and deaf, only for the haunting vision of my shame and the rushing sound of fevered blood. The pain is gone. I see again. I care no more for the taunt and blow of that fierce god who is never mine. But in my wonder house it is all still and bare. No image lingers on the blank mirrors anymore. No singing bell floats in the echoless dome. Forms rise and pass, but neither mountain curve nor sand nor sea, nor shivering river, nor the faces of the flowers, nor flowering faces of my God's beloved, touch aught within me now. Not one per thrill of vague delight for me, who felt the glory of the stars within my fingertips. It slips past me like water, brown without and clay within. No wonder now behind the ugly wall, an empty temple. I cannot worship, I cannot love, I cannot care. All my life service is unweighed against that faithless hour of my forswearing. It is just, it is the law, I am forsworn, and the gods have given me the reward of an apostate. At the end of the alley it is a long narrow pocket opening on a little street which runs like a tortuous seam up and down the city over there. It was at the end of the summer, and in summer, in the evening, the mouth of the pocket is hard to find because of the people, in it and about, who sit across the passage, gasping at the dirty winds that come loafing down the street like crafty beggars, seeking a hole to sleep in like mean beggars, bereft of the spirit of free windhood. Down in the pocket itself the air is quite dead. One feels oneself enveloped in a scum-covered pool of it, and at every breath long filaments of invisible roots, swamp roots, tear and tangle in your floundering lungs. I had to go to the very end, to the bottom of the pocket. There, in the deepest of these alley holes, lives the woman to whom I am indebted for the whiteness of this waist I wear. How she does it, I don't know. Poverty works miracles like that, just as the black marsh mud gives out lilies. At the very last door I knocked, and presently a man's voice, weak and suffocated, called from a window above. I explained, "There's a chair there, sit down. She'll be home soon." And the voice was caught in a cough. This, then, was the consumptive husband she had told me of. I looked up at the square hole dimly outlined in the darkness, whence the cough issued, and suddenly felt a horrible pressure at my heart and a curious sense of entanglement, as if all the invisible webs of disease had momentarily acquired a conscious sense of prey within their clutch, and tightened on it like an octopus. The haunting terror of the unknown, the dim horror of an anemic presence, recoil before the merciless creeping and floating of an enemy one cannot grasp or fight, repulsive turning from a thing that has reached behind while you have been seeking to face it. That is there awaiting you with the frightful ironic laughter of the silence. All this swept round and through me as I stared up through the night. Up there on the bed he was lying, he who had been meshed in the fatal web for 3 long years and was struggling still. In the darkness, I felt his breath draw. The sharp barking of a dog came as a relief. I turned to the broken chair and sat down to wait. The alley was hemmed in by a high wall, and from the farther side of it there towered up 4 magnificent old trees, whose great crowns sent down a whispering legend of vanished forests and the limitless sweep of clean air that had washed through them, long ago. And that would never come again. How long since those far days of purity, before the plague spot of man had crept upon them. How strong those proud old giants were that had not yet been strangled. How beautiful they were. How mean and ugly were the misshapen things that sat in the doorways of the foul dens that they had made, chattering, as ages ago the apes had chattered in the forest. What curious beasts they were, with their paws and heads sticking out of the coverings they had twisted round their bodies, chattering always and always moving about, unable to understand the still strong growths of silence. So a half hour passed. At last I saw a parting in the group of bodies across the entrance of the pocket, and a familiar weary figure carrying a basket, coming down the brickway. She stopped halfway where a widening of the alley furnished the common drying place, and a number of clothes lines crossed and recrossed each other, casting a net of shadows on the pavement, after a glance at the sky, which had clouded over. She sighed heavily and again advanced. In the sickly light of the alley lamp the rounded shoulders seemed to droop like an old crone's. Yet the woman was still young. That she might not be startled, I called, "Good evening." The answer was spoken in that tone of forced cheerfulness which the wretched always give to their employers, but she sank upon the step with the habitual, "but I'm glad to sit down," of one who seldom sits. Tired out, I suppose. The day has been so hot. Yes, and I've got to go to work and iron again till 11 o'clock, and it's awful hot in that kitchen. I don't mind the washing so much in summer. I wash out here. But it's hot ironing. Are you in a hurry? I said no and sat on. How much rent do you pay? I asked. $7. 3 rooms? Yes. One over the other? Yes. It's an awful rent, and he won't fix anything. The door is half off its hinges, and the paper is a sight. Have you lived here long? Over 3 years. We moved here before he got sick. I don't keep nothing right now, but it used to be nice. It's so quiet back here away from the street. You don't hear no noise. That fence ought to be whitewashed. I used to keep it white and everything clean. And it was so nice to sit out here in summer under them trees. You could just think you were in the park. A curious wonder went through me. Somewhere back in me a voice was saying, "To him that hath shall be given, and from him that hath not, it shall be taken away even that which he hath." This horrible pool had been nice to her. Again I felt the abyss seizing me with its tentacles, and high overhead in the tree crowns I seemed to hear a spectral mockery of laughter. Yes, I forced myself to say, they are splendid trees. I wonder they have lived so long. 'Tis funny, ain't it? That's a great big yard in there. The man that used to own it was a gardener, and there's a lot of the curiousest flowers there yet. But he's dead now, and the folks that's got it don't keep up nothing. They're waiting to sell it, I suppose. Above, over our heads, the racking cough sounded again. "Ain't it terrible?" she murmured. Day and night, he don't get no rest, and neither do I. It's no wonder some people commit suicide. Does he ever speak of it? I asked. Her voice dropped to a semi-whisper. Not now so much, since the church people's got hold of him. He used to. I think he'd 'a done it if it hadn't been for them. But they've been kind o' talkin' to him lately, and tellin' him it wouldn't be right, on account of the insurance, you know. My heart gave a wild bound of revolt, and I shut my teeth fast. Oh man, what have you made of yourself? More stupid than all the beasts of the earth, for a dole of the things you make to be robbed of, living, to be robbed of and poisoned with you consent to the death that eats with a million mouths, eats inexorably. You submit to unnameable torture in the holy name of insurance. And in the name of insurance this miserable woman keeps alive the bones of a man. I took my bundle and went. And all the way I felt myself tearing through the tendrils of death that hung and swayed from the noisome wall, and caught at things as they passed. And all the way there pressed upon me pictures of the skeleton and the woman, clothed in firm flesh, young and joyous and thrilling with the love of the well and strong. Ah, if someone had said to her then, "Some day you will slave to keep him alive through fruitless agonies, that for your last reward you may take the price of his pain." Too, alone I was wrong. I thought she wanted the insurance money, but I misunderstood her. I found it out one wild October day more than a year later, when for the second time I saw at the end of the alley. The sufferer had suffered out. The gaunt and wasted shell of the man lay no more by the window in the upper story. The woman was free. Rest at last, I thought, for both of them. But it was not as I thought. I expected ease to come into the woman's drawn face and relaxation to her stooping figure. But something else came upon both, something quite unwanted and inexplicable, a wandering look in the eyes, a stupid drop to the mouth, an uncertainty in her walk, as of one who is half-minded to go back and look for something. There was, too, an irritating irregularity in the performance of her work, which began to be annoying. At last, on that October day, this new unreliability reached the limit of provocation. I was leaving the city. I needed my laundry, needed it at once, and here it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the train due at night, and packing impossible till the wash came. It was 5 days overdue. The wind was howling furiously, the rain driving in sheets, but there was no alternative. I must get to the end of the alley and back somehow. The gray, rain-drenched atmosphere was still grayer in the alley, still grayer at the end. And what with the gray of it and the rain of it, I could scarcely see the thing that sat facing me when I opened the door, a sort of human blur, hunched in a rocking chair, its head sunken on its breast. In response to my startled exclamation, the face was lifted vacantly for a second, and then dropped again. But I had seen, drunk, dead drunk. And this woman had never drunk. I looked around the wretched room. By the window, where the gray light trailed in, stood a table covered with unwashed dishes. Some late flies were crawling in the gutters of slop, besotted derelicts of insects, stupidly staggering up and down the cracked china. On the stove stood a number of flat irons, but there was no fire. A mass of unirond clothes lay on an old couch and over the backs of 2 unoccupied chairs. On the wall above the couch hung the portrait of the dead man. I walked to the slumping figure in the rocker and with ill-contained brutality demanded, "So this is why you did not bring my clothes? Where are they?" I heard my own voice cutting like the edge of a knife, and felt half ashamed when that weak, shaking thing lifted up its foolish face and stared at me with watery, uncomprehending eyes. "My clothes," I reiterated. "Are they here or upstairs?" "Guess so," stammered the uncertain voice. "Gee, guess so." "Nothing for it but to find them myself," I muttered, beginning the search through the pile on the couch. "Nothing of mine there, so I needs must climb to the Golgotha on the 2nd floor, from which the cross had disappeared, but which still bore traces of its victim's long crucifixion, a pair of old bed slippers still by the window, a sleeping cap on the wall. Some cannot but leave so the things that have touched their dead. One by one I found the rough dry garments here, there, in the hallway, in the garret, hanging or crumpled up among dozens of others. And all the while I hunted, the rain beat and the wind blew, and a low third sound kept mingling with them, rising from the lower floor. My heart smote me when I heard it, for I knew it was the woman sobbing. The self-righteous Pharisee within me gave an impatient sneer, alcohol tears. But something else clutched at my throat, and I found myself glancing at the dead man's shoes. When I went downstairs, I avoided the rocking chair, tied up my bundle, counted out the money, laid it on the table, and then turning round said, deliberately and harshly, "There is your money. Don't buy whiskey with it, Mrs. Bossert." Crying had a little sobered her. She looked up, still with less light in her face than in an intelligent dog's, but with some dim self-consciousness. It was as a face that had appeared behind deforming bubbles of water. She half lifted her hand, let it fall, and stammered, "No, I won't. It don't do nobody no good." The senseless desire to preach seized hold of me. "Mrs. Bossert," I cried out, "aren't you ashamed of yourself? A woman like you, who went through so much and so long and so bravely. And now, when you could get along all right, to act like this." The soggy mouth dropped open, the glazy eyes stared at me, fixedly and foolishly, then shifted to the portrait on the wall, and with a mawkish simper, as of some old drab playing 16, she slobbered out, nodding to the portrait, "All for the love o' him." It was so utterly ludicrous that I laughed. Then a cold rage took me. "Look here," I said, and again I heard my own voice, grim and quiet, cutting the air like a whip. "If you believe, as I have heard you say, that your husband can look down on you from anywhere, remember you couldn't do a thing to hurt him worse than you're doing now. Love, indeed." The lash went home. The stricken figure huddled closer. The voice came out like a dumb thing's moan. "Oh, I'm all alone." Then suddenly I understood. I had taken it for mockery and profanation, that leering look at the shadow on the wall, that driveling stammer, "All for the love o' him." And it had been a solemn thing. No lover's word spoken in the morning of youth with the untried day before it, under the seductive witchery of answering breath and kisses, rushing blood and throbbing bodies, but the word of a woman bent with service, seamed with labor, haggard with watching. The word of a woman who, at the washtub, had kept her sufferer by the work of her hands, and watched him between the snatches of her sleep. The immemorial passion of a common heart, that underscore is underscore not much, that underscore had underscore not much, and has lost all. Years were in it. For years she had had her burden to carry, and she had carried it to the edge of the grave. There it had fallen from her, and her arms were empty. Nothing to do any more. Alone. She sat up suddenly with a momentary flare of light in her face. "As long as I had him," she said, "I could do. I thought I'd be glad when he was gone, a many and many a time. But I'd rather he was up there yet. I did everything. I didn't put him away mean. There was $125 insurance. I spent it all on him. He was covered with flowers. The flare died down, and she fell together like a collapsing bag. I saw the gray vacancy moving inward toward the last spark of intelligence in her eyes, as an ashing coal whitens inward toward the last dull red point of fire. Then this heap of rags shuddered with an inhuman whine, Eloni. In the crowding shadows I felt the desolation pressing me like a vice. Behind that sunken heap in the chair gathered a midnight specter. For a moment I caught a flash from its royal, malignant eyes, the monarch of human ruins, the murderous bridegroom of widowed souls, King Alcohol. After all, as well that way as another, I muttered, and aloud, but the whipcord had gone out of my voice. The money is on the table. She did not hear me. The bridegroom had given his beloved sleep. I went out softly into the wild rain, and overhead, among the lashing arms of the leafless trees, and around the alley pocket, the wind was whining, Eloni. To strive and fail there was a lonely wind crying around the house, and wailing away through the twilight, like a child that has been refused and gone off crying. Every now and then the trees shivered with it, and dropped a few leaves that splashed against the windows like big, soft tears, and then fell down on the dark, dying grass, and lay there till the next wind rose and whirled them away. Rain was gathering. Close by the gray patch of light within the room a white face bent over a small table, and dust-dim fingers swept across the strings of a zither. The low, pathetic opening chords of Albert's Herbstklage wailed for a moment like the wind, then a false note sounded, and the player threw her arms across the table and rested her face upon them. What was the use? She knew how it ought to be, but she could never do it, never make the strings strike true to the song that was sounding within, sounding as the wind and the rain and the falling leaves sounded it, as long ago the wizard Albert had heard and conjured it out of the sound sea, before the little black notes that carried the message over the world were written. The weary brain wandered away over the mystery of the notes, and she whispered dully, a sign to the eye, and a sound to the ear, and that is his gift to the world, his will, and he is dead, dead, dead. He was so great, and they are so silly. Those little black foolish dots, and yet they are there, and by them his soul sings. The numb pain at her heart forced some sharp tears from the closed eyes. She bent and unbent her fingers hopelessly, 2 or 3 times, and then let them lie out flat and still. It was not their fault, not the fingers' fault. They could learn to do it if they only had the chance, but they could never, never have the chance. They must always do something else, always 100 other things first, always save and spare and patch and contrive. There was never time to do the thing she longed for most. Only the odd moments, the unexpected freedoms, the stolen half-hours, in which to live one's highest dream, only the castaway time for one's soul. And every year the fleeting glory waned, wavered, sunk away more and more sorrowfully into the gray, soundless shadows of an unlived life. Once she had heard it so clearly, long ago, on the far-off sun-spaced, wind-singing fields of home, the wild, sweet choruses, the songs no man had ever sung. Still she heard them sometimes in the twilight, in the night, when she sat alone and work was over, high and thin and fading, only sound ghosts, but still with the incomparable glory of a first revelation, a song no one else has ever heard. A marvel to be seized and bodied, only they faded away into the nodding sleep that would conquer, and in the light and rush of day were mournfully silent. And she never captured them, never would. Life was half over now. With the thought she started up, struck the chords again, a world of plaint throbbing through the strings. Surely the wizard himself would have been satisfied. But once more the fatal uncertainty of the fingers. She bit the left hand savagely, then touched it, softly and remorsefully, with the other, murmuring, "Poor fingers. Not your fault." At last she rose and stood at the window, looking out into the night, and thinking of the ruined gift, the noblest gift, that had been hers and would die dumb, thinking of the messages that had come to her up out of the silent dark and sunk back into it, unsound, of the voices she would have given to the messages of the masters, and never would give now, and with a bitter compression of the lips she said, "Well, I was born to strive and fail." And suddenly a rush of feeling swept her own life out of sight, and away out in the deepening night she saw the face of an old, sharp-chinned, white-haired, dead man. He had been her father once, strong and young, with chestnut hair and gleaming eyes, and with his own dream of what he had to do in life. Perhaps he, too, had heard sounds singing in the air, a new message waiting for deliverance. It was all over now. He had grown old and thin-faced and white, and had never done anything in the world, at least nothing for himself, his very own. He had sewn clothes, thousands, millions of stitches in his work-weary life. No doubt there were still in existence scraps and fragments of his work, in same old ragbag, perhaps beautiful, fine stitches, into which the keen eyesight and the deft hand had passed, still showing the artist-craftsman. But that was not his work. That was the service society had asked of him, and he had rendered, himself, his own soul, that wherein he was different from other men, the unbought thing that the soul does for its own outpouring. That was nowhere. And over there, among the low mounds of the soldiers' graves, his bed was made, and he was lying in it, straight and still, with the rain crying softly above him. He had been so full of the lust of life, so alert, so active. And nothing of it all. Poor father, you failed too, she muttered softly. And then behind the wraith of the dead man there rose an older picture, a face she had never seen, dead 50 years before. But it shone through the other face, and outshone it, luminous with great suffering, much overcoming, and complete and final failure. It was the face of a woman not yet middle-aged, smitten with death, with the horror of utter strangeness in the dying eyes, the face of a woman lost in a strange city of a strange land, and with her little crying, helpless children about her, facing the inexorable agony there on the pavement, where she was sinking down, and only foreign words falling in the dying ears. She too had striven, how she had striven, against the abyss of poverty there in the old world, against the load laid on her by nature, law, society, the triune god of terror, against the inertia of another will. She had bought coppers with blood, and spared and saved and endured and waited. She had bent the gods to her will. She had sent her husband to America, the land of freedom and promise. She had followed him at last, over the great blue bitter water with its lapping mouths that had devoured one of her little ones upon the way. She had been driven like a cow in the shambles at the landing stage. She had been robbed of all but her ticket, and with her little children had hungered for 3 days on the overland journey. She had lived it through, and set foot in the promised land, but somehow the waiting face was not there, had missed her, or she, him, and lost and alone with death and the starving babes, she sank at the foot of the soldier's monument. And the black mist came down on the courageous eyes, and the light was flickering out forever. With a bitter cry the living figure in the room stretched its hands toward the vision in the night. There was nothing there, she knew it, nothing in the heavens above nor the earth beneath to hear the cry, not so much as a crumbling bone any more, but she called brokenly, oh, why must she die so, with nothing, not one little reward after all that struggle? To fall on the pavement and die in the hospital at last. And shuddering, with covered eyes and heavy breath, she added wearily, no wonder that I fail. I come of those who failed, my father, his mother, and before her. Behind the fading picture stretched dim, long shadows of silent generations, with rounded shoulders and bent backs and sullen, conquered faces. And they had all, most likely, dreamed of some wonderful thing they had to do in the world, and all had died and left it undone. And their work had been washed away, as if writ in water, and no one knew their dreams. And of the fruit of their toil other men had eaten, for that was the will of the triune God, but of themselves was left no trace, no sound, no word, in the world's glory, no carving upon stone, no indomitable ghost shining from a written sign. No song singing out of black foolish spots on paper, nothing. They were as though they had not been. And as they all had died, she too would die, slave of the triple terror, sacrificing the highest to the meanest, that somewhere in some lighted ballroom or gas-bright theater, some piece of vacant flesh might wear one more jewel in her painted hair. My soul, she said bitterly, my soul for their diamonds. It was time to sleep, for tomorrow WRK. The sorrows of the body, I have never wanted anything more than the wild creatures have. A broad waft of clean air, a day to lie on the grass at times, with nothing to do but slip the blades through my fingers and look as long as I pleased at the whole blue arch. And the screens of green and white between, leave for a month to float and float along the salt crests and among the foam, or roll with my naked skin over a clean long stretch of sunshiny sand, food that I liked, straight from the cool ground, and time to taste its sweetness and time to rest after tasting, sleep when it came, and stillness, that the sleep might leave me when it would, not sooner air, room, light rest, nakedness when I would not be clothed, and when I would be clothed, garments that did not fetter, freedom to touch my Mother Earth, to be with her in storm and shine, as the wild things are. This is what I wanted, this, and free contact with my fellows, not to love, and lie and be ashamed, but to love. And say I love, and be glad of it, to feel the currents of 10,000 years of passion flooding me, body to body, as the wild things meet. I have asked no more, but I have not received. Over me there sits that pitiless tyrant, the soul, and I am nothing. It has driven me to the city, where the air is fever and fire, and said, breathe this. I would learn. I cannot learn in the empty fields. Temples are here, stay. And when my poor, stifled lungs have panted till it seemed my chest must burst, the soul has said, I will allow you, then, an hour or two, we will ride, and I will take my book and read meanwhile. And when my eyes have cried out with tears of pain for the brief vision of freedom drifting by, only for leave to look at the great green and blue an hour, after the long, dull red horror of walls, the soul has said, I cannot waste the time altogether, I must know. Read. And when my ears have pleaded for the singing of the crickets and the music of the night, the soul has answered, no, gongs and whistles and shrieks are unpleasant if you listen, but school yourself to hearken to the spiritual voice, and it will not matter. When I have beat against my narrow confines of brick and mortar, the soul has said, miserable slave, why are you not as I, who in one moment fly to the utterest universe? It matters not where you are, I am free. When I would have slept, so that the lids fell heavily and I could not lift them, the soul has struck me with a lash, crying, awake. Drink some stimulant for those shrinking nerves of yours. There is no time to sleep till the work is done. And the cursed poison worked upon me, till its will was done. When I would have dallied over my food, the soul has ordered, hurry, hurry. Do I have time to waste on this disgusting scene? Fill yourself and be gone. When I have envied the very dog, rubbing its bare back along the ground in the sunlight, the soul has exclaimed, would you degrade me so far as to put yourself on a level with beasts? And my bands were drawn tighter. When I have looked upon my kind, and longed to embrace them, hungered wildly for the press of arms and lips, the soul has commanded sternly, cease, vile creature of fleshly lusts. Eternal reproach. Will you forever shame me with your beastliness? And I have always yielded, mute, joyless, fettered. I have trod the world of the soul's choosing, and served and been unrewarded. Now I am broken before my time, bloodless, sleepless, breathless, half-blind, racked at every joint, trembling with every leaf. Perhaps I have been too hard, said the soul, you shall have a rest. The boon has come too late. The roses are beneath my feet now, but the perfume does not reach me. The willows trail across my cheek and the great arch is overhead, but my eyes are too weary to lift to it. The wind is upon my face, but I cannot bear my throat to its caress. Vaguely I hear the singing of the night through the long watches when sleep does not come, but the answering vibration thrills no more. Hands touch mine, I longed for them so once, but I am as a corpse. I remember that I wanted all these things, but now the power to want is crushed from me, and only the memory of my denial throbs on, with its never-dying pain. And still I think, if I were left alone long enough, but already I hear the tyrant up there plotting to slay me. Yes, it keeps saying, it is about time. I will not be chained to a rotting carcass. If my days are to pass in perpetual idleness, I may as well be annihilated. I will make the wretch do me one more service. You have clamored to be naked in the water. Go now and lie in it forever. Yes, that is what it is saying, and the sea stretches down there. The triumph of youth. The afternoon blazed and glittered along the motionless treetops and down into the yellow dust of the road. Under the shadows of the trees, among the powdered grass and bushes, sat a woman and a man. The man was young and handsome in a way, with a lean, eager face and burning eyes, a forehead in the old poetic mold crowned by loose dark waves of hair. His chin was long, his lips parted devouringly, and his glances seemed to eat his companion's face. It was not a pretty face, not even ordinarily good-looking, sallow, not young, only youngish, but there was a peculiar mobility about it that made one notice it. She waved her hand slowly from east to west, indicating the horizon, and said dreamingly, "How wide it is, how far it is. One can get one's breath. In the city, I always feel that the walls are squeezing my chest." After a little silence, she asked without looking at him, "What are you thinking of, Bernard?" "You," he murmured. She glanced at him under her lids musingly, stretched out her hand and touched his eyelids with her fingertips, and turned aside with a curious, fleeting smile. He caught at her hand, but failing to touch it as she drew it away, bit his lip and forcefully looked off at the sky and the landscape. "Yes," he said in a strained voice, "it is beautiful after the city. I wish we could stay in it." The woman sighed. "That's what I have been wishing for the last 15 years. He bent towards her eagerly. "Do you think," he stopped and stammered, "you know we have been planning, a few of us, to club together and get a little farm somewhere near would you think would you be one of us?" She laughed, a little low, sad laugh. "I wouldn't be any good, you know. I couldn't do the work that ought to be done. I would come fast enough and I would try. But I'm a little too old, Bernard. The rest are young enough to make mistakes and live to make them good, but when I would have my lesson learned, my strength would be gone." "It's half gone now." "No, it isn't," burst out the youth. "You're worth half a dozen of those young ones. Old one would think you were 70. And you're not. Old, you will never be old." She looked up where a crow was wheeling in the air. "If," she said slowly, following its motions with her eyes, "you once plant your feet on my face, and you will, you impish bird, my Bernard will sing a different song." "No, Bernard won't," retorted the youth. "Bernard knows his own mind, even if he is only a boy." "I don't love you for your face, you," she interrupted him with a shrug and a bitter sneer. "Evidently. Who would?" A look of mingled pain and annoyance overspread his features. "How you twist my words. You are beautiful to me, and you know what I meant." "Well," she said, throwing herself backward against a tree trunk and stretching out her feet on the grass, ripples of amusement wavering through the cloudy expression, "tell me, what do you love in me?" He was silent, biting his lower lip. "I'll tell you then," she said. "It's my energy, the life in me. That is youth, and my youth has overlived its time. I've had a long lease, but it's going to expire soon. So long as you don't see it, so long as my life seems fuller than yours, well, but when the failure of life becomes visible, while your own is still in its growth, you will turn away. When my feet won't spring any more, yours will still be dancing. And you will want dancing feet with you." "I will not," he answered shortly. "I've seen plenty of other women. I saw all the crowd coming up this morning, and there wasn't a woman there to compare with you. I don't say I'll never love others, but now I don't. If I see another woman like you, but I never could love one of those young girls." "SH," she said, glancing down the road where a whirl of dust was making towards them, in the center of which moved a band of bright young figures. "There they come now. Don't they look beautiful?" There were 4 young girls in front, their faces radiant with sun and air and daisy wreaths in their gleaming hair. They had their arms around each other's waists and sang as they walked, with neither more accord nor discord than the birds about them. The voices were delicious in their youth and joy. One heard that they were singing not to produce a musical effect, but from the mere wish to sing. Behind them came a troop of young fellows, coats off, heads bare, racing all over the roadside, jostling each other and purposely provoking scrambles. The tallest one had a nimbus of bright curls crowning a glowing face, dimpled and sparkling as a child's. The girls glanced shyly at him under their lashes as he danced about now in front and now behind them, occasionally tossing them a flower, but mostly hustling his comrades about. Behind these came older people with 3 or 4 very little children riding on their backs. As the group came abreast of our couple, they stopped to exchange a few words, then went on. When they had passed out of hearing, the woman sat with a sphinx-like stare in her eyes, looking steadily at the spot where the bright head had nodded to her as it passed. Like a wildflower on a stalk, she murmured softly, narrowing her eyes as if to fix the vision, like a tall tiger lily. Her companion's face darkened perceptibly. "What do you mean? What do you see?" he asked. "The vision of youth and beauty," she answered in the tone of a sleepwalker, "and the glory and triumph of it, the immortality of it, its splendid indifference to its ruined temples, and all its humble worshippers. Do you know," turning suddenly to him with a sharp change in face and voice, "what I would be wicked enough to do if I could?" He smiled tolerantly. "You wicked?" "Dear one, you couldn't be wicked." "Oh, but I could. If there were any way to fix Davy's head forever, just as he passed us now, forever, so that all the world might keep it and see it for all time, I would cut it off with this hand." "Yes, I would." Her eyes glittered mercilessly. He shook his head, smiling. "You wouldn't kill a bug, let alone Davy." "I tell you I would. Do you remember when Nathaniel died?" I felt bad enough, but do you know, the week before, when he was so very sick, I went out one day to a beautiful glen we used to visit together. They had been improving it. They had improved it so much that the water is all dying out of the creek. The little boats that used to float like pond lilies lie all helpless in the mud, and hardly a ribbon of water goes over the fall, and the old giant trees are withering. Oh, it hurt me so to think the glory of 1,000 years was vanishing before my eyes, and I couldn't hold it. And suddenly the question came into my head. If you had the power, would you save Nathaniel's life or bring back the water to the glen? And I didn't hesitate a minute. I said, "Let Nathaniel die and all my best loved ones and I myself, but bring back the glory of the glen. When I think," she went on, turning away and becoming dreamy again, "of all the beauty that is gone, that I can never see, that is lost forever, the beauty that had to alter and die, it stifles me with the pain of it." "Why must it all die?" He looked at her wonderingly. "It seems to me," he said slowly, "that beauty worship is almost a disease with you. I wouldn't like to care so much for mere outsides." "We never long for the thing we are rich in," she answered in a dry, changed voice. Nevertheless, his face lighted. It was pleasant to be rich in the thing she worshipped. He had gradually drawn near her feet and now suddenly bent forward and kissed them passionately. "Don't," she cried sharply, "it's too much like self-abasement." And besides, his face was white and quivering, his voice choked. "Well, what besides? The time will come when you will wish you had reserved that kiss for some other foot. Someone to whom it will all be new, who will shudder with the joy of it, who will meet you halfway, who will believe all that you say, and say like things in fullness of heart. And I perhaps will see you, and know that in your heart you are sorry you gave something to me that you would have ungiven if you could." He buried his face in his hands. "You do not love me at all," he said. "You do not believe me." A curious softness came into the answer. "Oh yes, dear, I believe you. Years ago I believed myself when I said the same sort of thing. But I told you I am getting old. I cannot unmake what the years have made, nor bring back what they have stolen. I love you _ for your face _ the words had a sting in them, and for your soul too. And I am glad to be loved by you. But, do you know what I am thinking?" He did not answer. "I am thinking that as I sit here, beloved by you and others who are young and beautiful, it is no lie in a well, in a triumph I have not sought, but which I am human enough to be glad of, envied no doubt by those young girls. I am thinking how the remorseless feet of youth will tramp on me soon and carry you away. And very slowly, in my day of pain, you will not be near, nor the others. I shall be alone. Age and pain are unlovely. You won't let me come near you," he said wildly. "I would do anything for you. I always want to do things for you to spare you, and you never let me. When you are in pain, you will push me away." A fairly exultant glitter flashed in her face. "Yes," she said, "I know my secret. That is how I have stayed young so long. See," she said, stretching out her arms, Other women at my age are past the love of men. Their affections have gone to children. And I have broken the law of nature and prolonged the love of youth because I have been strong and stood alone. But there is an end. Things change, seasons change, all change. What's the use of saying never forever, forever never, like the old clock on the stairs? It's a big lie. I won't talk any more, he said, but when the time comes you will see. She nodded. Yes, I will see. Do you think all people alike? As like as ants. People are vessels which life fills and breaks, as it does trees and bees and other sorts of vessels. They play when they are little, and then they love, and then they have children, and then they die. Ants do the same. To be sure. But I don't deceive myself as to the scope of it. The crowd were returning now, and by tacit consent they arose and joined the group. Down the road they jumped a fence into a field and had to cross a little stream. "Where is our bridge?" called the boys. "We made a bridge. Someone has stolen our bridge." "Oh, come on," cried Davy. "Let's jump it." 3 ran and sprang. They landed laughing and taunting the rest. Bernard sought out his beloved. "Shall I help you over?" he asked. "No," she said shortly. "Help the girls," and brushing past him she jumped, falling a little short and muddying a foot, but scrambling up unaided. The rest debated, seeking an advantageous point. At last they found a big stone in the middle, and pulling off his shoes, Bernard waded in the creek, helping the girls across. The smallest one, large-eyed and timid, clung to his arm and let him almost carry her over. "He does it real natural," observed Davy, who was whisking about in the daisy field like some flashing butterfly. They gathered daisies and laughed and sang and chattered till the sun went low. Then they gathered under a big tree and spread their lunch on the ground. And after they had eaten, the conversation lay between the sallow-faced woman and one of the older men, a clever conversation filled with quaint observations and curious sidelights. The boys sat all about the woman, questioning her eagerly, but behind in the shadow of the drooping branches sat the girls, silent, unobtrusive, holding each other's hands. Now and then the talker cast a furtive glance from Bernard's rather withdrawn face to the faces in the shadow, and the enigmatic smile hovered and flitted over her lips. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. 3 years later, on the anniversary of that summer day, the woman sat at an upstairs window in the house on the little farm that was a reality now. The little cooperative farm where 10 free men and women labored and loved. She had come with the others and done her best, but the cost of it, hard labor and merciless pain, was stamped on the face that looked from the window. She was watching Bernard's figure as it came swinging through the orchard. Presently he came in and up the stairs. His feet went past her door, then turned back irresolutely, and a low knock followed. Her eyebrows bent together almost sternly as she answered, "Come in." He entered with a smile. "Can I do anything for you this morning?" "No," she said quietly. "You know I like my own cranky ways. I'd rather do things myself." He nodded. "I know. I always get the same answer. Shall you go to the picnic?" "You surely will keep our Foundation Day picnic." "Perhaps later." "And perhaps not." There was a curious tone of repression in the words. "Well," he answered good-naturedly, "if you won't let me do anything for you, I'll have to find someone who will. Is Bella ready to go?" "This half hour." "Bella. Here is Bernard." And Bella came in. Bella, the timid girl with the brilliant complexion and gazelle-soft eyes, Bella. Radiant in her youth and feminine daintiness, more lovely than she had been 3 years before. She gave Bernard a lunch basket to carry and a shawl and a whir-bag and a sun umbrella, and when they went out she clung to his arm besides. She stopped near one of their own rose bushes and told him to choose a bud for her, and she put it coquettishly in her dark hair. The woman watched them till they disappeared down the lane. He had never once looked back. Then her mouth settled in a quiet sneer, and she murmured, "How long is forever?" 3 years. After a while she rose and crossed to an old mirror that hung on the opposite wall. Staring at the reflection it gave back, she whispered drearily, "You are ugly, you are eaten with pain. Do you still expect the dew of youth and beauty? Did you not know it all long ago?" Then something flashed in the image, something as if the features had caught fire and burned. "I will not," she said hoarsely, her fingers clenching. "I will not surrender." Was it he I loved? It was his youth, his beauty, his life. And younger youth shall love me still, stronger life. I will not die alive. She turned away and ran down into the yard and out into the fields. She would not go on the common highway where all went. She would find a hard way through woods and over hills, and she would come there before them and sit and wait for them where the ways met. Bareheaded, ill-dressed and careless she ran along, finding a fierce pleasure in trampling and breaking the brush that impeded her. There was the road at last, and right ahead of her an old man hobbling along with bent back and eyes upon the ground. Just before him was a bad hole in the road. He stopped, irresolute, and looked around like a crippled insect stretching its antenna to find a way for its mangled feet. She called cheerily, "Let me help you." He looked up with dim blue eyes helplessly seeking. She led him slowly around the dangerous place, and then they sat down together on the little covered wooden bridge beyond. "Ah," murmured the old man, shaking his head, "it is good to be young." And there was the ghost of admiration in his watery eyes as he looked at her tall, straight figure. "Yes," she answered sadly, looking away down the road where she saw Bella's white dress fluttering, "it is good to be young." The lovers passed without noticing them, absorbed in each other. Presently the old man hobbled away. "It will come to that too," she muttered, looking after him. "The husks of life." The old shoemaker, he had lived a long time there, in the house at the end of the alley, and no one had ever known that he was a great man. He was lean and palsied and had a crooked back. His beard was gray and ragged and his eyebrows came too far forward. There were seams and flaps in the empty, yellow old skin, and he gasped horribly when he breathed, taking hold of the lintel of the door to steady himself when he stepped out on the broken bricks of the alley. He lived with a frightful old woman who scrubbed the floors of the rag shop and drank beer and growled at the children who poked fun at her. He had lived with her 18 years, she said, stroking the furry little kitten that curled up in her neck as if she had been beautiful. 18 years they had been drinking and quarreling together and suffering. She had seen the flesh sucking away from the bones, and the skin falling in upon them, and the long, lean fingers growing more lean and trembling as they crooked round his shoemaking tools. It was very strange she had not grown thin. The beer had bloated her, and rolls of weak, shaking flesh lapped over the ridges of her uncouth figure. Her pale, lackluster blue eyes wandered aimlessly about as she talked. No, he had never told her, not even in their quarrels, not even when they were drunken together, of the great visitor who had come up the little alley yesterday, walking so stately over the sun-beaten bricks, taking no note of the others, and coming in at the door without asking. She had not expected such an one. How could she? But the old shoemaker had shown no surprise at the mighty one. He smiled and set down the teacup he was holding and entered into communion with the stranger. He noticed no others, but continued to smile, and the infinite dignity of the unknown fell upon him and covered the wasted old limbs and the hard, wizened face, so that all we who entered bowed and went out and did not speak. But we understood, for the mighty one gave understanding without words. We had been in the presence of freedom. We had stood at the foot of Tabor and seen this worn, old, world-soiled soul lose all its dross and commonplace and pass upward smiling to the transfiguration. In the hands of the mighty one the crust had crumbled and dropped away in impalpable powder. Souls should be mixed of it no more. Only that which passed upward, the fine white playing flame, the heart of the long, lifelong watches of patience, should rekindle there in the perennial ascension of the great soul of man. Where the white rose died it was late at night, a raw, rough-shouldering night that shoved men in corners as having no business in the street, and the few people in the northbound car drew themselves into themselves, radiating hedgehog quills of feeling at their neighbors. Presently there came in a curious figure, clothed in the drapery of its country's honor, the blue flannel flapping very much about its legs. I looked at its feet first, because they were so very small and girlish, and because the owner of them adjusted the flapping pants with the coquetry of a maiden switching her skirts. Then I glanced at the hands. They also were small and womanish and constantly in motion. At last, the face, expecting a fresh young boy's, not long away from some country village. It was the sunk, seamed face of a man of 45, seared, and with iron-gray eyebrows, but lit by twinkling young eyes, that gleamed at everything good-humoredly. The sailor's pancake with its official lettering was pushed rakishly down and forward, and looking at hat and wearer, one instinctively turned milliner and decorated the shape, with aigrette and bows, they would nod so accordant with the flirting head. Presently the restless hands went up and gave the hat another tilt, went down and straightened the divided skirt, folded themselves an instant while the little feet began tattooing the car floor, and the scintillant eyes looked general invitation all round the car. No perceptible shrinkage of quills, however, so the eyes wandered over to their image in the plate glass, and directly the hat got another coquettish dip, and the skirts another flirt and settle. The conductor came in, someone to talk to at last. "Will you let me off at 9th and Race?" The dim chill of a smile shivered over the other faces in the car. 9th and Race. Who ever heard a defender of his country's glory ask a conductor on a streetcar in Philadelphia for any other point than 9th and Race? The conductor nodded appreciatively. "Just come to the city, I suppose," he said interlocutively. The sailor plucked off his hat, exhibiting his label with childlike vanity. S. Alabama. Here for 3 days just. Been over in New York. Like it, remarked the conductor, prolonging his stay inside the car. The hat went on again, proudly. 16 years in the service. Yes, sir. _6_teen years. The service is all right. The service is good enough for me. Live there. Expect to die there. 16 years. You won't forget to let me off at 9th and Race. No. Going to see Chinatown? Sure. Chinatown's all right. Seen it in Hong Kong. Want to see it in Philadelphia. Oh, cradle of my country's freedom. These are your defenders, these to whom your chief delight is your stews and your brothels, your fantans and your opium dens, your sinks of filth and your cesspools of slime. Let them only be as they were at Hong Kong, or worse, and the service asks no more. He will live in it and die in it, and it's good enough for him. Oh, not your old-time patriotic legends, nor the halls of the great rebel birth, nor the solemn, silent bell that once proclaimed liberty throughout the land, nor the piteous relics of your dead wise men, nor any dream of your bright, pure young days when yet you were a fair green country town, swims up in the vision of the service when he sets his foot within your borders, filling him with devotion to Our Lady Liberty and drawing him to New World pilgrim shrines. Not these, oh no, not these. But your leper spot, your old world plague house, your breeding ground of pest-begotten human vermin. So there is Chinatown and electric glare enough upon it, and rat-holes enough within it. The service is good enough for him. He will shoot to order in your defense till he dies. Rat-tat-tat went the little feet upon the floor, and the pancake got another rakish pull. Presently the active figure squared sharply about and faced the door. The car had stopped, and a drunken man was staggering in. The sailor caught him good-humoredly in his arms, swung him about, and seated him beside himself with a comforting, "Now you're all right, sir. Sit right here, my friend." The drunkard had a sodden, stupid face and bleary eyes from which the alcohol was oozing. In his shaking hand he held a bunch of delicate half-opened roses, hothouse roses, cream and pink. The odor of them drifted faintly through the car like a whiff of summer. Something like a sigh of relaxation exhaled from the hedgehogs, and a dozen commiserating eyes were fastened on the ill-fated flowers, so fragile, so sweet, so inoffensive, so wantonly sacrificed. The hot, unsteady, clutching hand had already burned the stems, and the pale, helpless faces of the roses drooped heavily. The drunkard, full of beery effervescence, cast a bubbling look over the car, and spying a young lady opposite, suddenly stood up and offered the bouquet to her. She stared resolutely through him, seeing and hearing nothing, not even the piteous child blossoms, with their pleading, down-bent heads, and with a confused muttering of no offense, you know, the man sank back again. As he did so the uncertain fingers released one stem, and a cream-white bloom went fluttering down, like a butterfly with broken wings. There it lay, jolting back and forth on the dirty floor, and no one dared to pick it up. Presently the drunkard sopped over comfortably on the sailor's shoulder, who, with a generally directed wink of bonhomie, settled him easily, bestowing a sympathetic pat upon the bloated cheek. The conductor disturbed the situation by asking for his fare. The drunkard stupidly rubbed his eyes and offered his flowers in place of the nickel. Again they were refused, and after a fluctuant search in his pockets between intervals of nodding, the dirty, over-fingered bit of metal was produced, accepted, and still the dying blossoms shivered in the torturer's hands. He was drowsing off again, when, by some sudden turn of the obstructed machinery in his skull, his lids opened and he struggled up. The image of myself must have swum suddenly across the momentarily acting eye nerve, and with gurgling deference, at the imminent risk of losing his equilibrium once more, he proffered the bouquet to me, grabbing the heads and presenting them stem end towards. A smothered snuffle went round the car. I wanted them, oh how I wanted them. My heart beat suffocatingly with the sense of baffled pity and rage and cowardice. Who was he, that drunken sod, with his smirching, wobbling hand, that I should fear to take the roses from him? Why must I grind my teeth and sit there helpless, while those beautiful things were crushed and blasted and torn in living fragments? I could take them home. I could give them drink. They would lift up their heads. They would open wide. For days they would make the room sweet, and the pale, soft glory of their inimitable petals would shine like a luminous promise across the winter. Nobody wanted them, nobody cared. This sodden beast in the flare-up of his consciousness wished to be quit of them. Why might I not take them? Something sharp bit and burned my eyelids as I glanced at the one on the floor. The conductor had stepped on it and crushed it open, and there lay the marvelous creamy leaves, curled at their edges like kiss-seeking lips, each with its glory greater than Solomon's, all fouled and ruined in the human reek. And I dared not save the others. Miserable coward. I forced my hands tighter in my pockets and turned my head away towards the outside night and the backward slipping street. Between me and it, a dim reflection wavered, the image of the thing that stood there before me, and somewhere, like a far-off, dulled bell, I heard the words, "And God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him." The sailor, no doubt with the kindly intention of relieving me from annoyance, and not averse to play with anything, made pretense of seizing the roses. Then the drunkard, in an abandon of generosity, began tearing off the blossoms by the heads, scrutinizing and casting each away as unfit for the exalted service of his friend, till the latter, reaching out, managed to get hold of a white one with a stem. He trimmed its sheltering green carefully, brought out a long black pin, stuck it through the stalk, and fastened the pale shining head against his dark blue blouse. All hedgehoggery smiled. We had thrust the roses through with our forbidding quills. What matter that a barbarian nail crucified this last one? The drunkard slept again, limply holding his scattering bunch of headless stems and torn foliage. Pink and cream the petals strewed the floor. Where was the loving hand that had nursed them to bloom in this hard, unwanted weather, loved and nursed and sold them? "Ninth in race," sang out the conductor. The sailor sprang up with a merry grin, bowed gaily to everyone, twinkled his fingers in the air with a blithe "Ta-ta, I'm off for Chinatown," as he slid through the door and was away in a trice, tripping down to the pestiferous sink that was awaiting him somewhere. And on his breast he wore the pallid flower that had offered its stainless beauty to me, that I had loved, and had not loved enough to save. The rest were dead, but that one somewhere down there in a den where even the gas-choked lights were leering like prostitutes' eyes, down there in that trough of swill and swine, that pure, still thing had yet to die.